We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 109, and which is also the last DPA Open Mic for 2024. So we definitely going to do a review of all the crazy shit that happened in 2024. It has been an unreal year, and of course, because it's the last session, we also have the Speaker of the Year award. So this year, of course the voting is a little bit different. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. So we have a nominations phase. So all the nominated people got into this general voting, which is on the Google form, and then to spice things up, the top voted people got into a bonus round of voting on Telegram, and now the top 4 voted. All the votes will be counted all together, so it's all added on, so accumulated across all the different phases of voting. So now we go into the final voting. The final voting will be done across this stream. So you on stream, you'll be able to vote, and your votes will be counted on top of the current vote count. The current vote count is a secret. I'm not going to tell you who is actually leading, how many votes that whoever get. But the top 4, as you saw, was the 4 people that was on the thumbnail. So, which is this 4. Yeah. So, Vojin, Gabriel, Bigari, and Vaun is the top 4 voted as per this moment. So, which all the other polls are now closed. The general poll, the general voting on the Google form is closed. The voting, the bonus voting on the Telegram channel is also closed. So this is the only place that you can vote, and you have only 4 choices. These are the 4 choices. Yeah. But like I have to say, the vote that you see on screen, because this is multicast on multiple platform on YouTube, YouTube Rumble channel, YouTube main channel, Rumble, YouTube main channel and open mic channel, and then also Twitch, Telegram, Twitter. So they will be able to vote on. They will be voting. I'm not sure if I can do a poll on Rumble, but on YouTube, there's 2 live channels on YouTube now. The 2 streams, so both will get the vote. You'll get the poll. So and then all these poll number, the votes will be counted on top of the total votes that they have already gotten on the first round and the bonus round of voting. So so it's a secret. Nobody will know except me who is actually in the lead at any one time. So this is very crazy, and we'll do the result, or the who is the winner, maybe midway or towards the end of the open mic. So I think this is going to be exciting. So anyway, everyone can hear me, right? Later end up with that, after I talk so long that actually nobody can hear me. So anyway, thank you, Johari, for the super chat, super sticker. Okay, so we're going to invite people on to talk, and then while we talk, I will prepare the poll, the voting for the live voting for the final round of voting. And yeah, so let me prepare the link for you guys to join. And so I actually have no freaking idea what is the biggest news over the past week. You guys tell me on the chat, and yeah, then see what we will talk about later. So yes, so I'm gonna copy and paste the link to join to chit chat on screen on the 2 live chat of the YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and I have dropped the link on and pin it on the open mic channel. Oops. And also on the main channel on YouTube. On Rumble, I also just pin it, and I haven't opened Twitch. Twitch the okay. So and Twitch. So yes, so so welcome on to Chit Chat. It's a final year. Let's do some review of what the hell is happening, and yeah, and yeah. So the live voting, as I explained, live voting will be on both, on whatever channels I think I can do live during these streams on the different platforms, and then I will edit it all up when I close the poll, and it's going to be exciting. Yeah. So rather than last year is I think the last year is a bit anticlimactic because I just tell you the result. So in the beginning, so not fun. No, now you all can vote and then influence the result. No, I know who is winning right now, and it's not even close. But but we shall see how this goes. So is the link working? Is people coming? Am I going to continue the monologue? awkwardly, all the way. Let me drop the link to the Open My Lounge as well. And also on, yeah, or everybody went to sleep. Oh, and there will be a shitty open mic, you know. The open mic will be just me talking. So Kurakove almost gone the Russian inside power plant. Okay. Who comes first is the winner. What? That is very unfair. So Awkward Monologue is the name of my next. Yeah. Actually, that's actually a very cool album name, right? So, hey, come on and talk. It's the final open mic of the year. Come and chit chat. So since nobody coming up yet, I'm gonna say hi to everybody. Hi Evangelist, hi Dan, hi Evangelist Guru, hi Dan Raider, hi Love Always, hi G22 SDA, I have File22, and File22. Yeah, these are on the main channel of the YouTube, YouTube main channel, and then hi Remy, Legizen, Medovich, Nurse, Tech Deer, Glenn, Mr. Lambo, Remy. Mr. Lambo say he's not home yet. You know, he's still on the way. No problem. No way. Drive safely. And oh yeah, so one of the major things, Netanyahu got prostate cancer, so he's gonna have the operation, which is interesting. Vaun has appeared. But no one want to come in. Is the link broken? This is a weird open mic. Nobody's coming up. Is it a prank? Yeah, or I know, because right, too many people, you know, all of them was like hoping that they will be the speaker of the year. Then it's like, oh, their name is their face is not on the thumbnail. Then all of them just rage quit. It's like, damn, they turn off the open mic. Don't have my face. Like F it, I'm not gonna join this open mic. So hi Internet Banker, hi the Silver, hi Wesley Toilet. Hey, this is not a monologue stream. Come and talk. Anyone can join. By the way, anyone, if you have never come on before, you can also join. We just come and chit chat about, you know, politics, geopolitics, military stuff, finance, economics, you know, can be anything as well. You want to talk about sports also can. You know, Singapore just lost to Vietnam in the ASEAN Championship, and I didn't watch it at all. So like, yeah. So yeah, we have Prada. Prada.
You still don't have anybody. What happened?
Yeah, I'm not alone anymore, but I'm happy that I'm not alone anymore. You know, someone had to take the ball off.
Well, okay. So we have 4 candidates this time.
Yeah.
4 main candidates. That sounds good. Well, they're all very good, actually. I like them all 4.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I want to do something new this time around, because like, you know, we have the live voting going on. Well, so all the votes before also still counts. So it's just like we add on. So keep the suspense rather than, you know, like last year I just say who's the winner. It's like a bit anticlimactic.
You might put them 4 into some kind. Hey, Voz do Povo, how are you? Como estás? Feliz Ano Novo. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Oh, voice is a bit.
I was saying, yes. He probably drank too much port wine during Christmas. He looks like he drank port. Are you there with us? Anyways, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. We were. Oh, you can't hear us?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you.
No, we were making fun of. Yes. I was trying to provoking, saying that you drank too much port wine on Christmas.
Nah, I don't drink. Honestly,
right. It's okay. It's okay.
Nah, I used to. No anymore.
Well, you're in Britain. Everybody, you might feel a bit like an alien. They drink like crazy. Brits are.
I used to drink like there is no tomorrow.
although it's interesting, one of the few places where you really see a lot of drunk people on the street, especially on weekends, is in Britain. But the most strong drinkers in Europe are not the British, actually. Well, at least officially. I think the Czech Republic.
German?
Czech Republic.
But the Czech, they drink a lot of beer.
Czech Republic is the ones that drink more, and then it's probably followed by Portugal.
Fuck
so, yeah. And some people think about something like the Poles and so on because they drink a lot of vodka. But if the studies, if they accumulate the amount of alcohol they drink, on the end, the Czechs and the Germans drink much more because they drink a lot of beer. So, yeah. So it compensates, yeah. Well, I was saying that the four candidates for this year are really good. They are all very different, actually. I think Vaun is a bit on the disadvantage this time because he was for a long time with a very bad speaker. So he was having we were having sometimes difficulty in hearing his opinion. So that's the only thing. Bigari is the big star of this year because he is amazing. He's really good.
Please don't give to Bigari just because he's Ukrainian. Yeah, okay? I'm tired of this bullshit. He's a good speaker.
But Slava Ukrainian,
he's a good speaker. I just don't want people to give him like they feel sorry for him. He's a good speaker.
But Bigari won't win probably this year, although this is amazing.
By the way,
he's a big star of this year.
Yeah.
But I think Vaun and even the Jesus Christ from South America. Oh, sorry, Gabriel. Sorry for saying that. Gabriel. They are more well known to us. They are better known, so we are used to them and to their positions and the way they speak, and so they probably will have an advantage to Bigari or even to our Austrian Serbian friend Vojin, which it's very good when he talks good. He presents good stuff, but he doesn't appear all the time, so he's not so with us all the time. So let's see how the public reacts. It will be very interesting. I'm
disappointed you're not there.
Me? No.
You should be there.
Prata was when I was putting up the bonus stage. Prata was actually, I think, fourth highest voted during the
Prata is
general.
not popular on Telegram.
Then something very suspicious happened. No, something very suspicious happened. Just now when I was telling votes, because I was closing the polls to prepare for the open mic, suddenly Upgrade have a lot of votes. It became what? Then I checked the response, right? Because they have to enter the email. I was like, freaking hell! There's whole list is all voting for Upgrade.
That's what happens when you have double nationality.
Oh, Bigari is here. Our candidate nominated.
I'm glad Bigari is here.
Yeah,
Bigari, you are a good speaker, you know.
But you are Ukrainian.
I want you to win because you are a good speaker. I don't want you to win because people feel sorry for you because you are Ukrainian. You know what I mean?
But
I hope the people here are more IQ, like levels of IQ.
Yeah.
So we did hear you. You cut out for like a few seconds.
Well, actually, yes. Today I read really interesting news about Ukraine, and it's a pity because Bigari a few weeks ago he really looked like an Orthodox priest, and now I read in the news that one of the best ways to get away from those conscription officers is to look like a Hasidic Jew. But now he cut his beard. He doesn't look like an Hasidic Jew anymore. Yeah. Bigari.
The beard will grow back in like 2 months. So
that long will take a bit longer.
2 months is too late.
No. Yes. Yes. The war is over. Well, actually, we are joking, but we are in the hottest moment of the war. I don't think this war was ever that dangerous like it is now. in terms of escalation. Things are getting really bad. There are too many hot games on the air trying to force some situation.
Yeah, if you remember what was the greatest skeptic on the open mic, Leo, saying like, "Why is Russia not moving?" Like right now, like Kurakhova is almost fallen, so a big group of Russian forces will be free to move, and there is no like real defense behind that. And Velika Novosilka is basically it's a matter of time. So another group of forces will be free. I made a prediction that like Russians will take like 1,000 square kilometers in like Donetsk next month. I am sticking with that based on the fact that two cities will fall and like Vuhledar on steroids will happen.
But then we are talking about the complete breaking of the lines, and even the possibility of a complete panic in Ukraine if something like that happened. That would be the panic. Then the Russians could just go to Kiev and take care of everything.
No, not really. Like the panic will be like people will be very like, oh, Russians entered Dnipropetrovsk region, like that will be a big blow. But what else? Like if you go to the like general brainwashed Ukrainians that still believe in Zelensky and all that shit, like just go and read the comments on YouTube or like Telegram channels of like pro Zelensky parties and channels. People are still brain damaged. They are still believing that Ukraine is like winning. Like today was a funny because like pro-Zelensky journalist Moseichuk, she invited some people on the podcast, and the Ukrainian war expert was saying that that Ukrainian forces retreating is actually good. It means that we win the war. Like they say that shit with a straight face, like. And people in comments are saying like, thank you for inviting this guy, thank you for inviting him, he speaks a lot of things. Like people are retarded. Like what?
Yeah,
like
but
in Russian we have a saying, "Горбатого могила исправит." Like
Vaun,
the one with
Vaun
like
is there.
Yeah.
Actually,
Only the coffin will straighten the back.
I have to agree with them, because at least they're gonna be alive.
No, retreating is good if you are doing a
because
tactical
they're gonna
retreat
be
and then
alive.
you're going to do a counter attack, maneuver warfare. But if you say retreat is winning, is like retreat is clearly not winning. Like when Russia retreat across the Dnipro River, we never call it winning. It's actually like they are losing. They cannot hold ground, so they retreat. So
but
that's a bit
this type of stupidity has been here since the beginning of the war. I do remember the big marketing action was actually that one, the saying that the Azov combatants were being evacuated, not surrendering. So we have been having this kind of spinning all the time. Whenever something happens bad to Ukraine, we have all this type of spinning. We haven't used to it because somehow the spinning was too much, so they kind of stopped. But we'll hear it about again, like Bigari was saying. Vaun, congratulations! Second year in the follow again. Nominated.
Yeah, cool. I appreciate everybody out there voting for everybody. I voted for Bigari because he deserves it.
You see,
So
American voting for Ukraine. Where did I see that before?
But Voz do Povo actually has a point. We shouldn't vote for Bigari because he's Ukrainian. We should vote for Bigari because he's an amazing speaker and has a lot of great stuff to tell us, and he's so well informed.
He always come up with good things.
But the good thing about Bigari, if I may, because he's here and I am probably making him turning red. The good thing about Bigari is because he gives us insights of the Ukrainian society that is almost impossible to get, since most of our positions are either seen, most of our information is either filtered by the Ukrainian propaganda, by the spin doctors in the West called NAFO, or actually by the Russians, which also make their own construction of the reality. Vaun.
Yeah, agree.
Vaun.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like with what Bigari was saying about the 1,000 kilometers, I mean, I don't disagree with that at all because, I mean, if you think about it, the easiest place to get that's going to be everything on the south side of that Pokrovsk salient that's going around the south side of Pokrovsk. I mean, that's where they're making all the gains, and that's where it's probably going to break first. And then they can just flood in there. I mean, who knows how far they can go? I mean, there's what, Pavelrod and what onto Dnipro, and I don't know if they could, I mean that whole that's where probably the pickups. I kind of feel like everything north of Lehman is like where they'll probably hold because they got a lot of stuff up there, and it's just more congested with settlements and cities and forests, so it's probably harder for the Russians to move. But down in the south, like everything from like Chavis Yar to the south is once you get past this river. I mean, there's a lot of open places to move around. I mean, you don't even have to go to the cities. I mean, you can just kind of go around them and kind of force the issue, like with what they're doing with Pokrovsk and what was it, Nico's Mill. That one, they just cut that last road so they can go up north through the fields. So I mean, I kind of agree with him. I feel like that, that picking up that much territory is not going to be a problem, and it'll probably be down in that whole southern flank area.
Super chat.
Bulgaria,
East
and then
Russia's final demand going to include all their sides: Mykolaiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kharkiv. Yeah. Then I think it's Bigari, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the super chat, and to spin it a little bit. The biggest power play that Trump can make right now is to agree to the from July, and
Your mic is bad, Bigari.
what?
You have to
I was
repeat. You
lagging.
have to repeat. The
Yeah,
best thing
you
that
repeat
Trump
it, yeah.
can do. The best thing
is to
that
agree
Trump can
to
do.
the biggest power play that Trump can do right now is to agree to the Putin's proposal from July, and to pass the ball to the Russian court. So to check.
is that the 91 border?
No. The four oblasts and Istanbul plus.
Istanbul Plus. Giving the full four.
Yeah, and check. Are you serious about this? Are you gonna end if we give all what you want, or are you really wanna go to Odessa and all that cities? Like this will be like the power play that can do. Like it's not like maybe it's illogical at first, but if you really ask Russia, are you done after this or not? Can we live in peace? And then we will understand what Russia really wants. Because what they said it 100 million times. Our proposal from Istanbul plus reality on the ground. What we included in our constitution. But what if it's not what they want? What if they want more? But if you give them you will understand, and then Russia will look bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Because if Russia actually wants more, in fact, maybe the Russians.
Hey,
the Russians maybe they want you to fight on, then so that they can capture more of Ukraine.
Just real quick, Real Reporter did a video earlier, and he talked to a guy in a Russian drone unit, and he he agreed to do the interview as long as he could speak to a Western audience. And he speaks English. He's a Russian from Canada who went back to Russia. And I guess he had drone experience before the war, so that's what he does now. And you have to watch it. But his point was that a lot of guys on the ground, like he said, the Russian people aren't sick of the war. The Russian soldiers aren't sick of the war. He said the guys would be very disappointed if tomorrow some politician came in and said, we have a peace deal. He said there's a lot of guys that, feel like there's still work to be done. And also the fact of the matter is revenge and payback. And so I think that's another thing that's going to have to come into play too with any kind of deal. I mean, it's just anecdotal, but that guy, he's been there for a while doing that, and he's obviously mixed in with troops and talks to people. So, just because the West is ready to have a peace deal doesn't necessarily mean the Russians are, or they may talk like they are and they may be interested, but I kind of feel like it's, like I said before, it's at a point where you kind of almost got to give them what they want, because if you don't, they'll just take it, and there's really not a whole lot anybody can do about it unless you want to, escalate the war even more, like with NATO and directly or worse.
So I would like to bring a little bit a perspective, a more Christological perspective to these. This war has gone too much into the CERN of two cultures. And the peace of the Antichrist is not the peace. It's just the stop of the war. It doesn't solve anything. We sometimes hear from the West things like a fair and just peace. No. The peace has to be long dating. And when the war starts in such, and it goes so much deep inside of a soul of a culture, like it did with the Russians, like Bigari was actually explaining, people are still much awake. There is still much things to do. What I understand is that you learn when you start in the war, you learn your mistakes. And in learning their mistakes, their own illusions of reality and making things right means that you have to go further, deeper inside, and trying to understand why things have come to this. And in doing that, you might find the truth about it, and try to, in confronting your own devils, you will probably find the real long-lasting peace. And in doing so, I think that this war is far from being solved. The problem with the Ukrainians and the Ukrainianhood and the Russianhood are too much things there to be solved. And in terms of getting out of this philosophical Christological perspective, I would say that if the Russians really believe they want to keep Crimea, yes. Why do they want to keep Crimea? Why do they want to keep Zaporizhia, Kherson, and the Donbas? The Donbas is easy to explain, and not wanting to keep Odessa. Because the main thing about if Crimea was the heart of all these, the Ukrainians proved to the Russians that if they have Odessa, Crimea will never live in peace. So that again, I was saying that the peace of the Antichrist is not the peace, is a stop of the war. It's not solving anything. So we have someone will have to solve the question about Odessa in order to keep the peace in Crimea. So this is a very problematic situation. How do we do that? Does Russia needs to occupy Odessa? Does Odessa needs to be occupied? Or does Ukraine needs to solve their own internal problem? Like Arestovis was saying, has been saying in many of his interviews, how the Ukraine lives actually a very deep identity crisis. What is really Ukraine? Is the Ukraine from eastern part of Ukraine where Bigari now is, or is it Ukraine, the central Ukraine, perhaps also a little bit of Odessa inside, which actually speaks Russian? It has a lot of the Russian culture. It took part of the Russian culture. It was constructed reading the Russian culture. Yes, it is not probably completely Russian. So how do they survive one together? They need to solve this problem. And I'm not, and Arestovitz was even quite almost trying to suggest, he didn't say it, perhaps the east of Ukraine needs to become independent to let the rest of Ukraine to actually be able to find itself in a peaceful coexistence with everything around itself. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, what you said is true. Like the war is the ultimate test for the country. Ukraine failed its test. Russia is like the question still remains, because if you talk to like regular people in Russia, not like those that are sitting on the like Z channels like 24/7, like they are against the war. They want the war to end. They don't want to fight. This is majority opinion, like the silent opinion. The same is in Ukraine. People want the war to end, but the vocal minority is always prevailing. Like it's happening everywhere. Like in culture, like all this woke culture it's a vocal minority, a minority that is pushing that shit. Most people don't care. Most people want to just live the life and to not be impacted by outside factors. But sometimes you have no choice, and like Russia, like for example, like I can speak for like a couple example. Like my uncle, like he has a business, like big business in Russia, and at the start of the war they were like against the war, everything, but the Western sanctions, like and demonizing of Russian people turned a lot of people into being patriotic, and they like there was like big misconception that Ukrainian society is like really driving, like with all the donations and all that shit, that is very unified, and the Russia doesn't have it. It changed a lot during the war. In Russia society became really mobilized, like and all the like business people, they started donating like not like small numbers, like hundreds of thousands of euros to the army. So they are starting to like pass the test, but there is still the question, because every war has the deeper question, like what Putin is saying, like defeat Bandera, like supporters, all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's working for the like really like people that are supporting the war, but it's not touching the like 60% of the people in Russia in society, because this is not like why do they care about Bandera supporters in Ukraine? Like, it doesn't really matter. The goal for the war is not existential enough. People, they don't understand that NATO on the border is existential. So society doesn't accept, doesn't mobilize to the full. Like when Nazi Germany came to the Soviet Union and were like 60 kilometers from Moscow, that was existential. People mobilized. When there is like the threat of NATO in Ukraine and all those nationalist bastards in Ukraine, like why do we care? Like we are living the same life as we lived before. Now we just have a war and all the sanctions. Like, so let's end it. So for majority like of people, the war is not existential. People don't live online like terminally like we do. They don't dig deep into the geopolitics. They want to just get the salary, have a nice vacation, and don't live in poverty. Like that's what majority of people want in any country. And all this talk about war, like we don't care about our goals. Like if we end it now and we can go back to how we lived, like we can go to Europe without any problems, go see canals in Venice or like Eiffel Tower. Like we don't care. We just want to go back to that. people like that's the majority opinion, and it's really hard to turn it because the goal of the war is not touching the soul of the people, because it's not existential. Yeah.
Super
Wyatt?
chat by ASCII66. Vaun, the whole DPA army loves you. You the best. And he's not around. I'll repeat it later when he's back. He's back. Hi Vaun. There's a super chat for you. Vaun, the whole DPA army loves you. You the best. And another super chat.
Thank you for the super chat, guys. Love you guys back.
Surprising
Hey,
because he's American. Normally people don't
It's
like
it's not
Americans.
it's not that DPA loves you, Vaun. It's that the National Endowment for Democracy is backing you. That's the thing.
Yeah, you never know what is the power behind.
Thank you, Victoria.
And Madeline Takam said, I am not allowed a webcam or mic. Sometimes in the new year, I might send you some topics to talk about regarding geopolitics of Africa. Season's greetings to everyone. So
I wanted to touch on this super chat, like
These super chats coming. These super chats
with
coming from
a
UK.
with a little bit of like realism and sarcasm, because people will not talk about geopolitics in Africa because they don't matter. Like the same as why people don't talk about Sudan civil war and Myanmar civil war, because no one cares about it. Like
They
it's
do
interesting for people that are living in those countries, but they don't impact the whole world. So like if you like, for example, like if Wyatt will make a video on geopolitics in Africa, the viewership will be like 10 people. No one will watch. Like
It's like
that's the
fusion,
whole the like hard truths about that. Like
fusion
like
toilets.
yeah, it's interesting if you are like super deep into the subject and want to understand like why the war in Sudan is happening, what's the side of Egypt is doing, what's the Ethiopian position on that shit, blah blah blah. But no one is like, okay.
We
Click
had a
next.
moment with the Niger. We had a moment with the Niger, coup d'état and the threat of
It
invading
lasted for like
by
2
France,
days.
and that was it. No, it was
It
longer
lasted
than
for 2
that.
days.
But you are
Like
no,
the
no.
biggest
It was
biggest news from Africa that came out was the destruction of Wagner column, because it's Wagner and everyone knows Wagner, so people talked about it, but people don't talk about like what's the situation in like Congo, like all that stuff. Like right now the United States are threatening the South Africa with big tariffs, because South Africa is threatening the and not even threatening, like they are really against Israel, the big love child of America. Like they are talking that they're saying that Israel is committing suicide. So right now South Africa will be the big target for like Israel lobby in the United States, and they will target the trade. But no one talks about it because people don't care. It's Africa.
They're gonna use Israel as an excuse. The thing is, South Africa is part of the BRICS. If they scare South Africa, the rest of countries in Africa that wants to be part of BRICS will run away.
Well, I wouldn't expect too much of the BRICS, but I would expect some kind of African solidarity if something really that bad happens, and we have been seeing it for some times. We saw, for instance, Bigari was refusing to acknowledge that the Niger coup actually had a lot of impact. But he was right. There are conflicts that are really bad, like the Sudanese, there's the civil war in Ethiopia, the South Sudan civil war, or even the turning really bad conflict in Somalia. And these are conflicts in Africa that are really bad. And also, sorry for forgetting, the Congo, the one in Central Congo, with implications to Rwanda.
Congo. Apparently,
But
there is
what
no
we
war in
saw,
Congo.
sure, but what I meant is that somehow the Niger coup triggered a lot of African unity, and the French were really ready to go and invade Niger. Everything was being prepared, and they didn't manage because the Africans said, "Well, this is becoming too bad." So I think in terms of emergency,
Prata, hold on. The French.
Super chat. Wait. Super chat. Sending regards to Naked Jesus. Much love. And also one more. Sorry, before you continue. ASCII 76. The importance of a war depends on how much propaganda US and its paid bias. Oh my God. Paid bias media does. A war is not important if America says so.
Yeah,
well, it's the amount of money that war is able to move, because you see countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, they don't have money to buy weapons in such an amount that is that is interesting to keep the mediatic space alive. Go on.
Prata. It's not that France wanted to invade Niger. They made a deal with ECOWAS to do it. But the thing is, Nigeria people, they say, if you go to war against Niger for France, we're gonna turn against you. Morocco and Algeria, they said, anything that's come from France, go straight to Niger, we're gonna take out. That was the response for the French people.
Well,
so
they were going to use the ECOWAS, yes, it's true, but they were also going to invade themselves, using their own troops. Even Italians were thinking about it, although very skeptical. They were preparing for it.
Yeah,
and
but
then,
the only reason they thought the ECOWAS gonna join them. The
Italians,
moment ECOWAS just say fuck off.
Yeah, but they were not expecting for so many countries to immediately and unconditionally to support the junta. And we saw. So you're talking about Nigeria? That's quite true. But there were other countries that were really like, no way, this can't be happening. It was not just Morocco. It was Senegal. It was Senegal, Guinea-Conakry. It was all the three other ones around. Burkina Faso.
Militia, the Burkina Faso said we're gonna fight for Niger.
Hey, but you said Italy was supporting.
Italy was preparing. Italy was being assembled by France, and they weren't saying that. Yeah, it is hilarious, but they still were trying. The Germans were trying to say to them three, be careful, don't do that, keep the head calm. The Italians were like, we do it if you do it. It was a really strange stupidity. I don't know. Meloni was hysterical. Was in her days.
But trust me, if it wasn't for Morocco and Algeria, France would do it.
No, I don't think so. It was too many countries against it.
One of Meloni's main shticks was denouncing France's imperialism in Africa. You guys remember that? How she was talking about the Franc-Afrique and how France was stealing resources and gold from Africa. You remember that?
Sure.
It was one of
that bitch can be trusted.
Yeah, so much for the based right in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Am I right? But yeah, I'd say that Africa is actually remarkably relevant in the geopolitical chessboard. The only thing is that it hasn't fluctuated that much in its status quo. Like the status quo of Africa is conflict and infighting, and like the time that changed a bit, which was sort of these sequences of coups in the Sahel. That's when it became relevant for a moment, because it was a change in the status quo. But beyond that, it has been pretty consistent. So it's not very remarkable as a media event, because like war and slaughter in Africa is kind of the norm. So that's why it hasn't been very interesting very outstanding in the media space. You wanted to say something, Bigari?
Yeah, I just want to challenge your point how Africa is relevant. Like, maybe from the point like it was in 1860s when the Great Rush happened and the European powers were colonizing Africa, trying to stake the claim to every piece of land for the resources. You can draw the really good parallel right now, but like the great powers of Europe just was replaced by great added on top with China. So right now it's like United States, China, Europe, Russia are all trying to influence, like make the new neo-colonies without like direct control, but they are controlling everything, every fucking resource in Africa for exchange of like what Chinese are doing, like because they had a problem from transporting, I don't remember what, from Niger. So they just gave Cameroon some helicopters, some military equipment. Now you can transport, like they are using Africa like a good old Otto von Bismarck and his friends were using them in 1860s, 1880s. Just resource drain for our own good, but we are playing friendly, like Russia is playing friendly. We are protecting you, like etc. We are respecting you. We are on equals, but in reality, it's not on equal terms. They are exploiting the countries for resources, giving some little bit more back than the previous colonizers. So it's looking prettier on the eye, as to say, like, but it's not like
Bigari,
nothing changed. Like
Bigari,
No, no,
if
no.
Africa is not the
I
independent
agree with
actor.
that. It's not relevant as an actor. It's
Bigari, it's not
relevant
like that, you know. It's not
as a
like that.
battleground.
It's not like that.
Well, Africa is many actors, and
You know, yeah.
I think we have to take that into account. It's not a single one; it's many ones. The only thing that is special about Africa and a little bit South Latin America is there is some kind of organic composition and coexistence of African countries, because most of these countries have been on a very similar situation in terms of the oak of colonialism, like Latin America, and they all developed more or less at the same process and the same. They are each one, but everything is very similar. The sense of the same sense of sacrifice and suffering is equally to most of these countries. So of course there is a difference between North Africa and the Black Africa. We also have to take into that question, such that there is the difference between Brazil and the rest of the Hispanic-speaking America. But in a grosso modo, we can see it more or less in an organic way. And we see that these countries, when one is attacked, they tend to unite, not in a very strong position, but they tend to protect themselves in a combined way. So we saw, for instance, that United States has been very careful in dealing with Africa. They are very afraid of a big criticism coming out of Africa, not just because of internal discussions that could arise from that, but also because Africa can sometimes present themselves unified in an unpleasant way. And we saw many countries are very successful to that criticism. Go on, Vosh.
Yeah, just
Well,
one.
I think their Wait wants to speak. We
Just
have
a super chat. So super chat
okay.
before Voss, sorry. Super chat by Effie. There needs to be a distinction between the two naked Jesuses. RL hasn't been on for a while, but he's also naked Jesus. Happy New Year. I don't think I was ever called a naked
RL's
Jesus.
never
He always wear
naked.
clothes. Yeah, he's never naked.
No,
He's a clothes
he can be
Jesus. Clothes.
he can be
He's
the
the
Chinese
he's the
Jesus.
one.
Yeah.
He's the one guy.
He's the fake Chinese Jesus. He looks Chinese, but he's not. He's a fake Chinese Jesus.
He's Vietnamese.
Oh my God. How can you be a fake Chinese? That's terrible.
Well,
No, yeah.
I
The
don't.
thing about Africa and Latin America, by the way, is that these two places, they're going to be the battleground of the next bloc war, because like West and East are becoming separated. It's like a new Iron Curtain that's coming up. We can see that very clearly with the all this maritime conflicts that are being in the Mediterranean and the Baltics. It's starting to fracture, like physically, beyond the fracture that already exists in a more ideological and political level. Starting to have like a physical fracture in trade routes um and commerce, which is like the real deal. And so what we're gonna see from now on is a like a new rush for Africa and Latin America. I think this whole deal of the conflict in Middle East has a lot to do with sort of the entry point to Africa. Just like Trump bringing up the Panama Canal is also like a new form of approach to the influence in Latin America, because it's like the assumption, or the like already foregone conclusion that South America is lost to China because of the preponderance of economic influence. And so like the only hope of Reconquista is to start from the top, like start expanding the sphere of influence from North America
Panama,
down.
bum, 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 bum. Panama.
Yeah, and so the thing is that these guys, these places are going to be the battlegrounds, because the separation between East and West is becoming irreversible. And so like there's not going to be very much economic or commercial interaction between East and West, and so the new market spaces, like where people can invest, sort of, it's going to be super dangerous for the East to invest in the West, and vice versa. And so the new fields where you can invest and sow your influence is going to be in the global South, which is like separating it from the East and the West. So you have the East, the West, and you have the global South. And the global South is going to be sort of like the no man's land where the battles are going to be fought economically and politically. That's my point.
I want to champion it a bit. First of all, the decoupling of the East and the West is still not made. There are still many variables on the ground. Especially Trump is a big incognito. There are many things he can do. He wants to make business, and in wanting to make business, he can't just ignore the fact that China, India, even Russia are two biggest markets for the US to just ignore. I think the actions of the United States, even if Trump was against that trade deal with ASEAN and the Asia Pacific investment partnership, I think he went out, but he actually wanted to just negotiate a way of the US to be in a better position. So it was not that he was against it. And then I also see that the United States sees the Asia Pacific, like they created this reality, this concept, in a way that they understand that the center of the world is the Asia Pacific. So China is China, will be completely being China. We see countries like North Korea, Malaysia, Vietnam growing so much, and even India. That is, and with their own huge internal markets, it is impossible to just charge Asia by themselves. So Russia, of course, is a small champion, but they will find their way in. You are right, though, that Latin America and Africa will be the more neutral grounds. If they are going to be the battlefield, I don't know, because the thing about this multipolarity forming is that somehow for these countries, this will actually empower them to be more, to be stronger on the negotiation table, to impose better deals, to be less dependent on a single country, and this is already happening. And so unless some countries derive, but we haven't seen that strongly, unless some countries derive to a certain ideological position. Yeah, but what we see is that the world is becoming more transactional than ever. We don't see really a development in terms of ideology forming. So this gap between East and West is merely in terms of transaction position. China is not selling their own communism anymore, whatever. So they would be the most ideological in frame country from almost all that, or even North Korea, but they don't sell it, so they are not expansionists in that sense. So we see more is like a transactional position of most countries. The only one that is a bit ideological is the West, especially the European Union, more even the United States, which is sometimes ridiculous, and they will have to learn how to.
Did you just say sometimes? All the time.
Yeah, so but they will have to learn. They will have to wake up. They will have to wake up, and that's what's going to happen in 2025. We probably will have a really bad recession in Europe, and the Europeans will have to wake up to the reality that they are not the owners of the world, that they are not the aristocracy of the world. And because Trump is also not going to play with that stupidity anymore. He wants to make deals. He wants to make transactions. And yeah, go on, Bigari.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick remark about ideological warfare. Like, I still think that if you ask any regular Joe in the poor country, in the global south, like even like Eastern Europe, blah, 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 if you have a chance to just teleport to other country and start living your life, the majority, like 90% will answer, I want to go to United States. Like, and it will not change anytime soon. United States will still be the biggest attraction to the people that want to start, because the maybe American dream died inside the United States, but it still lives outside the United States. People are still believing that they can start all those Italian refugees living for United States in the beginning of 20th century. They can start something and become something. United States, and this ideological win by the US will not go away anytime soon, because people will still be unreasonably maybe attracted to United States. Like if you go and live in Russia, it's probably better to start living in Russia from zero, because you can get a shit ton of land, you can do your own business, farm, blah blah blah. But people will still be attracted to United States, somewhat less to Europe, and it's not easy to change the mind of the people. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe regular kids in Africa want to go to China and Russia, but I don't think so.
Okay, I have to agree with you, Bigger. You're 100% correct. But I've got a message for my fellow African. If you are in your 20s, full of energy, please stay where you are.
No, I would like to.
That bullshit about American dream or European dream is fucking bullshit. Please stay where you are.
Listen, I think we can find a middle ground. I would like to say to all those African gentlemen, please go to the UK at once.
So super chat.
It's a wonderful place, and they will welcome you with open arms. And,
especially
Yeah, you're gonna
It's a
feel at home.
garden over there.
I know.
It's
know.
a
Like,
garden.
You're gonna feel
I
super at
know
home.
at the
Charles
moment.
feels that you build the fabric of
know.
his society to the moon, and so you
No.
should grab all your fellows and you should
I
head straight to
know.
London and improve that place immeasurably.
Super chat.
You know,
So
I know.
wait, let me read.
Yeah.
So super chat. Effie said, I wish Africa was insignificant, but the fact that Blinken can have TV channels banned on the continent tells me otherwise. And there's another one. Tell me otherwise. And then Madeline Takam wrote, we have all the resources. We also have the people, 1.6 billion. The 9 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. And the NGS, Bigari is the star of this season of DPA Open Mind. Yeah, that
I just wanted
be
to
seen,
like
you know.
because that super chat was aimed at me because I said Africa is
Come on.
insignificant.
Can you
I
put
said that
the
Africa.
second? Can you put the second super chat back?
This one.
Yes. You know, we need to stop believing that bullshit. Yes.
Really,
We
how?
need to stop. Yeah?
Educate
You know,
us.
this is the. I've been seeing that shit for more than 10 years. Yeah, the fastest growing economy.
Yeah, if you go from shit to
I
less
don't know
shit,
where.
you're
I
fast
don't know.
growing.
I don't know which part
That's
of
true, bro.
Africa, but it's all bullshit. This is the kind of thing the West use so as Africans can be happy. Because if you go back to Africa, there is nothing like that. Nothing at all. It's all
Well, you
bullshit.
can say whatever you like about, like, when you start talking about this macroeconomic data, I mean, how can you check, right? You can say literally whatever you like. It's not like someone can go check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if your
That's
child
the
get
kind
only
of
1
thing
point
you're
in
gonna
that,
see in the West media. That's bullshit.
so what Bigari said was correct. So imagine your child got only 1 point upon 100 in the exam, and then the next exam, your child got 10 points. He improved 10 freaking times, 1,000%
Yeah,
improvement.
1,000%.
But you still fail. You still fail the exam.
Well, it's like all this data about the International Monetary Fund about how much billions of people were lifted out of poverty, you know, because now they win $1.6 a day, you know. It's the same thing.
They go to Africa, they
But
build a village, just for 10 people, and this is all over the news.
no, but
We're
there is
gonna
some
build
truth
more.
to
We're
it.
gonna build more. 10 years later, that 10.
But there is some truth in the sense that yes, like 1 ounce of development in a place where there's none is still a remarkable change. And also on the other side, you also have a massive amount of unexploited like potential there. So at least we can say that it has potential for growth, both in population and in all forms of development, like infrastructure and technology, and like everything can be developed there because it's not developed. Go on.
Yeah, the potential is huge, and we should take that into account. And we also see that, in a way, infrastructure is growing in Africa like never in any other place. Infrastructure in Europe is breaking down. In Africa, is being built for the first time. It doesn't mean that it's always very well built, but it's being built. We see cities developing. Of course, it will be very difficult because most of these cities grow too much in a very unsafe and not very healthy way, but they are developing. We see big developments of many cities in Africa. And this development is also bringing something very interesting, which is industrialization. So we see many countries developing a lot, like Kenya and Ethiopia, especially Ethiopia. But it's interesting, and we had a guy from Ethiopia here, talking about the macroeconomical data. So macroeconomically, Ethiopia is one of the fastest industrializing countries in Africa. But if you ask Ethiopians, they don't live very well. This is not bringing them the prosperity that you would expect with industrialization by itself. But it will improve with time. It's a question of it will come. normally all the incipient industrialization is always very unfair and very dishumane, and somewhere in
Ask
time
the
it will
British
improve.
how much they enjoyed their own period of industrialization.
Well, they were really mean to their own kind. So, and the same did the Japanese, the Germans, and even the Chinese. So whenever we talk about India industrializing, being the next China, I don't want to be mean, but India won't be that, because the free will in India is too big. And people are not willing to be told by the states what they need to do, but the state is more or less more correct about what is need to be done, not the free will, and in that, not even the market, because the market is full of many unproductive variables inside. So in that sense. But nevertheless, the thing is that there, for the first time in many, many, many years, there is a sense of a positive sense of development, at least for Africa and many South Asian countries and Southeast Asian countries, and this needs to be recognized. Where I find myself a bit more skeptical is about Latin America. Latin America is actually stagnating a lot. It's staying behind in many sense. It's not that things are going backwards, but they are developing in a very slow way. So they're also, like Europeans, going to stay behind. Perhaps they will wake up. I'm not sure. Go on, Wyatt.
So I just want to because I talk about the DPA Open Mic, the final voting, the Speaker of the Year in the beginning. So a lot of people have joined since. So I just want to highlight again, the final voting is now on. So only the YouTube live chat can do the poll. So only the YouTube main channel and the Open Mic channel's live chat, there is the polling for the final voting. So do vote. And however, the vote result they are seeing now is not the actual result, because it will be tabulated together with the voting on Telegram, which already concluded, as well as the original voting on the Google form. So all the numbers add on together, then you're gonna have the final result. And it's pretty close actually right now.
By the way, I think we should count the vote by super chat.
No, that would be like that would be very capitalist of me. It's not nice.
Okay.
So I avoid doing that.
I can say that, I'm not gonna get a quid from that. So super chat vote is valid. Go on, people. Start voting.
One more super chat. Why is DPA Jesus working the land? Can he just transform the seed into food or something? No more powers because he's upset he's fated. Gabriel, you need to answer this.
Yeah, to be honest, you need to go to Africa and help us.
Look, guys, it's super easy to do things with omnipotency. Like, the only reason why I would become a man and dwell amongst men is to find the joy in the difficulty of menial tasks. Okay, being a god is super boring. And by the way,
if to vote for him,
you could make a super chat count for 10 votes, Wyatt, so you can make a DPA an oligarchy.
Yes.
Oh.
Sound like
very evil.
But okay, there is one.
That's
big.
But one more thing.
The money face,
That's big super chat.
Later you become money face.
One more thing. Oh, you can make it like every super chat counts for 10 votes, like or a vote each dollar. Like every dollar is equal to a vote.
Yeah, I feel very evil if I do that. It's like it's like I'm monetizing you guys. It's not nice. I really want to be like so evil.
Yeah,
one more super chat. This is a very, very expensive super chat. So
that's the biggest super chat I've seen.
Yeah, Madeline Tiger, £50. That's a lot. So it's peculiar that you all think you know much about Africa. 5 million in South Africa live on our compassion. I suggest not to push our patience too far. Over 40% of all African women in Europe are not married to easygoing Africans. Actually, I don't understand fully. You guys understand?
Well, I think she is making a,
No.
a criticism
Can I
about.
Prada,
go on.
there's like two people with fingers up. Bigari, please.
Let Bigari answer first.
Okay. Can I answer? Like, maybe we don't know much about Africa, but I know more about the people that control Africa. Like, and when I said that like Africa is insignificant, I didn't say that. I said that it is significant because like you see China, Russia, United States, Europe all rushing to Africa to get some nice piece of cake. That's what I'm talking about. Like. Africa is insignificant in the term of that they don't decide anything. Like a good colonial land, they don't decide anything. Like Ukraine doesn't decide anything. Like, Ukraine only decides when it will die. That's the only decision Ukraine can make. Like Zelensky can make when they will die, because he can go on without support and die a little bit later. That's the only decision. The same is with Africa and with all the countries that are just objects in the geopolitics. That's what I'm talking about. Like, for example, with Mali and Niger, like they just changed the overlord from France and Europeans to Russia, basically, Russia and China, and like now Russia and China is a big brother. That's all. And like, I wanted to make another comment, just an observation that we created in the 20th and 21st century, and the name of the god is progress. Everyone talking about progress. What is progress? No one knows, but we need to progress, we need to improve. That's our own fake god that we created and we worship, the progress. No one knows where it leads, no one knows what the meaning of the progress, but we are all worshiping progress. Even if you make $1 more than yesterday, you are happy because you made progress. Does it bring the happiness to your life? Who knows? But it's just theological like side quest that I'm on. Anyway, Toby.
Yeah, so to address that super chat, which I thought was pretty interesting, there's a hostility there. I suggest you do not push our patients too far. That reminds me of something I saw from South Africa on the news. There was a South African politician essentially threatening a race war against the whites and the extermination of the whites in South Africa, which I thought was really interesting because it's not often that you see that kind of overt threat inside a country. It was also fascinating because there was no awareness that there might be adverse consequences to that. I think to move to Bigari's point, what is progress? We do have to be careful. There is a saying that the Europeans are so poor that the only thing they have is money, and there's a bit of truth in that, right? This thing we call progress, to a large extent, it's just a percolation of technology around the globe. Like if you listen to the British scientists discovered everything, right? But it's kind of not true. It's like there were scientists in Russia who discovered things. There are scientists all over the world who discovered things. And then that technology percolates around the world. One of the interesting things about China now is that China wants to develop new technologies, right? And the West says, "Oh, you're behind. Well, maybe not in all things, but as technology spreads around, you're going to see progress as people adopt technologies all over the world. The other thing about Africa is it is a colony, right? Like it has been colonized, so it's part of this this new world order of corporations and colonized peoples. I don't know how much sense it makes to talk about like the determination of those states, the self-determination. It is fairly difficult for any country to escape the global colonial system. And I don't mean that like you're escaping some grand conspiracy, But the reality is, if you cut yourself off from international trade, you've got to be self-sufficient. And unless you're someone like Russia, and even Russia hasn't cut themselves off from international trade, right? They're still trading with China and Central Asia and India, and those are big places, right? So they're not at all cut off. But if you were to truly go it alone as an independent nation, it would be very, very difficult, because there's a lot of technologies you couldn't adopt because the supply chains for most high technologies are very complex and require inputs from all over the world. And that's true of every country, except perhaps places like America, that has so much resources, of such a wide spectrum of resources, from energy to minerals to intellectual ability. But look, I do think we need to be careful about talking about Africa as though it's the master of its own destiny. What country in Africa has the ability to project military power? I would say almost none. Like, perhaps I'm ignorant, but even really big countries like Nigeria, they have no capacity to project power militarily, right? Which is really kind of interesting when you think about it. And I don't say that's because, the people of Africa are useless. I would say that's because they're colonies, right? And colonies generally don't have the ability to project power. It's also difficult to understand how a colony in the modern world could become a country that can project military power, because they're tied into the global supply chain. So anyway, I'll pass it on to Prada or Voz, whichever wants to speak.
Yeah, just want to be quick. About the military power. I don't think France can beat Algeria or Morocco in a war. That's all I'm going to say.
That's more telling about France than Algeria and Morocco.
So I just want to address some of the super chats. So these people starting to like vote a super chat for votes. So yeah. So I will start counting because it would be not fair if people throw money and then I don't count. So 10 for Vaun by ASCII, and then Voss put Naked Jesus We Trust, that's 10 votes, and then the NGS voted for Bigari, courageous Bigari, 10 votes. Yeah, but I don't want to encourage this because it feels very weak.
Come on, that's all they can do.
This is like EU voting, man. Are we in Romania or what?
Yeah, it's an EU vote. These are EU votes. No, it's like
we trying to help DPA.
Western values, man.
Yeah,
these are the Western values.
So FE actually replied to Bigari, saying that he agrees with him because Africans don't control Africa, and Africa is significantly behind. But Africans don't control Africa, but Africa is significant behind the scenes. Okay, so
yes, I agree.
And I just want to add also one point. I actually agree that none of the African countries have the power abilities to project power like Nigeria. Like what Toby said, like Nigeria don't even dare to go into Niger, because it's like they know that it's going to be quite a rather big disaster if they try. So and they saw all the civil wars happening around Africa. The war don't end because they don't have the capability to overwhelm each other. So the war will just keep on fighting non-stop, like Sudan, and like Libya. Nobody can win. So but I also agree that France going to Algeria, they will never win. So unless they dare to go back to a few hundred years ago where they go in and they massacre everyone. If they dare to do that, then they can win the war. But if they go by modern standards of humanity and ethics, you can never win a war with ethics, against like a country where it's totally against you. So that's what I think. So I think next is Prata, right?
Yeah. By the way, well, Angola can beat most of the European countries without the NATO.
Yeah, help. Sure they can. They can.
There's 10 votes for Prata, but Prata is not in the final vote.
It's not the fight this time. Well, I wanted to bring you to Bigari touched something very important that has been changing our lives. we knew when the globalization started, when we were talking about the internet, the globalization of the information space started. Many scholars predicted that we will see some kind of regionalization of globalization somewhere in time. It would be a question of time because the technologies were becoming more and more affordable and more transactionable and transportable to other places. I think open source, the movement of open source in internet helped a lot to decentralize many of the technological developments that we are seeing today. And in going into it, I wanted to say that we are coming to a technological development stage where let me say something like this. Before, the technological development we had was based that some could live in that luxury and the other ones could not be living it. So there was a big gap between the ones living very well and the other ones not living very well, and there was a direct correlation of it. So in many sense, people say, well, what Europeans have been trying to do is to block the development of South America, Southeast Asia, and in Africa in order for them to keep on the surfacing. It is pretty much true. But what happened is that the regionalization of globalization enables now to create new centers of development a bit everywhere in the world. It's not so much important where they are because technology is nowadays so easily transferable. And this is very important to take into account. The other thing that we have to take into account is the extreme development of technology in the last 30 years, to the point that there is no need anymore for just a few to live very well and the rest to live work for the very few. We have enough technology today to be spread around the globe and improve people's lives in a very decent way and democratic way. And this process is happening. The problem, though, is that many times the transference of technology it goes in a very disproportional way. So we see people with mobile phones in Africa, but we still don't have water treatment stations, sews, or highways, or other basic infrastructure. This is also part of technology. So this disproportion of development in terms of transference of the technology to the poorer countries, to the ones that were being subject or were being blocked from development, it's there, but I believe that this will be surfaced somewhere in time, because we saw many, especially the Central Asian countries. I was very surprised how this happened also disproportionately in terms of what we saw in other countries, and it worked very well. So places like Georgia, Armenia, or many Eastern European countries, they were able to make this gap. Although, okay, I know I'm comparing potatoes with apples, because the thing is that these countries sometimes already had very good infrastructure, especially from the communist time. Anyways, the point is, there is no reason for some parts of the globe to keep underdeveloped for other parts to develop. We have enough technology for everybody to live well. We need also to destroy these prejudice from the head of many Western strategists. There is no reason why China development that will block the development in the United States or in Europe. If they want, they can also develop, but they've chosen not to, because their mindset is still on the point we are better than the others, so we don't need to do it. So that was my point. And Africa is going to develop very well in the future. And in terms of power projection, the Africans have been very regional themselves. They have been power projecting within themselves, being backed by the big superpowers. That's also true. But they have been getting out of the box, power projecting within their borders as well. So let's also not look at it down. There is some important things. We see some countries in Africa coming up. It's Nigeria, it's Senegal, it's Kenya. They are power projection toward within their armed forces and their strength. Let's take into account that Kenya was paid by the USA to send troops to Haiti. I don't think they made any difference there, but they are doing it. So we have to take this into consideration. The Africans on the other side have to be more self-aware and have to want more. And in wanting more, they will be able to develop more. But that's their problem. If Bigari is also brings us to the other dimension, which is the dimension that everybody has an overlord. Yes and no. Everything has its balancing. Not everybody is under an overlord. You always have your space of agency. So never see people like victims and perpetrators. Everybody has their space of agency. Everybody can find a way to become exponentially better than it was supposed to be. Go on, wait.
Sorry, I just want to say super chat. Then, yeah, so a lot of super chats. FV actually replied, the only truly independent and sovereign states that are those with nukes. Ability to defend is a condition for independence and sovereignty, which I agree. There was this 10 foot for Prata, which I mentioned already. And then Madeline Takam add on. She says that she lived in Europe with a white husband, just like many other African women. The capacity for pure hatred for his husband is only surpassed by his wealth. You're dreaming if you think Africa stands alone. And then NGS asked about what will happen to the Russian gas through Ukraine, which is, I think, one of the major developments over the past week, the news that was being talked about. And ASCII asked me not to cancel their paid votes. No, the Romanian government did to their votes. So 10 votes for naked Jesus, so his father forgives his sin. Yeah, amen. So yeah, so because you guys keep throwing, so I have no choice. I have to start counting it. So
naked
yeah,
Jesus was gonna win.
Voss, right? Or Voss then Bigari, I think. Voss.
I asked minimum price for 10 fingers. 10 votes and fingers.
Bit of hush, Lambo. Respect your finger.
Do you want me to put my dick there so I can have 11?
No. Later you cause the whole open mic to shut down.
Come on, I put my finger in the air. Fuck.
Okay, go on, Mr. Lambo.
No, continue.
It's Bigari, right?
Man, respect the finger. I will finger you, man. Huh?
What?
What the fuck?
Okay.
It's enough flirting from you guys.
I just want to pivot using what Wyatt said about conventional war and just massacring everyone. Since it's the last open mic of the year, and we are maybe looking back at some things. I want to look back at it's not my thought. I stole it, so I complete disclosure. But when people talk about how drones have changed the war, there is an opinion, and I kind of agree with it, that drones on the modern battlefield are just the modern shovels. You are going back to drones when you don't have other means. And Russia right now is single-handedly, by its own design, fucking restricting its military with using drones. They have the capability to just fucking eliminate Ukraine from the face of the earth, but they are fighting on the level terms with Ukraine and using drones. They can just strike every fucking city, destroy any bridge on the Dnieper, and fuck every logistics. They do anything they want, but they are going back to fighting with FPV drones and all that shit. FPV drones are the modern day shovel that when you don't have artillery, when you don't have jets, superiority in the air, and you can only defend yourself with FPV drones. And Russia is they don't want to go in and massacre every Algerian, to Wyatt said, like, for example, every Ukrainian. So they are fighting, they are bringing themselves to the level of Ukrainian army and fighting with basically, like, you are coming to that solution when you don't have anything else. Like,
Big
that's
facts.
that's like opinion that I saw, and I completely agree with it. Like, basically, like, Russia can just win the war in a couple of days by just destroying every Ukrainian city with firepower they have. But they are fighting with drones and suffering casualties because they don't want to be bad guys. That's all.
I mean, I can see your point to a certain extent, but if you look at like Kursk, they have complete air superiority over Kursk. It gets bombed at will. Whenever they find the Ukrainians there, they pin them down with drone strikes and artillery and air strikes. And I mean, that's the same way it is everywhere. I mean, if they're using drones, it's because they got them to use probably at this point. It's really probably not a lack of artillery, I don't think, by any means. And certainly with the Air Force or the air defense being degraded, I think only in certain areas you're going to have a problem where you can't drop. But they're obviously still fabbing areas out as far as Pokrovsk and stuff. So that means there's probably little or no air defense in that area, you know, to where they can get close enough to drop. And they're dropping at what, like 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet for those glide bombs. And they're dropping what, 30 or 40 kilometers out. So, I mean, I think they just I just think they have enough drones. And then you were saying yourself earlier about as they take some areas, there's going to be more troops freed up. And it's like, why waste guys when you can just send drones up, find guys, either take them out with a quick drone strike if it's not very many, or call in some mortars or artillery, or if it's a heavy position that's got a lot of guys in it, then you fab it. And then, you know, maybe you try to assault it or go probe it and see what happens. Maybe you take some casualties, or maybe you just send drones up there and keep bombing it for 3 or 4 days. You saw what they did between like Berdichi and where they're at now. You know, it's like they would move up, stop, bomb it, move up, stop, bomb it. I mean, that's the same thing. I think the drones are being used along with everything else. I don't think there's, you know, any like shortage of firepower for the Russians to put on the Ukrainians. Maybe it's just more high. Maybe those just get more play. So it seems like there's more.
Yeah, if I can
Toby.
jump in here. Yeah, listen, I think what Bigari is saying here is like, this is really big facts. The reality is that if Russia wanted to wage war the way America waged war in Iraq, there's nothing stopping them. They could drop every bridge on the Dnieper. They could cripple the logistics. They could destroy water treatment plants, resulting in literally millions of deaths within weeks. And they could butcher Ukraine and the civilian population, which is the traditional way of doing war, right? So the question is, why don't they, right? I don't think it's purely like because they're afraid of being the bad guys as such. That's one way of putting it, I guess. But another way of putting it is all warfare is just politics by other means, to quote Clausewitz, right? Like, what is the end game? What do Russia want? Well, arguably what NATO want is for Russia to nuke Ukraine and to butcher millions and millions of Slavs, right? Because that weakens the Russian sphere of influence. What's NATO's big concern at the moment? Well, take them at what they say. Mark Rutte, the first thing he said as head of NATO was, we have to support Ukraine because otherwise we will have to fight the Ukrainian army when they flip over to America, right? That's an astonishing thing to say out loud. Because imagine you're in the Ukrainian army and you hear NATO saying that like their major concern is that they don't have to fight you next, right? Like that's some real brotherly love there. So Russia is playing a game of politics here. They want Ukraine in their sphere of influence. They don't want to occupy a nuclear crater in the ground, having butchered tens of millions of people who are closer to them culturally and ethnically than they are to NATO. It would suit NATO down to the ground for Russia to do that. It would also make Russia look terrible on the world stage, but I don't think that's really a major concern. The other thing is, okay, so why are Russia not just annihilating Kursk? Why are they leaving a kill zone there? Well, it ties into the overall strategy that the Russians are using. The Russians are not trying to get a knockout blow on Ukraine. They're trying to choke Ukraine out, and they're doing it very successfully. You know, Ukraine is such an economic drain on Europe now that it's becoming the prize that nobody can afford to win, right? And think of the cost if Russia had to occupy a hostile Ukraine that's just lost millions of people because there's no water treatment plants and there's no infrastructure, right? That's a terrible undertaking. Like, the economic cost to Russia would be awful. Not only that, the social cost. You know, you have to send all these Russian troops in to occupy a country that you've just butchered. That's not going to be that's not going to be good for Russian morale. So Russia is quite content to just choke Ukraine out and wait for a political solution. And I wonder if we can pivot to this issue of the gas, the transit through Ukraine to Slovakia, because Fico's comments are very, very interesting, right? There's a brouhaha evolving between Fico and Zelensky just at the moment. Fico is saying that Fico is the head of Slovakia, who was subject to an assassination attempt by a Ukrainian supporter not long ago. He has said there is no way while he's in power that Ukraine enters NATO, right? So that's a major problem for Ukraine. What does Zelensky say in return? Zelensky starts speaking about how, you know, Fico doesn't share our European values and blah, 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 and he's a threat to world order and so on and so forth, right? The reality is Europe is hurting economically because of this war. And we can see this in the German industrial indices. We can see it throughout Europe. Even America doesn't want to spend the billions and billions supporting Ukraine. So the Russian strategy of choking Ukraine out appears to be working extremely well. The other thing that informs Russian strategy is they don't have the lives to spare, right? The Russian demographics are not rosy. It's not like everybody in Russia has 8 kids and they can afford to send 4 to the military. This is actually a reality around the world. Nobody really has young men to spare, including Europe, right? It's like France and the UK talk about putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, and they may even do that in order to prop up the regime. They may have to if that's what they deem proper. But it's a bit of a myth. The entire armed forces of the UK could fit, and this is Air Force, Navy, and Army, could fit inside Wembley Stadium, and you still have empty seats. The UK could send every single one of their soldiers.
That's Russian propaganda.
They could send every single one of their soldiers to Ukraine, and arguably it wouldn't make much of a difference. So unless the West is prepared to use high technology, i.e. nukes, and start a thermonuclear war against Russia, the ability for the West to project power in that theater is actually quite limited. So I think that, you know, we should probably talk about the economic situation of Europe, because that's where this war is being decided politically. How long can Europe afford to keep economically supporting this war, especially if Trump pulls the plug on it economically? So that's why I think Bigari is correct to say these drones, they're not the cutting edge of military technology. The cutting edge of military technology is still thermonuclear weapons. And in that sense, the Oroshnik is without doubt the cutting edge of military technology, because a missile coming down at Mark 12 or Mark 10, if you're cynical, right? Good luck intercepting that, right? And those things can carry nuclear warheads. And so we're now in a situation where air defense and this idea that you're going to defend against nuclear strikes, it's outrageous fantasy at the moment. And so the West, yeah, we have a massive nuclear deterrent, and we have a massive nuclear first strike capability. But beyond that, it's getting sketchy. And so I think that, you know, we need to appreciate the economic aspect of Russian strategy. But I'll pass over to Wyatt.
Super chat. I say first. So Effie replied, I assume Fico was being okay, just nice, Bigari is back. So Effie said that this is actually for Bigari. Effie said, I assume Fico was being pragmatic, but Max Sloboda refers him as Slavophile. Does that mean friendliness towards Russians? Is the Russian Federation viewed as something different from Russia? So
No.
Okay. Hold on. Toby, I agree with 95% of things you said, apart from the UK army. You really need to go east on King Charles, please. Okay, Bigari, go.
Like Slavophile is Slavs are living in Serbia also. So are Serbia Russia or no? Like Slavophile is not the only Russia. Like people just live in the what's it called? Stereotypes.
Slavosphere.
All Slavs live in Russia, but it's not true. Like if you're Slavophile, you love all Slavs. Be it in Serbia, be it in Belarus, be it in Russia, Ukraine, those living in Bulgaria or Moldova, like it's the big culture of Slavophilia that was popular at the turn of the century, 20th century, beginning of 20th century. There was a big movement of Slavophiles, like. Why Nicholas II came to the call of Serbians when Austria-Hungary Empire decided to declare the war? Because he was protecting Slavs in Serbia and Slav and Orthodox people there. So it's not like that. Yeah.
So, Toronto Brad super chat. Rich African woman in London, more 50 super chat. So, and I think next, who is next? I just now Voss was talking. Then Voss, who is after you?
How
think
dare
I can
still
go
Lambo,
next.
right?
Wyatt.
Everyone wants to go
The
next.
picture with 100,000
Nah,
fingers.
I think
Vaun
it's Mr.
been
Lambo. Lambo's
waiting.
fingers
I
is
think
quite tired.
Stamping,
Vaun got a thing to say.
Yeah,
No.
and sorry, one more.
Anyone except Lambo.
Toby has
Fuck
so
you,
far
Toby.
put forward the most coherent argument I have heard yet. So,
Yeah, but
Well, that's Toby for you.
I wanted actually to. I voted for myself, but normally in the top four, I prefer to have Toby and one of the four because Toby was a lot of times very good, and I agree a lot of
No,
what
Toby
just said. I agreed a lot what Toby just said.
We need to ban Toby.
No, maybe we just need to put him in a cage or something like that. ring, get me out of here. That's it. For the rest, he can speak. He's good in speaking. So, but Kursk was just an attempt, in my opinion, to destabilize Russia that totally failed. Russia didn't fall in the trap of Ukraine and that one, and they just said, if you not go too close on our nuclear power plants, we're just going to take our time to put you out, and that's it. And Ukraine did actually put all the basic equipment and all that shit in Kursk, and they left everything from the front. That destroyed Ukraine and himself. The reason also why that Putin decided to not just destroy Ukraine and leave the civilians alone is it's the first time we saw that in a war situation. And the reason is actually very easy. Ukraine is like, how many Russians are living in Ukraine? You're not going to kill your own citizens, your own people, your own blood. You don't do that. So I think Putin decided to not do like Israel did with Palestine, for example, to not just target and destroy everything. We don't see a situation like we saw in the Second World War. We don't see a situation like we saw in the First World War, and then even other wars. He's like respecting you in a certain way, the Ukrainian people. No, what he's doing is destroying their morals. And to hope they're going to leave Ukraine. I think the borders are pretty open to go to Russia if they want to. To Europe is maybe another story. But I think we never saw a war like that for civilians. We are speaking reasonably high numbers of casualties and civilians, but never been that low. Never, never, ever, ever. And the reason is he respected the people of Ukraine. Also, maybe for the future, if they're going to annex completely Ukraine, we don't know, or take over completely Ukraine, is going to have maybe a better morale with these peoples, and maybe, I don't know, just guessing, but I see that as a reason. He's respecting these people much more than we are thinking. So yeah, we will see how everything is going to turn out. Kursk is just a joke. I say this from the beginning. It is a one-way ticket for these soldiers. It's actually happening like that. The North Korean, that the propaganda is playing, okay, they are there, okay, whatsoever, not making a big change. And yeah, I agree a lot with Toby. The Orishnik is, I just waiting for a second strike. How are they going to test that Orishnik on a second strike? Where are they going to do that? What is the target? Is the air defense going to work? I see Putin launching an Orishnik and one of the military bases full of Patriot defense systems, and then after the strike, Putin like doing little interviews, say, "Told you can't shoot it down. Told you. Be afraid, guys. Be afraid." Yeah, for me, it's a weapon of the year. It's a weapon of the year next to the Fabs. Number 2 is Fabs. Number 3 is the fiber optic drones. That's my.
The voting result is actually going that direction, like very similar.
Yeah, it's a logic direction. The Orishnik is like the latecomer, but it can be for 2025 a very big game changer in strategic important targets. They're not going to use it like nothing, but they need to target something. F-16s. We're hearing more and more about an F-16 a bit shut down. No, but it's going to be a very important strategic. It's going to be NATO have lost to Russia, of course. Of course.
How much did you get paid to say
I think
that?
Putin is just a very good chess player. If I can respond to the super chat, Putin is just a good chess player, and we will see what the future is going to be. I don't know who was next.
So me. Wait. Toronto Brad super chat. Ukraine, NATO, USA have lost to Russia, and also this one. I want to add one more term about this. Actually, Toby was almost in the final voting. He lost to Vojin by 1 vote, like literally just 1 vote.
Guess where this vote coming from? United Kingdom, not me.
There's a lot of hate for Australia in the world. It's what can I say? You all have animal envy. I mean, look at Bigari. He's dying over there because he has no national animal. That's pretty.
Our national animal is pig, man.
Hey,
I'm
come
mindful
on.
of the prayer of St. Francis. Let me understand rather than be understood. Yeah. What are we talking about?
Come on. The South African guy.
Say the truth, Bigari.
He's been waiting. South African guy.
Your national animal is Saluzhny.
South African
So
guy.
counting
Been
thief, you want
waiting.
to say something? The counting thief have came on for a long time.
No, I was just gonna come on and talk about Africa, but you guys have moved on, so yeah.
Don't worry, you can always bring it back later. So now, I think Brendan.
Africa welcome.
Brendan haven't speak yet. Brendan haven't come on for a long time as well.
Have you guys covered China yet in the pod? I haven't listened until about 30 minutes ago.
Not yet.
Hey, but we were just starting.
I'm happy.
We were just starting. We were just starting with
We need to
I would
stop.
actually like to. I would like to hear from Counting if he does want to talk about Africa.
We need to stop.
He's
We need to
articulate.
stop.
Before we change the tema, I would like to say I would like to say something about Fico, if you allow me. So Fico has a story.
But wait a moment, that Wyatt is reading the super chat.
Sorry. So Toronto Brad said that, which is actually the major news over the week as well. China revealed 2 6th-gen jet, allegedly 6th-gen, one carrier and one carrier which is a amphibious ship, and a high-speed train in one day. So
that's why I was coming on. I wanted to address some of those things and had a question.
I wanted just to finish the topic about Fitch, and then we could move on because it would be interesting for people to take into account. Fitch has a very bad story with has bad blood with Zelensky. It's an old story. Zelensky, he came to way before the war. He came to in a state visit to Kiev, and Zelensky made him wait hours and hours. It was really shameful. And since then, Fico has always been a bit very, how can I say, mistrust of Zelensky. There is a game here. Well, on one side, you have a political game, which is Slovakia and his personal story, trying to show they exist. And they are and using the battle of Ukraine, or presenting Ukraine as a bad guy, helps them in getting some compensations from the European Union, or even to allow them to keep using gas. Because the moment they don't have gas from Russia, they will be in a very bad situation in terms of supplies, in a very inconsistent way of supply of gas, and this is problematic for them. How much is this? On the other side, we see Zelensky making something publicly that all Europeans should be very scared about. He has been used to bully people in a way, mostly indoors, but now he came out to the information space, bullying a country, one of a NATO country, or a European Union member state, and he is threatening that country. There was some information from Putin saying that the Slovak security service arrested some guys, some Ukrainian guys. They wanted to sabotage energetic infrastructure in Slovakia. And now that Fico also presented that attempt of Zelensky to pay 500 million to Fico for him to shut up, and he made it public, the situation is becoming more and more evident that Zelensky is becoming a threat for the European Union, and Fico is trying to present that also in terms of their weapons in the European Union, because he's one of, like Orban, one of those guys that the European Union establishment doesn't really like. So I would give back the voice for China. If there is nothing else to be said about Fico, whoever wants to jump in, please go on.
There is something about Brandon, I think. Okay, go on.
Sorry,
Brandon.
Can I just say about Fico? Just 2 minutes, okay?
Hurry.
Fico is like, you need to understand, like, people
I'll
are
just keep
framing
working
him
out.
as a Russian agent or something. Same with Orban. He's the agent of Trump in Europe. Like, same with Orban. He is just messaging. He is messenger between Trump and Putin. Same as with Orban, and people are completely like fucking don't understand that. That's like he's saying things that Trump wants him to say publicly. Like what he said to Zelensky after the recent one. Like, I'm not your servant. I understand that Western politicians for political gains give you everything, but I'm not your servant. I have my own country and my own country interest. That was his message to Zelensky. Like he posted it on Facebook. That's the same
not
message.
politics either. Slovakia is sending 20% of their electricity to Ukraine now. Meanwhile, Slovakians have to pay for their electricity, right? So every Slovakian voter is paying huge amounts for electricity while they're watching 1/5 of their country's electricity supply go to Ukraine. These are real things, right? The economic pain for Europe is very real. And meanwhile, you've got Zelensky. He can't even be bothered to put on a suit and tie and have a shave. And I think people are getting a bit, like the thing about Zelensky, he's manifestly living in a kind of fantasy world. He thinks he's very special. He turns up to international events and he can't even be bothered to dress for the party. He's special. You know, he doesn't have to have a shave. He doesn't have to wear a suit and tie because he's special. He can speak about European values and speak for the whole world because he's so very special. Like, you're not going to get much love.
If you know something about him, he's believing that he always believes that, and what he said, like that Slovakian security services should check on Fico and his visit to Putin because he's making some personal gains. Like he's calling for security services of other country to check the leader of other country. Like he's off the cliff. Like and what's more funny is that some organization like it's called United for Ukraine that is in Slovakia actually sends a request for Slovakian security services to check on Fico. Like so, like he's directly interfering in the dealings of other countries. Like he's calling for Slovakia and Hungary to be excluded from EU. He's calling for that. Like
Yeah, and he's not even in EU. But the thing is that he can do that because he's a spoiled brat of the West that has them by the balls to a certain extent, because like he probably has, like Toby says often and quite rightly so, I believe, that he's got all the receipts for all the money laundering that's been happening towards Ukraine. Don't want to say anything that complicates our friend here, but yeah, we gotta be all very thankful to Fico, because it's probably thanks to him that we can have Bigari right now here. Like if not, he wouldn't have electricity probably. But yeah, it's ridiculous because
come on, naked Jesus. I think it's time to talk about communism. Brandon is here for that.
So super chat. In the South China Sea, the USA cannot beat China. So Brendan, go.
Well, that was kind of what I wanted to talk about. I can't sit at my desk and talk for 3 hours. I got to work out while I'm doing it. I'm going on a ski trip. I got to get in shape. So
good for you.
Yeah. So one of the things that came up recently, kind of in line with what you've been discussing on here, is of all the economies right now that are struggling, I would say China's in the worst shape. They've overbuilt, and they've, their population's in a pretty steep decline. And I think just like Russia, if Russia was going to make a move in Ukraine, this was the window of time that they could, both economically and demographically. Putin knew that. And if they're going to establish or kind of stave off what looks like a slow managed decline for Europe generally, but Russia has its own challenges there. It seems like China's going to be even worse off from what it appears, and their window of time is rapidly closing. And all of their technological advancement and their shipbuilding and everything is really, they have invested wisely there, and it's all peaking right now. Everything's coming online. It's ready to go. If there's a window of time where they could make a move on Taiwan or in any other move down there, this is the window, especially between the Biden and Trump administration. You could hit it right now when there's kind of that no clear hand at the wheel in the United States. This would be the moment, especially with civil unrest kind of breaking out in China over some of the economic problems that they're facing, and frankly, some pretty poor choices that have been made. I feel like this would be the moment. And the thing that concerns me is this is a similar situation to the Japanese in the build up to Pearl Harbor. You have to make a move, but do you strike Pearl Harbor and knock out the U.S. fleet and potentially unleash the United States as a major opponent, or do you go ahead and make your move and hope that they don't retaliate, which is a really unclear gamble right now about what's going to happen. So I think China's in the same position. They've got Guam would be the perfect target. They've built their whole military and their navy around isolating and preventing Guam from reinforcing Taiwan. And they have, I think Xi Jinping has a real big dice roll here. He can either make that move. I mean, there's three options. Don't make the move and just not have something to rally your country around at this really difficult moment. make the move and hope the United States doesn't back Taiwan, which is it's a pretty good bet, I think. I think the United States people don't really want to make that happen. We don't want to go dying for computer chips. But the third thing is destroy Guam and bring the U.S. into the war and really, really officially start World War III if it hasn't already started. So I'm curious what you guys think of those three options if China's going to make that move, because I don't think they're going to have a window after this month to make that move.
It's a very good observation and all the things. In fact, I also did mention that I think 1 year ago, at least in the open mic, like, no, I think this is also like, if the China don't do it now, then there's no more chance later. Yep. So,
I'll go back to my elliptical and wait for your response.
I'm going to interject here because this is a bit of a misreading of history. Japan didn't attack Pearl Harbor because it was an opportunity, right? What happened was the US stopped oil supplies to Japan, right?
Well, that's what I said. I mean, I said they
had
to.
No,
Japan
hang on. Right. Well, here's the analogy. If global trade stops, right, for whatever reason, and China is put in a position where it has to exert regional dominance in order to keep its economy afloat and its people fed, then that's analogous. And here's the thing. China is not going to initiate World War III for a whole bunch of good reasons. Like, they're not insane, but also on a more practical level, they depend on global trade more than anybody else for their power, right? So why would they destroy a system of international trade and start off a catastrophic war? They're not insane, right? It's not like the evil Chinese are waiting for an opportunity to kill everybody. It's like there is a danger of a thermonuclear exchange and a descent into mass world war, but that will come because the boats stop. That will become because of a breakdown in international trade. It won't come because China is like waiting for its opportunity to strike and fears that it will miss out on global dominance if it doesn't. That's a caricature of China, which is like, it's not realistic in my view. But like the other thing that we ought to talk about on this at some stage is there's been some really disturbing developments with global shipping recently. Russian ships getting blown up, ships in the Baltic Sea being boarded by Finland and the rest of it. So it's not impossible to imagine that global trade does break and that China is pushed into a position, right, where for pure, survival, it has to throw the dice. That's an interesting proposition.
Can I respond to that, Toby? Because
as you wish, but respect the finger like I just did. I'm going to go and get a coffee. Hey, Drew.
Lambo,
I waited a while.
Anybody except Lambo can speak now.
I just wanted to point out one thing in response to that. The United States has already started the breakdown of that shipping because the United States is trying to embargo China out of a lot of those things. There's been a response back and forth over high technology, over chips, over...
I'm sorry, Brandon, I'm sorry. In your thought, there is a problem. The whole world is in suspense from Trump to come. So there is no reason to happen right now anything like that. And also, it's a bit like, this is wishful thinking. I'm sorry. China is not going to start a third world war, and that's it. Thank you for your contribution. Most people here don't believe that.
That's pretty condescending, bro.
Lambo is first, then I.
Bigari.
Okay, I will go smoke, so I will just make a quick point that I don't understand the internal Chinese economics and policies, and I personally believe that all the shit that is being fed to the West about how China is doing bad inside is complete fucking nonsense. And the second one, I believe that nothing will happen because the argument that you need to start the war to mobilize the country is stupid one, because like I was talking about before, like to mobilize the country you need to have existential threat. Like Taiwan being part of China is not the existential threat, is a good bonus. It's a good bonus. It will not mobilize the country. It's just completely stupid to think that like we need to start the war so people will forget about all the problems, but the war goal is like completely shit. So people will not forget about the problems because we are living without Taiwan completely fine, and now we need to start the war to get Taiwan back into China, and people will forget about it. It's completely useless war goal. Like it's not existential threat. So okay, Lambo is going next.
No, it's me and then Drew.
Fuck you, Vaun.
No, fuck you, Lambo. I'm just going to say real quick what China's going to continue to do. No, I don't. I'm respecting it. Anyway,
hush, Lambo.
what China's going to continue to do is probably build up its military, build up its navy, and do what it has to do to defend its 9-line territory and assert itself there. But they're not going to try and start a fight or get into a fight. They're just going to reinforce their backyard like they've been doing. So I don't see any change. I don't think there's any opportunity for China right now. And maybe down the road, if America doesn't change and start building ships, they'll finally be far enough ahead to try it. But I think right now China's happy just waiting and building up their military and developing whatever they can and avoiding a war. Drew.
Okay.
No, fuck you, really. Fuck off. That's stupid. That's stupid. I love it, the finger, but I
fuck
don't
you
want to
too,
do it.
Let Mr. Lambo speak. There is time. We normally are here 5 hours. Let Mr. Lambo speak, please. This is ridiculous. Drew, you can wait.
I'm waiting.
Go on,
I'm
Mr.
waiting
Lambo.
for you to finish. I'm waiting for you to finish cussing so he can say what he wants to say.
Come on, Drew,
While you
let's
guys put
respect
your shit
people.
together, while you guys put
Let's
your
see.
shit together, I'm just gonna say that.
No, you're not. Gabriel, you're destabilizing everything. Come on. Let's Mr. Lambo finish. He is offended. He has every right to be offended. And then Drew, that always wants to speak everything very fast, also wants to get you shut up. And you, Gabriel, you might be the most beautiful gay man on earth. You shut up as well. Go on, Mr. Lambo.
Now doing Israel. Everybody just
Mr. Lambo.
Being blasphemous, okay?
Lambo, this is going to be good. Yeah.
Hold your tongue before your soul is damned.
Hey, you're wasting time. You wanted to speak
You are the
all
one
everybody.
talking. Shut up.
First, and guys in the chat, if you want to speak stupid against me, come here and speak to me. I'm going to talk, assholes. Fucking bitches. I love to laugh. I love to use humor. But just fucking respect me a little bit, you know? The only thing that I ask. That's it. About Pearl Harbor first, you forget one big detail about Pearl Harbor is that the carrier fleet wasn't from the United States, wasn't in Pearl Harbor at the moment, and that was a very big mistake of Japan to attack that day. They did a big fuck up at Pearl Harbor because of that. They wanted to destroy the carrier fleet, and they forgot one detail: the carriers were on the sea trial. It was something very important that you need to know also about history about Pearl Harbor, you know? So that's another thing. China, and I always say that, China is fucking evolving very fast. They have a very crazy ship capability. There's one thing, and China knows it also, is they're lacking behind in experience. There's all new guys that are in the army of China, new pilots, all that stuff. You impossibly can do a war right now. They don't even have a very good working carrier fleet. It's just a very new carrier fleet that they're also busy building. So you need to wait years to use them. They're never going to use them right now. That's something that people don't understand. 2035 is not going to happen something with Taiwan. 2026 is nothing going to happen with Taiwan. 2027 never going to happen something with Taiwan because it's all too fresh for China. But we need to take care of China is that they are evolving very fast, and that's becoming very dangerous. Technologically, they're going to go step ahead of everybody if nobody does something about China in the coming 10 years. If you're waiting 10 years, it's going to be too late. If you just look at the planes that's starting to show up, everybody is laughing with these stealth planes. But do you really think that United States is the only country that had working stealth planes? China is a quick learner, and China can go over the United States very fast. And there's a very big problem with the United States. They are not technologically evolving in their war capacity. They are focusing everything on one fucking stupid plane that's calling the F-35 that's been criticized very hard by ex-pilots, pilots. It's just, you have an A and a B and a C type, and the B type is actually the fucking stupid working plane. It's very expensive, and that plane is already oversaturated. They can't make a properly 1% working plane. They need to make multiple planes, upgrading their old planes, what they like doing with the F-15. There's also a reason why they're doing that with the F-15, because they see there is a sort of problem. They want to deactivate the A-10. They doesn't do. They want to deactivate the F-22. They doesn't do. They give it again an upgrade because they know they're going to lack in the future and sort of problems. China is going very fast. Showing these two planes can be a joke. I don't know if they're going to work or not. They are very stealthy, and everybody's trying to go, they're looking like another stale plane for the United States whatsoever. Doesn't matter. It's the shape of the plane that makes it work as a stealth plane. You need to understand it also. There's a reason why you're stealth, is the design of your plane. So they're all going to look like the same together. But China is busy showing that they are evolving technology. And if we're going to wait 10 years longer, it's going to be just too late. That's something we need to understand.
Mr. Lambo, okay.
Yeah.
We need to talk about this 100 quid there.
Yeah, I was first doing my little point for the thing that Brandon said, and that's it. China will only do Taiwan.
So I want to
Can I go now?
cut in because this is the very big
It's a good super shot.
Yeah,
and
she could have single-handedly decided who is the DPA open mic speaker of the year. Anyway, China will not make a move on Taiwan. They have no intention to do so. They don't need to. She knows because she talked to a number of Chinese generals. The Republic Cameroon has military training with programs with China. China only needs to sit and wait. That is its policy.
That's
that
true.
makes me wonder who the hell Madeline actually is. This is very sus. Why does she have high level connections with Chinese generals? Very, very interesting.
Okay, can I go
this
now?
is also interesting about the open mind. We actually have a lot of maybe who's who watching, and then we do not know who. We just think that they are trollers, Yeah. But she definitely made a statement here. Drew.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I got 3 points about Brandon's thing. First, China's economy is not doing badly. It's slowed down from like 5% to like 4.9%. That's not doing badly. Any Western country would dream of having 5% growth. They are all in recession. So it's not doing badly at all. It's growing at a tremendous rate. Second, there is no widespread social unrest in China. What the Western media does is it takes one incident or one crazy guy driving a car into a group of people and say that, there's a huge social unrest in China. It's a country of 1.4 billion people. If you want to see that there is social unrest, you need 4 times more of the amount of crazy incidents in the US than in China. Then you can see that there's social unrest. One isolated incident doesn't prove shit. And if you physically go there, you realize that it's extremely peaceful and safe country. It's the size of Europe. It's got 4 times the number of people from the US. There will be assholes, there will be idiots, there will be crazy people. So you're going to get once in a while some random incident, but that doesn't prove that. Actually, it doesn't show at all that there's any kind of social unrest in China. The last part is a bit more. It's like Brandon views China from the lens of the US. It's like US is like the top dog, and everybody has to focus on the US. Like China will run its strategy based on what the US is doing. China doesn't care about what the US is doing. China cares about what China is doing. So all of the development, the shipbuilding, the high-speed rail, the infrastructure, it's not to fight the US. All of that is to develop China. They don't care about the rest of the world. They care about China. That's how China thinks. The US always has this concept, and US people always has this concept that, you know, the world is looking to them. But it's not true in China's case. China is to China, US is a very important trading partner and is a potential threat. That's it. It's one of many, many potential threats, and is one of its many important trading partners. And you would like to keep the US as an important trading partner, but if the US continues to do dumb shit like, you know, trying to ban things and embargo them, you know, China will react, and he has recently reacted. And he has recently reacted by doing something nobody ever thought they would do, which is ban the export of the minerals required for US to build its weapons. So it's right. So the US needs to stop thinking that China is or anybody needs to stop thinking that China is actually peaking, or it is like trying to react to what the US is doing. China has its own timeline. They are not going to invade Taiwan. There's no need. The strategy for China to get Taiwan back is develop China to such a tremendous amount that Taiwan will come begging to take that back in. That is China's way of getting Taiwan back. And that's their whole strategy. You look at them, they are developing themselves. They are staying out of wars. They are not getting involved. They don't send peacekeeping troops to anywhere. They're just developing China. They're building. They're going to developing countries and they're buying up. You know, they're having long-term contracts for raw materials, long-term contracts for food. They're paying money to have farms built so that they grow food so that China can buy them. They are paying money so that, you know, they can build mines in these countries so that China can buy those raw materials that are then dug out of the ground, all to develop China. That's the lens that you need to see China from. None of that, I want to take over China, I want to fight the US, I want to use my aircraft carriers to go in. The reason they're building up their military is because they know Western countries tend to want to attack them. So they need to defend themselves. So that's why they're building up their military. They're not building up military to start challenging the US. They have no intention to do so.
Okay,
Yeah.
Drew. Okay, Drew. That's enough communism for one day.
But I agree. You know, for China,
I'm
it
not
don't
saying
make
it's
sense.
wrong. I'm not saying
It
it's
don't make
wrong.
sense to go for Taiwan.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but the thing is, we need to
I never
keep
say you are. I never say
communism.
he say he's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just saying we need to
Can I
keep communism
just say-
out of this.
Well,
Can I just
didn't
say
China
one
just ban that guy who was Jackson Hinkle, who's self-proclaimed communist?
Yeah.
China doesn't like communism. Communism killed like how many millions of their own people? Why would they want to let communism spread again in China?
Well, to be fair, there were millions of people dying before communism also. But I just wanted to make a quick comment to what this guy was saying, that you shouldn't follow Peter Sahan. It's a bad influence. It's a disinformation. Don't believe what Peter Sahan says.
Or Glenn Beck, or Glenn Beck. I sent basically kind of what he was talking about. I sent that to Wyatt and Drew and Emotep and a couple of other people that I knew were plugged in on China and Taiwan, and they all pretty much laughed at it or didn't think it was possible or plausible. I mean, if you look at what China's doing with its military, I mean, they have their 9 line, which is basically the South China Sea and that chain of islands off of the south of Japan. I mean, it's basically their backyard. They're not trying to go to California and land troops or invade Hawaii or anything. They're just trying to keep a buffer between the United States and themselves. I mean, it's not really an offensive navy. I mean, they have a lot of ships, but like I said, they're not going to sail across the ocean to go attack America or England or India or any, maybe India. That might be interesting, but
No.
well,
They
I'm
got
just
that
saying,
border. They can
they
just
both
go
got
there.
carriers. There might have to be a throwdown, But no, I'm just saying. I mean, their military is basically built for defense. I mean, it could be powerful. They could be used for obviously offense, but I mean, generally you'd say it's a defensive military buildup. It's not. They're not. they're not getting ready to invade the Philippines or Vietnam or anything like that. They probably don't even have to build up to do that anyway. But I'm just saying, it's more like just to keep people at bay, like stay the fuck away. Look, we got 9,000 missiles, 1,000 J-20s, 4 aircraft carriers. That's all. Just stay away.
I just want to add on to what Drew was saying just now about the Communist Party of China don't like communism per se. The Communist Party of China, the word communist is akin to the Democratic Party of United States. How much they look at democracy. It's like Democratic Party doesn't really like democracy. The Communist Party don't really like democracy.
No, it's like
DPRK. No one in the
Democratic
United States
People's
likes
Republic of
democracy.
Korea. It's not democratic at all.
There is no fucking democracy in the United States. It doesn't matter if you're right
exactly,
or left.
yeah. It's just in the name because they won't change it because that's the original.
They will use the communism when it's convenient for them. Otherwise they are like capitalism. Next is who? I think Counting Thief haven't talked.
Macchiati, go on.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to agree first of all with the lady with the super chat and also with Drew, with the whole idea of waiting, right? So, and it's something we have seen. There's a time an intelligence report came out and it was reported in the U.S. news that China's strategy against the United States is to wait for the United States to implode on itself, right? And it's kind of crazy that they actually put that out there. But it actually makes sense because most Western nations, they act as if there's a window closing on very many things. Like there are a lot of things they have to do fast. For example, if they have to wage any kind of war, it has to be now because it's becoming more and more difficult to wage war because of social media, and also there are very few young people out there of the age of fighting when you look at the ages of these nations or the average of these nations. Secondly, is that it's how also China behaves. Like if you notice, crazy. In like 4 years, Biden has said the name Xi Jinping like 1 million times, but in 1 year, I don't think we've had Xi Jinping say the name Biden even once, unless they're in a meeting. Like they just don't talk like that, We also remember when Australia was going nuts because China said that they committed war crimes in Afghanistan. The interesting thing about that is that everybody was saying that, including Australian media. Everybody was saying that. But I was wondering, why is Australia losing their shit over China saying that? Is because usually, if you notice, China doesn't go very aggressive in the media against these nations. So the one time they officially did, the West loses their cool over that. But I think the whole waiting strategy, it works on their advantage. I mean, they have a nation already built up with the infrastructure to deal with most of the challenges any great nation can face. And they have a population that's more or less chill. And the idea that the whole population is terrified of the government, if you look closely, you will see, people protesting here and there over local issues, domestic issues, this and that, against the local officials. So it actually does happen. It's not like if the moment you protest, you're going to end up in prison. But they have their country more or less stable. And Western nations, as I said, are behaving as if the world is ending. Somebody was, there was an African commentator who was saying that the West doesn't do any long-term projects in Africa anymore. They will do a project that will last a few months, but they can't do like the Chinese projects. In, like, let's say in Kenya, there's a highway that took a very long time to build. So the West would not invest in such kind of projects. So they act like they're in a hurry for some reason.
Okay.
Wait, there's a super chat. Wait. The super chat. China only has two problems: terrible food and spitting in the street.
Yes.
Madeline have inquired about prison terms for the latter, but I thought
Drew.
I think they thought I was joking.
No, the spitting is true because it's not illegal to spit in China.
I know.
So the old people tend to spit.
It's wrong.
But the food is fantastic. I was just there and I'm suffering withdrawal symptoms because I can't get any more proper China food even in Singapore. The food in China is so good, so yummy. You have to
And
go
so cheap.
there because you eat
It's so
Chinese
cheap.
food outside of China. It's not Chinese food. It's some weird.
It's localized Chinese food.
It's localized. Even in Singapore, it's difficult, but it's getting better now. There's a lot of China people are coming to Singapore and starting restaurants. So I managed to find a few.
But they still localize it, most of it. They still localize most of it. So
no, I found a few like China one. I can recommend to you. If you want.
I'm not into China.
To be honest, it's better
good.
than the Vietnamese food. I was watching a YouTuber last night, and it's normal to just they serve cats and dogs and street food. I was like, what the fuck?
It's not common, you know. If you actually go to Vietnam,
Where
which I
Vietnam?
went,
No,
it's
it's
not
not
common to really see cats and dogs. So really,
there was a lot of
dogs.
dogs. There was a lot of dogs.
Maybe in one stall,
Well,
maybe?
In
A
North
little-
Vietnam.
a little
didn't
fun
see
fact.
North Vietnam.
stores.
Boss, you
I
need
know
to be
how to go
careful
out.
about
I
what
was
you
in the
see on
south.
YouTube, man.
Huh?
You need
Yeah,
to
don't
be
believe
careful about
everything
what
that
you
is
see on
negative.
YouTube.
I know. But you
Okay,
know, but the guy,
Shut up, shut the fuck up.
It's a
I'm
proverb
gonna
from
keep
Sun
talking
Tzu,
about
okay?
everybody
Don't always believe
until
everything.
Counting is allowed to speak. I'm just going to interrupt until Counting is allowed to speak. He's been waiting
Wait.
patiently for like
One of
half an hour.
of our
Can we please have
candidates for
Counting?
the final votes.
Thanks, Toby. I just want to go back onto Brandon's point and with Drew. First of all, obviously China is on. It doesn't have a timeline. They can just sit and wait. But the United States is on a timeline, and if you look at it from the way that the TSMC works, you'll see that they're spending a significant amount in subsidizing chip manufacturing in the United States. That is the timeline for the United States, because quite frankly, they're not going to defend. The United States is not going to defend Taiwan. They're going to destroy TSMC. That's the plan. Okay, so when this chip manufacturing starts happening in United States, that's when the West is basically going to start putting on pressure on Taiwan. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was.
Yeah.
So I want to welcome Vojin. Vojin is one of our final candidates for the final votes for the Speaker of the Year. And I just want to add that he kicked out Toby by one vote. So
One vote.
I'm pretty sure that vote.
And Toby got kicked out just now.
That vote came from UK.
Kangaroo, man. Slavs power.
Yeah.
Slav Ukraine.
By the way, I sorry, Vaun, I voted for Bigari.
So did I.
Why am I not surprised?
I think it's nice that we have one candidate, like the top four. They're all different continents. One in Ukraine, one in South America,
European.
one in the US.
There's still European. There is still European.
Drew, I'm suspecting you're an American. You don't know that both Serbia and Ukraine are in Europe.
Oh yeah.
Well,
true. Ukraine is a different country. It's a cradle of human civilization.
I think Drew is referring to Bigari like he's in Israel.
No, in Asia. He's in Asia. But like just some
wherever you call Middle East is in fucking Asia.
Be fair to Drew, Ukraine is a perfect African country, like Somalia. Like has all the fucking attributes. So anyway,
Vojin should step back and let Toby come back. Then we really have one from each continent. Right?
It's Uganda with no. Hey, but just some word of caution. Just be careful, because the last time America voted for a Ukrainian, remember how things turned out. So just keep that in mind.
So I just want to say I will close the final voting. So I think I will close the final voting maybe in 1 hour's time, so that I can do counting and you can announce it during the stream rather than we do it at the very, very end. So still continue to vote for those who haven't voted. So
do we want to switch over to Ukraine, the war, or anything like that?
No. Vaun, I'm glad you're still here. Let's talk about Elon Musk.
I thought we want to talk about the European values because that's how we
Elon
mentioned
Musk.
the European
Elon
values.
Musk is a Musk dog. Come on, let's talk about it.
Master. Actually, I do not know what the hell
What
is happening
about
about
what
Elon
about
Musk.
him? I mean, he's going to be part of the new administration. You got to wait until they get in power to see what they're going to do versus what they're saying, what people think they meant, what's going on. I mean, you got the H1N visa thing going on, and that's pissing people off. But it might work out to where they let a bunch of people in with H1N visas to work in the tech industry. But you know, a compromise is they go hard after the illegal aliens and run them out, which makes a lot of people happy. I mean, they're already going to go after the criminals and the easy, low-hanging fruit, which is like $1 million, $1.5 million. And a lot of people are like, if they get rid of just $1.5 million to 2 million, most people will be happy with that. So, I mean, all this shit with Elon Musk, is he mad? Is he cussing? I mean, none of this shit matters until they get in office. I mean, it's just like you got all these people coming out saying, well, Trump is going to make Putin do this, or it's like, is Trump even saying that? Or is this just people talking for what they think he's going to do? Because I mean, if you hear what Trump says about certain things in regards to the war, it doesn't line up with what these guys come out and say, like, oh, he's going to force them to negotiate and all this. It's like, so you know, I mean, with Musk and all these guys, just wait till they actually get sworn in and actually start doing their job, because right now it's just all people talking or people that supposedly know them or are in the circle talking. I mean, it's all blustering and posturing. So I can't really give you a real read on it because I don't really know how it's going to play until we actually get where they can make a policy that matters.
So a super chat asking Counting Thief, you in CPT or GHB?
Born in Joburg, living in Cape Town. Yeah.
Oh, that's Cape Town. Okay.
Yeah.
Proper South African.
And one more, sorry, just super chat a bit. What's going on with Ukrainian gas transit? Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention about that something, but Bigari can go.
Well, you know, ask Counting Teeth about Musk. He's South African.
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's just a con man.
He's not wrong, Vaun. You know he's not wrong.
Yeah, but we kill. You know, if he cons half the world and we land on Mars and have a space colony, is that such a bad thing?
We're supposed to be there this year, right?
The sexiest man in DPA just showed up.
Yes.
Yeah, his fan club attacked the voting just now. Like there's a chain of votes all only upgrade. The only voted upgrade. That was like where it came from, but that was like already after I already posted
Wyatt,
the bonus voting.
Do we have voting ID in this election, or is it like
only
American
the initial one? I have
democracy?
the emails. But no, we have the mail-in ballots, like the super chats, they're totally rigging it.
I just want to say one anecdote about Musk, because I will preface it with the fact that I hate fucking Zoomers and Zoomer population and all the fucking young people that think they know everything. Like just one anecdote. Like one guy, he's Indian by the way, and he's in the United States right now, some training with NASA and shit, and he is like all the fucking young people shitting on Musk. It's from the Discord, from gaming Discord I own. I just block all of them because I cannot fucking bear with them. But anyway, like they are like. Do you remember the story about the congresswoman from Texas that ended up in the house for dementia people because she got lost on the street.
She disappeared for 6 months. They found her in a old folks home.
Yeah, and those Zoomers are like saying, "Oh, what will Elon Musk will do about that? Maybe Doge will look into that." Like, fucking retard. You know about the story only because Elon fucking retweeted that story. Only because Elon retweeted about it, everyone knew about that story. It will go under the radar if not for Elon. retweeting about it, and they like, oh, Elon is so fucking retarded, man. He's a con man, as Counting said. Like, he's a con man. He's only like doing some fucking public shit. Like, you only know about this story because he retweets it. Like, I don't agree that he's a con man. Like,
He
to some
is.
extent, maybe yes,
He is.
but he gave the fucking our fucking planet more good than basically any fucking person alive.
Yeah.
Like,
Good like
because
what?
he, like,
Good like what?
okay,
And
good
what
like
did
what?
he get for? What
Okay,
did he get?
I
What
will
did he
quote.
get back?
I will quote
Please stop
Interstellar for you.
interrupting, guys.
I
Come
will
on.
quote in Interstellar for you. Do you remember the like what Matthew McConaughey's character said at this in the movie? We were humanity were the dreamers to go outside to explore new things, and now we became the farmers. We just farm. Like, Elon brought what we had in like 1960s, when there was the race between USSR and the United States. We wanted to explore. He brought that back. People are starting to look up and they want to explore. Not the fucking shit like, oh, we have a new iPhone that has 1 megapixel better camera than we had. Like, he brought the like that drive in humanity that wants to go further. That's what he brought, and that is his biggest achievement. Not like Teslas and all the shit.
Nothing
He
from
brought the idea
nothing
that people
from
can
this
go.
guy is cheap. Everything
Okay,
this
I'm going
guy
to.
brought to the world is
God,
fucking
stop
expensive.
interrupting. Boss, fucking stop interrupting. That's fucking bullshit. Need to stop. Fuck, respect people speaking. We're not going to end that open mic like that. Come on. Fuck off.
Zelensky. No,
That's
Mr.
people
Lambo,
speaking.
Mr.
Come on.
Lambo,
I think
Mr.
it's
Lambo,
Boyan's
fuck
turn
you.
now.
No, fuck you, boss. No, I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it. I am
Fuck
not
you,
now. I
Mr.
am
Lambo.
triggered as
Okay,
fuck.
well then
Personal.
whoever's next, and then Boyan.
Vojin.
Hurry
I
the
think
fuck
it's
up.
Vojin, right?
Next.
Okay, let me speak then. Well, there are several topics now. I'm just gonna shortly go back to that voting thing. I think Vaun is definitely the mascot of the DPA, if not the speaker, because he's always there, and he brings the good mood, and he fights with no one, which is interesting for an American. So if I kicked Toby out with one vote, which is funny. That's Toby. That's because you're fighting too much in the open mic lounge. You know, you have made too many enemies. So you should learn from Vaun.
Yeah, I will try and console myself. I'm beside myself with grief that I did not.
No, I think there are many more better candidates for speaker than me and Toby. We have agreed actually that we will just stay aside and comment, make fun of the guys who are being voted for. But nevertheless, one thing that Bigari is lacking, and if you're listening, Bigari, you should be more on the open mic lounge. I'm also not too much there, but you're way less there than Vaun. So Vaun might be deserving it more, at least from the Telegram group that we are in. So that's regarding voting. Then the topic with China, you have moved from the topic, but I have started watching you with the China topic. I think it's totally delusional from, was it Toronto Brad who brought up the thing, comparing it with the situation in the Second World War and Japan and USA is kind of funny because, you know, USA was the country which produced half of the world's steel at this moment in time. And right now it's China that is doing that. They're producing 8 times more than USA and everybody else. So it's not a competition, you know. China has all that it needs. Maybe it lacks a bit of energy, but not really that much if you look into it. China is producing energy as well, and it needs more than should need, because it's producing a lot of stuff for the rest of the world. If they would cut the production for the rest of the world, they wouldn't need so much energy. And as long as they have Russia in their friends zone, because USA kicked Russia into China's friend zone, they have no troubles regarding energy. So I think it's a delusional idea that China is in an Overton window, or it's a last chance for China or something. It's the opposite. It's the other way around. It's the last chance for United States to steer trouble and to create maybe a situation where they could still manage China, because China is outproducing United States in everything. They have not just these two new stealth fighters, maybe sixth generation, probably something in between. Whoever wants to define what fifth or sixth generation is has a different view. But as far as I remember, the last time I looked, they have 300 of these J-20 stealth fighter jets, which is double that of what United States has of the F-22, which are comparable for their purpose. And they have all kinds of other fighter jets. They have more Sukhoi 27 derivatives, the flankers, than Russia has. So they are definitely not an easy.
Hey, Boyan, real quick, they were planning. I don't know if it was like by 2030 or maybe a little after that, but they were planning on having like 700 J-20s and 900 J-17s.
Yeah.
Plus whatever else they're building.
It's really a lot. What the United States is still and will for maybe decade or two be stronger is obviously the carriers, but carriers are not the main weapon if the fight is against peer competitors. It's to project power onto weaker competitors. So that's I think a ridiculous argument that China is in Zugzwang, like it has to do something right now. I don't believe that for a minute. The last point is what we should not jump over that super chat question regarding the gas pipeline over Slovakia. The point is that it's really an interesting situation, because I'm not perfectly sure, but I think the only gas pipeline that goes into Ukraine is the one, or is this pipeline system, which is going from Russia through Ukraine and then through Slovakia to Europe. And there is no pipeline, for instance, from Poland to Ukraine, because the pipeline that went from Russia to Poland went through Belarus. So if Ukraine cuts the gas flow from Russia to Ukraine, Slovakia could as well cut the gas flow from the European Union to Ukraine. So this is a very, very interesting situation, and probably we'll find out in the next week or in the next weeks how it will resolve. My guess is that there will be some compromise found. So I think it was Toby and then Bigari.
You'll actually upgrade before me if he wants to speak.
No, he's French.
No, he's just watching. Okay. So I wanted to talk about the Elon Musk thing that happened on Twitter, because I think I'm going to have a bit of a rant here, but I think it's really interesting. And we should think about what's going on there in the Twitter wars, because Elon Musk basically said that he is in favor of HB1 immigration because the US needs immigrants. And Vivek Ramaswamy said, Americans are lazy and stupid, and so they need the brilliant minds of immigrants to keep them afloat. And this wasn't taken well by the MAGA base. Now, the reason that I think this issue isn't going away is because it speaks to like a fundamental reality of the world which jeopardizes everybody and everything. And that is that many years ago, the wealthy folks in America decided that they were going to move all of their factories to the third world, right? And there's a gentleman named Goldsmith who spoke about this in the 90s, and he made an interesting observation, which is that the relationships between labor and capital, or workers and the wealthy, or however you want to phrase it, in the West, these evolved over hundreds of years, right? Hundreds of years of social evolution brought about the balance of power between the working people and the people in charge who controlled capital. When the West decided to shift all of the work to the third world, that just destroyed the social contract. And since then, the social contract has been sustained largely on debt, but also through welfare and charity. It's not just unemployment benefits or anything like that, but every government job that is largely useless and doesn't do anything, that's a form of welfare, right? And in the West, these are ubiquitous. There are so many people in government jobs that don't need to be done. And that's kind of their consolation prize for not building cars anymore and not working in steel mills anymore. And here's the thing, right? This is where the rubber meets the road for dear Elon. Elon has put himself forward as the man who is going to, quote, reduce government waste, right? Well, yeah, okay, get rid of all of those jobs. Get rid of all of those jobs that don't need to be done, right? Well, what does that mean? That means taking a whole bunch of white America, and not just white America, but just, also Hispanic America and Black America and all the other colored Americas, and putting them on the street, right? Putting them on food stamps. And so when Elon does that, as an immigrant, as a billionaire, as a tech bro with factories in China, right? He is going to meet America. And like Columbus, he's not going to be impressed with the natives, right? Like he is sitting on a poison chalice. He has put himself out as the guy who's going to cut waste, right? What that actually means in practice is he is going to take millions and millions of Americans and put them on the breadline and put them on the street, right? And what we saw on Twitter is he is trying to argue trickle-down economics. He is trying to argue that the billionaires are job creators and that the billionaires have the American people's interests in heart, right? At the same time, right, as the people of America are hurting very, very badly, not just because, of immigration, but because they're suffering under this massive drain. They see the waste as well. So it's a very complex situation. People are sick and tired of being told what to do by bureaucrats, busybodies. But those bureaucrats, they have nothing better to do, right? Of course they're policing social media because they're not working in factories. They've got to do something. Of course they're creating more and more regulations. They've got to do something. So Elon is sitting on an absolute powder keg, right? And I don't think he understands it. Because at the end of the day, right, he's not a god. He behaves like one. This is another thing about this Twitter war. As soon as he was criticized, he went ballistic. He threw his toys out of the pram. He started swearing and using profanity at people, telling them he was going to go to war with the people. And Stephen Bannon picked up on this and said someone needs to, coddle this little child. Stephen Bannon is really, really going for Elon. So we're seeing like a fracturing of the MAGA base. And the thing is, it is an absolute powder keg. And the reality, the underlying reality is that there is no social contract in the West anymore. And this is absolutely applicable in Europe. We're seeing exactly the same thing in Europe. You've got billionaires, and you've got not just billionaires, but everybody who has shareholdings in some multinational corporations and who gets their dividends from the profits of multinational corporations. All of these folks preach globalism. They preach global trade is the way forward. Integration is the way forward, right? Meanwhile, the rest of the populace is languishing because they're not shareholders in these multinational corporations. And the friction between these two groups, right? You can pretend that there's some happy scenario and some happy outcome that's going to arise, but history would not support that, right? History would not support that at all. And so I think that we should look at the Twitter situation, because increasingly in Europe and in America and everywhere else across the globe, you're having real people spring up. And possibly Luigi expresses that, the assassin of the CEO. He expresses that really well. I would also add one more thing. Balancing patriotism with corporatism, very few nations are doing that well. Switzerland manages to do it because they have direct democracy, which gives the people a veto vote on excesses of corporate power. Putin is actually doing a reasonably good job of balancing patriotism and Russians first with corporate power. He's giving free education to people who have families. China is doing it reasonably well as well. But across Europe and in America, it's like we haven't even begun, and in Australia as well, we haven't even begun to recognize the problem. And so that's why I would recommend everybody, Google Goldsmith and listen to what that gentleman says. And he's a capitalist, by the way. He's not some rank communist. Listen to what he says about the breakdown in the social contract, because that's where we're going, and we're going to see this evolve in Twitter. And anyway, that was a very long rant, and I'm sorry for that. But I will now post over to Bigari, I think. All right.
Yeah, completely agree with what Toby said. And that's why all the shit that Elon and Trump had, what they going to do with all the drowning of the swamp, deep state, it's just populism. You cannot do that. It's too costly. People will revolt against it. If you're gonna do that, you will probably get the same fate as JFK. You will get killed because it's just not possible. But anyway, I just wanted to make the point, and then I will pass the word to Prata. I'm probably the only one that is not fucking jerking off to the tech, all the planes, new planes, etc. Why people are saying, "Oh, China has so many planes against, in the conflict against US." If China is in the conflict against US, it's a nuclear war, man. Who gives a fuck about fucking planes? Seriously, who cares? What planes? 6 gens, 10 gens, 150 gens planes. Nuke hits you, you don't give a fuck about your gen. I'm Gen Z, I'm Gen X, I'm Gen plane, Gen fucking 10. I don't care. Nuke hits you, you are dead. Who cares? All this posturing is just oh, we are so cool. It's just for the projecting power against countries that cannot do anything about you anyway, like Philippines and all that stuff. It's not about war with US. Who cares? We have 800 nukes. You have 3,000 nukes. We all gonna die in our new shiny jets. Okay.
So super chat by Madeline. Elon Musk has the mental capacity of a goldfish. Unlike most, he did not fail upwards. He was set upwards. Then her husband despises him because Musk only sent money to South Africa for white-only projects. So that's the super chat. And next is...
Well, I think the Musk is a very special person. We have to take him for what it is. He's a star and likes to show off. He does achieve stuff, and we have to recognize that. He does achieve stuff, and he has been smart enough to invest in the projects of the future. And he is very well positioned in the business they are, because the Starlink is an amazing system. It works it's one of the best ever good working systems for satellite internet. His space agency, SpaceX, is doing an incredible good job in comparison to any other competitor that has been trying to take their segment. And in a way, we understand that Elon Musk doesn't really invent anything new, but he's very good in putting people, joining things together and getting the best out of them. Because I think one of the good characteristics that he has this ability of a coach. He has this ability to bring people to do a little bit better. There's nothing outstanding, but he's very good, and that's something, a very good quality that Elon Musk has, and we have to recognize it. Wojciech was speaking before about Fico and the gas pipeline. Well, I think we heard that the Ukraine just made a contract with the United States to buy LNG that will be supplied through Greece, and they are going to use theoretically, I don't know how is it possible, but they are going to use the southern corridor that goes through Bulgaria, Romania, and Moldova to Ukraine. It's going to be a surprise for me how the Russians are going to allow this to happen, because after the 1st of January, the whole gas system of Ukraine will be in danger. And this is where Fico and Orban are very intelligent. They understand that the moment that the gas flow stops, everything will be probably destroyed, because there is no more use for Russia for it. So they have a good solution. They'll destroy it. In a sense, it means also that Ukraine will be in a much worse position than it was before. But as we know, Zelensky doesn't really care. And he's a man that works for intuition and on the moment, and that's why. But I would like to focus more on the dangerous moment we are on, which obviously, when this Brandon tried to analyze China, it was everybody noticed there is something here that doesn't work. Of course not. We have much higher problems on our hands. The situation can escalate, can become really dangerous. It's in Europe, because Europeans are trying to force Russia to a weaker position, and in their understanding, of course, in their stupid understanding. And that's why also Bigari said, well, they could destroy Ukraine in a few days if they want. Why don't they? But they don't do it. And someone was also explaining it very well, because the point here is to make Europe pay a huge amount of money, a huge to put in danger their own development, and it's working. So 2025 will probably be the really bad year for Europe in terms of economical situation. And this is what we have to take into account. It's not just the pipeline for Russia that will be destroyed and they can't be recovered. This is very important. This link will be, if this link is destroyed. But the danger situation is because the Europeans are jumping the game to a new level, and in trying to several Russian ships were sink. We also heard that there is a new alliance in the Nordic countries plus the Baltic countries to start patrolling Russian ships if they are selling gas under that limit or not. So the situation is becoming extremely dangerous. And we also saw the airplanes falling down. It's 3 airplanes in less than 1 week is a big airplanes, new ones, is a hell of a coincidence. And we all should be very worried about what is actually happening. And this is what I wanted to say about China. We understood, for instance, everybody thinks a lot about Taiwan. We have discussed this several times. China is not going to war with Taiwan. It's a pretty much similar situation with Ukraine and Russia. This will be solved especially taking into account that the Chinese are Chinese in both sides, the mainland China and the other China. They're both China. They're both Chinese, and they both think in a very precise ways, and they understand each other's. And I'm pretty much sure that the mainland Chinese understand why the Taiwanese Chinese are doing things in this way. They are doing it in order to survive. And it's very easy to understand. The moment that the Taiwanese would play more friendly with China, the US would put sanctions on Taiwan, and they're all their business model would fall apart. And that's not, of course, what China wants as well. And so there was something much more interesting and extremely preoccupying that happened in South Korea. We know now by investigations from the police that the president that tried that coup and impose martial law, he had organized several fake false flag actions in order to provoke North Korea to do something. There was a drone flying over Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, and there was this other group of military, a few ones, that were preparing, dressed in North Koreans' uniforms, preparing to do something in order also to legitimize the... So, as we know, China would never allow the US to attack North Korea, and so that was perhaps one of those moments where the war could have started. So the idea that and that is also the desperation of the United States. It's not the desperation from China. So China has its long-term expectation. We see they are preparing, like Bigari said it very well. They are not prepared. They are preparing. They are learning pretty much what's happening in the Ukrainian war, what kind of war is developing. But of course, they are not going to play with some proxy. They are preparing for a big technological war, one that we have never seen before. And that's why what Brandon said made no sense and made us all very angry, because what he's talking about makes no sense. So I don't know who is next, but I think it's Macchiati.
It's Macchiati.
Thank you, Bradley. You are such a great jury. Macchiati, please.
Hi, thanks. So I was going to mainly talk about the gas situation, but I'm also going to talk about Elon Musk, because I even saw there was a super chat about that. So, and this is something I'd said in a previous open mic. I've always warned people for a very long time from worshiping or following individuals. They will always disappoint you. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter whether it's Musk, Trump, or Putin. Why? Because the world is a little bit more complicated than the nonsense on Twitter. Most of these guys have their own, they have their own reasons for doing what they're doing. And the world is more selfish than people realize it is, right? When people talk about, when you go to various countries, you always find, like in Nigeria, there's a guy who's building an oil refinery there, Dangote. He's like the richest person in Africa right now. And he's got his own fans, right? People say, oh, he's going to build our own first domestic, oil refinery installation. The thing is, the question is not even whether he's built. The question is, why doesn't Nigeria have one? And they're a huge, massive supplier of oil. The issue is not these individuals. These individuals are there for their own interests, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that they would mind their own. All the solutions of all the problems that we have are already here. People say, oh, you hear all these people on TED Talk saying, oh, I'm going to come up with a new invention that's going to end world hunger. That's nonsense. Ending world hunger is just like this. The technology is there. The knowledge is there. There is no shortage of food. People just can't afford food. People don't have money to afford food. If I have $1 million and I go to the poorest country in the world where there's food shortage, I'm not going to starve because I have the money. But so these are economic issues, but there's no individual who will come up with a solution for all these things. If humanity itself as an organism does not evolve fast enough to basically understand what's happening and how basically they have been lied to, there's no individual who's going to come and wake them up. You hear people saying all the time, oh, that person is going to wake us up. When will people wake up? When will people wake up? The truth is, the average person is very stupid. And that's not an insult. It's not because they're genetically stupid. is because compared to what's happening in the world, the average person is completely uninformed, right? So like I have a farm where I grow all types of crops, right? Just experiment in Kenya, whether they can grow or not, right? And in an area of like 100 meters by 100 meters, the amount of food I can grow within that area using only methods I learned through YouTube, using methods that I've learned through, especially China is good with that, like just finding a very simple tool to resolve a very, very complicated task, right? Just a mechanical tool that just resolves a lot of issues. If one small 1 acre plot of land can feed a lot of people, so the question is, why is that not being done? Well, because you got people who want to control food prices. You know, the moment the cost of food drops, there's a rich person somewhere who is losing money, right? So no one individual is going to resolve all these issues. And as I said, every individual will always end up disappointing people because things are not that simple. Lastly, about the gas, you know, it's so funny that Ukraine is occupying Sudzha, and that was the first place that they went actually for. Everybody was assuming they were going after the Kursk nuclear power plant, but they probably were going for that too. If they could have gone all the way there, but they seem to have stopped at Sudzha. And the interesting thing about it is that when that happened, if you go Google and change the Google search option, if you refine those options and move to around that date, around August, the one headline that was dominating all of the Google authoritative news websites was saying that, oh, Ukraine now has they have their foot on the throat of Gazprom, right? Or something to that nature. All these people were talking about that. They were saying, "Oh, now Russia, Ukraine now controls that." It's called the Sudzha meeting station. And a lot of this conflict has a lot to do with that. Why they went to Kursk has a lot to do with that. And I think even what's his name? What do you call him? Fitzo being there may have something to do with that. But that's what I was thinking. Now with the whole conflict in Ukraine, and one of the reasons why it's not turning to the West's favor, I think earlier somebody was talking about that, also has to do with Putin's nature, right? There's a disadvantage and an advantage to it. So the one disadvantage is Putin is very autistic about the law. He always wants to do things the legal way, blah, 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 all that, which causes a lot of delay. But the good thing about him is that Putin is very stubborn. He is insanely stubborn. And if you try to make him do something he doesn't want to do, he doubles down and does it anyways. So the West thinking that they can control this situation to their advantage, I don't think it's going to work. I think Putin will just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. For example, every time you hear like Lavrov come out or Putin come out and they say, "Oh, we cannot agree to this or other term," like Lavrov last week came out and said, "We cannot agree to a ceasefire because of this and that." Every time they appear in public and say that is because of secret talks that are already going on, and there have been a proposal made from the Western side. So there may have been a proposal, and Ukrainian websites were saying that Zelensky or the West had proposed for them to fall back from all the oblasts, but in return, Ukraine joins NATO. I don't know whether that's true, but I think they are responding to that. So I don't think eventually it's going to go their way, or Putin is just going to keep fighting long and longer. Or we can say Russians, they're going to keep fighting long and longer.
Upgrade, I guess, next. Unless Wyatt had a super chat.
Oh, there's one super chat I almost forgot. We need more high-skilled gas station clerks. So that when they pump your gas, they can do programming for you at the same time as well.
More Indians. We need more Indians.
Go ahead, Upgrade.
Okay. I just wanted to say something who has nothing to do with everything we talked about. For all the smokers here, because we have a lot of smokers here, Italy is banning smoking outside. So I'm like, what the fuck? Italy, why you do that? And just because of this, now I will smoke a cigarette just to show my protest, you know. Fuck them, you know.
All
I'm
right,
against
go
it.
blame.
I'm
And
against,
fuck them.
I'm against it. You can't smoke in front of me.
I don't care. I don't care. I will do it. And
last week,
yeah.
Before we continue, last week I said that I think our stream is going to get demonetized. It actually got demonetized, like literally, and I can't even when I appealed for it, they insisted it is demonetized. So yeah, I think we went a bit too far last week. So just to talk about it, the upgrade continue.
Okay. Yeah, and yeah, just about Elon Musk, that he didn't invent anything. I mean, like, I don't remember rockets landing before he started it. So yeah, that's one point.
I didn't mean that. I meant he didn't invent much. But okay. I said
whatever. It's just a point, right? It's just a point to
okay,
about.
don't care.
And yeah, also a lot of planes crashing. What the hell? What's going on everywhere? I don't know. Very strange circumstances. One time it's a anti-air missile. One time it's a fail of some mechanical things and stuff like that. Then you see also what's happening in Baltic Sea, like you said, Prata, with the cutting of the wires and stuff like that. Everywhere is a little bit going on. The Georgian president who just went out, who just said that she's the only legitimate president.
Hey, I got a question real quick about that. She lost the election, right? So she's out, right?
She's a denier.
The new guy, it has an inauguration, and he won the election, right?
Yeah.
So she was actually just going to try to have a protest and stay in with the protest. Okay, I just
in my opinion, I
so
think,
after tonight it should be a peaceful transition of power.
in my opinion, I think the EU wanted she to be arrested, so
Upgrade is still talking. Upgrade is still talking.
Okay,
we
sorry.
should let him. But it's a very interesting.
Okay, Prata.
No, it's a very interesting thematic. We should come back. Go on, Upgrade.
Yeah,
Finish
I just wanted to mention some couple of things, and then afterwards, it goes like it goes, right? But also, yeah, that was a little bit strange, right? That she said that she's the only legitimate president, and the other one is not. Strange. And also, I wanted to talk maybe something about, because I didn't talk something about Ukraine. I was just wondering about the lowering of conscription age to 18. We always hear it again, and then it goes away and comes back. So is it realistic, or is it just something thrown inside from the US because they're really desperate, or is it something who is going to be realistically put in, and they're really going to send young dudes to the front line? So that was actually what I wanted to say. I think, Vojin, you were next, right?
Yeah. It's becoming complicated because there are three topics that I want to answer to, because we are jumping all over the place. First thing is, well, Bigari said we shouldn't look at these, we shouldn't be, high-tech junkies and look who has the fanciest airplanes and stuff. It's not about the being fancy. It's really about the numbers, I think, in this case, because any war that China will fight, it will not fight directly USA, because obviously, just like the fight United States against Russia is not a direct fight, but a proxy war. And Russia has the artillery, the massive advantage, though Ukraine has also a lot of Cold War weapons which have been stored there. But Russia has the advantage because it has the numbers. In the fighter numbers, Russia is also much better, but not so good that it can replace losses. And if it would fight like, for instance, United States in Vietnam, where they lost thousands of airplanes, Russia could not sustain that. So this is the reason why China will need the numbers, because if they fight a war, it will be against Taiwan or Indonesia or Philippines or whichever proxy war there would be. This is the one point. The other point, what Makadi mentioned, that Suja was the target because of the station there on the pipeline. I think this is not really an argument, because every few dozen kilometers there is a valve where this pipeline can be turned off, because they need to be able to make repairs, so that not all the gas flows out when they open it somewhere, or when somewhere is a leak. They have every few kilometers the possibility to stop the flow. Maybe in Suja there is a pumping station, but regardless, Russia could stop the flow before Suja if they wanted to. And the interesting point is, if the flow stops because of Ukraine denying the flow from Russia to Europe, then Russia has no reason to not destroy the pipelines on Ukrainian soil. They can then destroy it wherever it comes from, either from Turkey or from Poland or from wherever, because they have been destroying energy infrastructure, and this will be a high priority target. And the last point, I forgot the third point. Bigari, go on. Maybe I will remember.
It's Gabriel and then Bigari, unless we have a super chat. Okay,
Sorry,
super chat.
Gabriel.
What do you think will happen when weapons sent to Ukraine start flowing back into the EU, into the hands of people who like to drive through Christmas markets? I think it will be a disaster. Go ahead, Gabriel.
What about me? It's because I'm black.
No, Gabriel has had his finger up for way longer. Go ahead, go, Gabe. You're muted, Gabriel.
Oh, and also because you're black. But to the super chat, there's there's like a tendency in which the Western powers sort of profit from chaos. Like every other atrocity that occurs in their cities is a great opportunity to crack down on the population, to increase control mechanisms and the overall despotism and dystopia they've been created. So I think it's gonna go down that way, to the super chat. And yeah, like about the gas, definitely Russia has that leverage of being able to destroy. It hasn't destroyed the gas infrastructure so far because it was theirs. So if they take it away from them, they can definitely destroy it. So I think that all of this gas discussion is just these final like death throes of the Ukrainian project, trying to get some leverage before negotiations start, and that's kind of it. It's all a lot of posturing and threats, but they don't really have very much leverage at all. I mean, like Russia's already cutting all of its ties with Europe, and they probably already have the calculation that that market is gone, and like the more it takes in being finally cut, the better, because they have more time to redirect their investments. But it's going to screw Europe very hard, especially the countries that depend directly, like Moldova and Slovakia and Hungary. And that's going to be a massive rift in the EU and in the whole European project. So I don't think they're going to go through with it. And if they do, it's just like harakiri. It's their final swan song. And yeah, that's my point on that. Go on, Bigari. Or was it Boss?
It's Bigari next.
Okay,
Yeah.
go on, Bigari.
Okay. The first point on gas. Russia will not target any gas infrastructure like gas pipelines in Ukraine, because Russians are not like living in the moment. They understand that someday the fucking Zelensky will be gone, etc. And the business with Europe will be resumed. Like, let's not talk about like, oh, Russia will never go to business with Europe. They will. With Hungary, with Slovakia, they will need those pipelines, so they will not destroy it. It's just stupid warmongering shit, as we see, as we hear every day. We need to create new threat. Russia will destroy that. Russia, blah 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 blah. Anyway, to the point that they went to Suja to get the hold of that like juncture, like it's completely stupid. As the same stupid point as with the nuclear power plant, they went into Kursk to occupy Russian land to prevent nuclear negotiation. They could have occupied just fucking some village, and it will be enough. What they got is some strategic points, but that's just a bonus. About Georgia, when you are talking about president of Georgia, you need to understand that Germany also has a president. Do you know the name of the German president?
Nobody does.
Frederick something.
Nobody does.
Steinmeier.
Exactly.
The one that it was the previous foreign minister of Merkel.
Doesn't
the one
matter.
that the,
Prata,
the one that
don't ruin the
negotiated
joke.
the Minsk agreements.
We know.
Don't ruin the joke. Don't ruin the joke. Don't ruin the joke. Georgian president doesn't matter because it's ceremonial position. It's just the power of Georgia, in Georgia, is in the hands of the parliament and prime minister. That's all. Like, president is completely ceremonial position, and it's just like I don't fucking know why we're talking about that French bitch. I don't know. Like, she's fucking irrelevant.
Surabichvili.
Yeah, Surabichvili. Yeah, she doesn't matter at all. Like, it's completely irrelevant. Like, I can be the Georgian president, and it will not matter like one bit. Okay, Lambo is fucking pissed off, so I will give him the
Anyway, I've got a question. Who's the new president of Georgia?
Don't care.
He's a former football player from my city and Zenit St. Petersburg. Yeah.
That's it. That's all I know.
It's still very funny that like Russian gas
and I
come
love
to
football.
Europe. That's Russian gas still come to Europe. We have Russian gas coming to Belgium here in Zeebrugges with the LNG terminal, with the big tankers. We still have the Jamal project that delivers gas, never going to stop also. It's always funny, the thing, but I think Europe, I hope for Europe, you're smart enough to not mess up in everything, that not everything is going to be very expensive in the future. If you see like countries big as Germany, that are getting more greener and greener, even in their gas and all that shit. These countries are capable to supply fully own energy. Germany is capable with these big open coal mines, brown coal mines, but they need to shut everything down in the future because it's too dirty. But they're killing themselves. Everybody is killing themselves with that. We saw the prices exploding last year, 2 years ago, here in Europe. But we still have Russian gas in Belgium. We still have Russian gas. So it's, but you're all thinking about what's going to happen with the thing. I hope just for Europe that they're going to be smart enough and not fuck around with us, with the citizens of Europe, in that case. And United States is like, oh, I can sell gas, and I'm going to ask much more money because we are not allowing you to buy it from Russia. So you're going to pay. You need to pay via us. Fucking joke. Germany, if Olaf Scholz had fucking balls in his ass and next to his dick or under his dick.
Lambo, don't get the stream demonetized.
I already picked up last week, so. But if he had the football balls underneath his sausage, is that better?
Yes,
maybe? Probably.
Okay. They could say, no, we need our own supply. We need to going to remake our own fucking energy. We're going to ramp that up. We're going to make own gas again, because if you're burning brown coal, you're also going to liberate gas, and you're going to recuperate that to give that to the cities and the neighborhood. So that they can, the almighty Germany was big enough to take their own plans even during the Second World War, and they still can. If they are in a big conflict, they just can open up everything again, and they're going to supply everything for themselves. They can live autonomously with power supply that a lot of other countries doesn't have. Like Belgium is a big problem for that because we are so stupid to close up our nuclear reactors. That's very stupid. I just don't see who's these politics are and does all these decisions. Like in Belgium, they're saying you're not allowed in the future anymore to use gas, but we're going to build electric centrals powered by gas because, we are a country and we can use the gas for ourselves. But you, the citizens, you can't use it anymore. It's just everything just become so big joke. Second point I want to make, it was just a comment for Vaun about airplanes. Don't compare anymore planes for the past because these planes now are so expensive and so difficult to make. They are just not replaceable. And there is just one country that is very smart, and that is Russia. And I think also China. We have a big catalog of planes. If we lose some, we can replace by less better ones. I see United States in the future trying, in the Third World War, they're going to supply P-51 Mustangs to Belgium, to France, to all these countries that bought F-35s, because they're never going to build them for Belgium. If there is a big war, they're going to continue to build them for themselves because they are so slow to build. In the past, the F-16, Holland, Netherlands built their own F-16s, and they built their own the F-16s for Belgium, for example. They built a lot of planes for other countries, but not the United States that built the F-16s that we have in Europe. They were built in Europe. Is that happening with the F-35? No. Nope. So we have a very big problem in the future. If there is a big escalation, we're going to have a very big problem. And Russia is like, we were smart to keep that Sukhoi 27 frame, and we evolved that in a Sukhoi 30, in a Sukhoi 33, in a Sukhoi 34, in a Sukhoi 35. They can play with that frame. MiG-29 also. They still can build the MiG-29. They upgraded to 35, but they need to make it less modern. They still can. We, in Europe, we are fucked. United States is not so fucked because they just have a very big pile of planes. But you can't replace very fast an F-35. It's impossible to replace an F-22. Why? Because they don't have any production line left. It's finished. It's done. They have nothing left. They can only upgrade it and maintain it. They can't build a new one. So if we are in a third world war, Europe is going to be in big problems. I hope for France and Germany less because they are building their own planes. United Kingdom does the same. But the other countries that bought for all these big countries, like the F-35, for example, we are going to be in big problems. We're going to fly in Cessnas and dropping grenades by hands, like they did in the First World War. The warfare is never going to be like Vietnam or Second War. They're going to play very strategically. They're never going to do they're going to be very afraid to do dogfights. Russia not. You want to do dogfight? I do with you. Hey, don't fly away. I am behind you. That is Russia. Russia is able to do that. That's something that people need to understand. I hope I am.
You're next.
Okay, Mr. Lambo, I got a question for you.
It's Macchiotti's turn, but I guess I don't know.
Does Russia still produce MiG-21?
29.
No, I mean
MiG-21. The Fulcrum. 29.
I'm talking.
He's asking about the fish bed. Do they still make MiG-21s? No, they don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't. Of course not. It's too old. It's pointless. Iran still have them. North Korea still have them. Syria had.
That was deadly. Fighter jet.
But
a MiG-21 shot down an F-16. Go ahead, Macchiotti.
Yeah.
Okay. So, by the way, when I talked about the station in Susa, now. I'm not stupid enough to think that it's just a tap you control and open and close. No. It's more complicated than that, but I probably didn't elaborate. So the way they measure gas is by gas leaving Russia and gas reaching its destination. So that probably is what Ukraine has been messing with. Secondly, that station is the same station. Gas that goes from that metering station is the one that ends up, for example, in Transnistria. Already you've had noises between Transnistria, what's the other, and Moldova. Moldova is saying that Russia must ensure gas gets there. Russia is saying that's Ukraine's responsibility. Moldova said they don't care. Russia has to meet its obligations. And then Moldova opened a what do you call it? A case against the leaders of Transnistria for separatism and treason. In other words, it's more complicated. And when I say that Ukraine went there, that is just one of the reasons. When it comes to most of these things, nothing is done for one reason. Only an idiot can think things are done for one reason. Things are done for multiple reasons. Even the special military operation was not just because of Donbas. It was not just because of NATO expansion. There are multiple reasons. But the point I was making is, it's not a coincidence that Ukraine is holding on to that little town at a very high cost. Secondly, Russians are hesitant to fab the crap out of Suja. It may have something to do with the pipelines. Who knows? But well, I think they're also hesitant to really destroy their own infrastructure like that too. But but that's the point I wanted to make.
Go ahead.
Well, it's a good.
Wait, give me. I just want to cut in the bit. So I will announce. I already got the results. I know who is the winner already. So, but I will announce it in 20 minutes time. So the conversation can continue first. So you guys continue.
He wants to keep the suspense. Very, very well done. Well, Macchiati, the Ukrainians seems to be maintaining 500 to several thousands of the inhabitants of the city that were not able to flee. So that perhaps is the big reason why Russia doesn't flatten the city. A human shield. Well, and actually, they have been talking about it. That's one possible reason. Going a bit against Bigari, we are talking about pipelines that go under. They are on the surface, not under the sea. So you can destroy several segments of them, and they are easy to repair. It takes some weeks, and that will be enough just to piss off the Ukrainians not being able to get gas for that long period. And also the whole system needs, so it's you can destroy several segments of a pipeline without destroying the whole infrastructure or even some stations. They are very old, the ones the Ukraine has maintained. Germany has been paying for several of them. They can destroy the old pumping stations, and that doesn't make much on the system. Well, it will stop the system, but if the Russians want to use it somewhere in the future, they can repair them with new, more modern technology, so that will be okay. Macchiati talked about Transnistria. It's quite an interesting case, but I'm going to be going back, which is it's about this state of everything or not or never. Now or never. And what we saw in Georgia is a very badly prepared color revolution. They wasted a lot of money on paying those people on the streets, really a lot of money. Many people even traveling to Georgia, coaches trying to instigate people on the streets. And the Georgian government knew very well how to do it. They were very good in controlling the crowd, not allowing the situation to become too much, and I think it is almost a miracle that nobody died, not because of the police, but because the protesters were using fireworks, and that kills people. It really hurts people very badly. So it's incredible that nobody died or was seriously injured. But the interesting thing about Georgia is not just this failed attempt, amateurish attempt of creating a color revolution over the knee, very badly designed. It is also the use of a politician that, like Bigari said, she has a very bad. As a president, she has almost no powers in Georgia because Georgia is a parliamentary system now, and the new president was not elected by the people. She was elected by the people, but the new president was not elected by the people. He was elected by a college of 300, the parliamentaries, 150 parliamentaries plus 150 people from all the cities and big districts of the country. And the new president, as Forjnupov said very well, it's an old football player, very well known. He was very popular, and he was elected with actually a very high number of votes. So he is not so unpopular like people try to portray it in the Western media. And this also kind of destroyed many of the arguments of this color revolution strategy.
Prata, can I just add to your point, and then you can continue? The mayor of Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, is also a football player, Kaha Kaladze, who was a legend of Dynamo Kiev, by the way. He played for Dynamo Kiev for like 8 years, and he went to the like semifinals of Champions League, won like a lot of trophies in Ukraine. And what Kaha Kaladze is saying publicly always, like, we cannot become new Ukraine. Like that is
Bigari, by the way, it is Kiev.
I sometimes imagine Vozdupov 300 years ago being a Portuguese Inquisition official, a Jesuit Inquisition official. Anyways, in Goa or somewhere in those places. So the interesting thing about this extremely badly programmed color revolution, besides exactly the mayor from Tbilisi, which also supported the election of this president very, very firmly, and it's very anti-Ukrainian. Well, I don't know if it's anti-Ukraine, but it's very anti any scenario, Ukrainian scenario for Georgia.
Pro-Georgian.
Yeah. Yes, and the thing is that the woman, they use this woman. She has some legitimacy because she is one of the first ones that was. She's the last president that was elected, directed by the people. But the interesting thing is that she tried to convey this idea that she could stay in power after revolution, considering that the parliament was not real. She actually had the power, if she wanted, to dissolve the parliament. She didn't dare, which is very interesting. And she was still the head of state, so she had the power over the military, which I presume the military didn't give her any chances whatsoever. So today, on the morning, she left the presidential. At first, yesterday, she was saying she was not going to leave the presidential palace. Today, she did leave the presidential palace, and the new president was in charge. And she said she left the presidential palace, but she would keep being the president. I'm very surprised if she will keep on the country. But the moral of the story, that for people that are listen to this open mic, the moral of the story is that the West is so desperate to create. They try to create the most silly color revolution ever, with no that actually I think it really once again proved to the rest of the world that the West didn't learn from its mistakes. I remember that during the G20 of 2023, one of the strategy of the West was to promise India and other global South countries that they should go with their narrative against Russia, because the West is not going to do anything of those old things in the past. They will work with the global South. And this attempt to make a color revolution in Georgia just proved that the West is not reliable partner, is a part. But we knew, of course. But it's this keeping doing the same mistakes over and over again, and then being surprised that the rest of the world just don't trust them anymore. And I think this is also one of those lessons that we should enlighten. I presume it's Bigari. I presume it's Voyagen. Yes, so Voyagen, please.
Okay, if it's me. Well, coming back to the military porn of the aircraft, because Lambo pointed out that the wars of the future will not be like, let's say, in Vietnam, where hundreds and thousands of airplanes were lost. I agree, of course, because first, there are not as many planes as then, and they're much more expensive and much more complicated to build, and it takes much longer time. But still, the theater that China would fight a war is not like Russia. Russia is fighting a land campaign, and China probably would have to fight a war against some state which is across the ocean. So they need aircraft, and it's obviously it's expensive to lose them. But if Russia would think that it would be beneficial for them, they would not care to lose many of them because they're just a tool in the end. It's not just for looking at them. Why have them if not risking to lose them? So I think a war that China would fight would be a much more with air campaign than Russia does. This is the one point, and also answering Makadi. Yes, you're right. The thing that in Suja is probably not just a pumping station, but metering station. This is a good argument. Probably there are some contracts where Russia has agreed upon that the measurement that is done in Soja and the measurement that is done in, let's say, in Slovakia, determine the difference, which stayed in Ukraine, and so they can make their deals based on the amount of gas that has flown through and the amount that stayed in Ukraine. But still, even if it's so, I think Russia has already abandoned part of these gas agreements, payment in euros or in dollars. So I think they have metering stations elsewhere. It's not a very expensive thing to put a flow measurement into a gas pipe. It's maybe some tens of $1,000s. It's not a lot of expenses. So they can make measurements, and they will just say, we can't measure them in Suja now, we will measure them here. And if, let's say, Slovakia would then say, we don't accept that, Russia can just turn off the gas, like they did, or they intend to do for Moldavia. Again, we're coming back to Moldavia. So,
and by the Virgin, not to interrupt, I'm 100% sure Ukraine has been stealing gas this whole time. 100%.
Of course. I think it's me next, and then Bigari. So I'd just like to also hop on to what Mr. Lambo and Voin were saying. I think that this is a very important point. Even if the U.S. were openly talking, like here, just like we're not going to build F-22s again. We're openly talking about having like this high-low mix of aircraft where the F-15EX is supposed to be like this, quote-unquote missile truck that gets the data from the F-35, and this whole thing about 5th and 6th generation fighters. I mean, kind of like Bigari was saying, once the bomb falls, it doesn't matter what kind of a generation of fighter dropped the bomb. Like, one thing to keep in mind is that the difference between armies and air forces, like they're going to have different 5th and 6th generation requirements. The Russians and the Chinese are going to have different requirements. So for the reason why the Chinese are calling this new thing a 6th generation fighter is because with their requirements are something like Pacific, you have to be able to fly across the Pacific, you have to be able to super cruise at like Mach 2 point something, and then also it's supposed to have like some kind of payload. So if they can reach all of those, that is what they would consider their own 6th generation requirement. But America's 6th generation requirement, if we are going to have it, is going to be very different. So it's not going to be comparable. Go ahead, Bigari.
Completely different topic. I just remembered the story today that came out from the new head of government in Syria that said that we don't want Russians to leave Syria. We had a lot of fucking yappers on the open mic saying that Russians will leave Syria, man. it's over, and now new Syrian government saying that we don't want Russians to leave Syria. What the fuck is going on, man? Can Leo come on and explain? I don't know. Can we get some experts on Middle East in the chat? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
We
an
have
expert in
conflicting statements from the actually reports on the statement. It's maybe lost in translation, but one translation of the statement of Giuliani was that they don't want to Russia to live under such conditions. Like they're already threatened by the HTS, right? They're already kind of surrounded. There's 1,000 HTS fighters around the Latakia base and all of that. So one translation says, we don't want Russia to leave. Another one, we don't want Russia to live under such conditions, like a bad relationship, right? They don't want Russia to live under the fight. So they want, like statement seems like they want Russia to live with peace, like without fighting, without anything, just to get up and leave, right? That seems like their message. If you consider all those different statements that are so complicated, but they also want to have another translations say we don't want Russia to leave because Russia is the second power in the world. So we want that because there's also grain, there's also maybe the other help that they can use, gasoline, grain, that's what they need, right? Diesel, that's what they lack. So they would want
Yuri.
help.
Do we have Dutch people in the chat? Because it's like from Rhodesia. As I can read the chat, like the currency is from Rhodesia, is South Africa.
There's someone that appreciate my flag behind me. There's a Flemish lion from Belgium, from Flanders. That's
I understand that it's Dutch language. It's Dutch language. No,
the translation is they will not tame him, the proud Flemish lion.
Yeah, because I knew that Leeuw is a lion.
Yeah, exactly.
From Dutch.
I was about to slaughter this entire sentence. So like, Sie zullen hem niet temmen. Die vier
I'm going to say it for you. Zij zullen hem niet temmen, de vierde Vlaamse leeuw. Zij zullen hem niet temmen, de vierde Vlaamse leeuw. You need to speak English and Dutch. Spit it out.
Very impressive. Yeah.
Zij zullen hem niet temmen, de vierde Vlaamse leeuw. Very fast.
Yeah, people should just speak English,
The wild Flemish lion. The fierce Flemish lion.
Make Vlaams great again.
I'm not going to change topic right now because.
Do we want to go over Ukraine some?
I think Bigari was trying to speak, but yeah, I'd love to jump into.
I mean, that's fine. Bigari can go. I just wanted to switch to Ukraine for a few minutes.
I like to.
Are you?
What do you want
to leave Ukraine?
So Bigari, what do you think? Was there a shift, a replacement? How to say? The Russian troop replacement or switch of the
okay.
I think that's the reason for the slowdown, right?
I remembered that the talking point. I wanted to talk to fucking shit on Wyatt, man. Prepare, man. When Wyatt was talking about the deep state conflict with Syrsky and such, like it's oh my fucking god, man. You fell for the fucking propaganda. It's not even fucking funny. First of all, you posted fake news in the video of deep state members caught on the Romanian border. It's fake news, by the way.
I say allegedly,
Allegedly, you're coping out, man. You already cop out, man. Yeah, but the conflict of deep state with Syrsky is not about the mapping. Like mapping will not change because the mapping was not the problem. The problem was that they were talking a lot of shit about the friends of Syrsky, especially in the OTU Hortice. because they were talking shit about Lutsenko, who was the commander previously, Sodol. They were kind of like, well, talking shit. Let's just say it. Like, and that was the problem.
They were
Not
complaining
that
about
they are
the
mapping the Russian advances. They were talking like, oh, this commander is shit, you need to replace him. This commander is shit, you need to replace him. And you need to understand the command structure of Ukrainian armed forces. Everyone is like fucking, we are friends, I will protect you, I will protect you. You cannot talk shit about him, otherwise you will have problems. That was the conflict. And I bet you, and since then, no negative words about like command structure and the like what command on the ground is doing. Like that was the problem. They went to them, they said them like, okay, right now you will shut the fuck up. You will just map and say all your Bandera shit. How like is it's great to have Bandera, blah 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 blah. But you will not talk about shit about our command on the ground. And it stopped, and things went back to normal. That's all. That was the whole fucking conflict, not about unleashed deep state. They will map the advances that are not reported to spite into the Syrsky phase. Oh man, like it's so much fucking copium. Okay, who's next?
I think next was either Toby or Vaun.
No, it's Makati.
It's me.
Sorry, Macchiati first. Sorry, yes.
So actually, Bigari, that's interesting. You actually bring that up. I didn't actually know exactly why Deep State got in trouble, but I was actually surprised that they went on for a long time, because I saw all these like Ukrainian guys being interviewed, and they were saying that when they got surrounded, they didn't know they were surrounded, and the only way they knew they were surrounded was through Deep State, which is really messed up.
Okay, Makadi, can I interrupt you?
Yeah,
There
sure.
is two versions of Deep State map. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there is version for the public, and there is version available for the soldiers of Ukrainian army.
Wow, I didn't know that
So
either.
it's more like detailed and advanced. So like advances are showing that we cannot see. So there is two versions. Like, and it's true that soldiers on the ground are looking at deep state map, because command on the ground are telling them shit. Like, so they are learning information from the outside sources, not from the commanders.
Yeah, and actually, a good question for you, actually, while we're on this topic, is who do you think is authorizing all these retreats? Do you think most of it is through the command structure, or do you think
I
it's just
know
falling back?
who is authorizing it.
Oh, who is?
People on the ground that are running away. Like, because right now we are like what we had in Vuhledar, when we had a bunch of videos from soldiers on the ground that we are surrounded, we need to retreat. No one is authorizing that. Like Ukrainian propaganda machine developed the false narrative that Ukraine command is caring for the people. They don't give a fuck about people. People will stand on the ground until the last man, and they will not move back. Like right now, we have the same situation in Velika Novosilka. We are getting the more and more like videos from the soldiers on the ground, TikToks, videos, like we are surrounded, we cannot retreat. Please give us an order to retreat, or we will stay here forever. Like, and they will not receive the order. Same is in Kurakhove. Like people on the ground are running away on their own, and then they get in trouble with the command, and then they will get prosecuted because they left the position without authorization. The same story happening in Ukraine, like for the last, like, I don't fucking know how many years.
Okay, for some reason I was thinking Ukraine kind of changed the way they do things, but now that makes sense. And so there's this channel, there's a YouTube channel, it's called Privateer something, and what's his name goes there all the time. Arestovich goes there all the time. It's interesting to listen to the guy. Obviously, don't believe everything he says, but he had another guest who was one of the commanders from the front or whatever, and he answered a question I had for a very long time, which was, how do you capture somebody in the streets, take him to the front, and have that person fight? It's crazy, right? I was like, what's the process of converting this person from that guy who's running through the window of a house risking his life to take him to the front to go fire bullets at Russians? But that guy answered the question mistaken. I don't think he wanted to say it, but he said something that was crazy. He said that, oh, we have troops who escort the other troops to the front line. And I was like, wait, I knew about blocking detachments, people who stop you from retreating. I didn't know they have troops who actually take other troops to go fight, which is crazy. I mean, that blew my mind. I wasn't surprised that much, but it just blew my mind. But anyways,
Hey, Bigari, there's a lot of talk about the Ukraine having a reserve army. Do you know anything about it? Can you tell anything about? No, it's a question. I'm not giving a speech. It's a question.
Toby, can I just answer what Macchiari said? And I will give word to you. Like, there is a big scandal right now in Ukraine against around 211th Brigade, if I remember correctly. I will just bring a couple of examples. There is a video of a soldier tied to the cross in that brigade. There is a video of soldiers getting tortured. There is evidence of soldiers getting the internal organs blew up from the beatings because they demand money from the soldiers on the ground, like to pay for the command of the brigade. Like, this is how Ukraine army operates. There is like a couple of TikTok brigades like Azov and Aidar and all that shit that is like professional. We are professional. And there is another whole other army that is like basically conducting racketeering on their own servicemen to pay money in the pool, like the general pool for the brigade. And if you don't pay money, you're getting tortured and getting killed, etc. This is Ukrainian army. And people are saying this is like democratic. It's worse than in Russia. Like in Russia, it's also the same thing, like especially in DPR, where like people have the, as we call, krisha in Russian, like the protection from above, because people are protected from like political shit above, and they demand money from people. But in Ukrainian army, it's actually really insane. Like, okay, Toby.
Okay, I have two things to say. The first is, Lambo, when was the last time a lion set foot in Flanders? I mean, you are culturally appropriating Michiadi's animal here, and I'm disgusted, and I don't want to hear from you either. This is not a license for you to talk. I'm just saying, get your own animal. You know, if the only animal you have is a rat or a pigeon, then own that, right? Like, in the global south, right, and I speak for Macchiati's people as well as my own, we are sick of the cultural appropriation of our animals. Don't make that face upgrade. Right,
Toby,
I've seen your animals; they're not very good either. Europe is animal
answer
porn.
you
No,
very gently.
hang on, silent. No, I'm going to move to more superfluous topics. Bigari.
No, I just want to answer first that one.
No, bit
yes.
of hush. You can talk later. No,
hey, play with your koalas, dude.
Koalas is one of our many strong animals, right? Now, anyway, the thing is about what Bigari says is like, think about what Bigari has just said in the context of NATO sending troops into Ukraine. NATO troops come from countries that are not familiar with the idea of torturing and murdering people who don't want to go fight. We have what are called professional armies. We have volunteers. We don't even have conscripts anymore. How is it going to go for the morale, right, of NATO troops, of British and French troops, if they are sent into Western Ukraine to force 18-year-olds into the Russian guns? How is it going to go for those troops if they have to sit alongside in the mess hall and eat with these Ukrainians who are basically torturing and butchering their own people. This is possibly the reason that we haven't seen the West move into Ukraine. The friction between the NATO troops and the Ukrainian troops is barely concealed. I've referenced a few times before the statements of Ruta and the rest of it. But the disconnect between the values of the militaries, between the values held by the Western militaries and the values held by the Ukrainian militaries, that would be nearly impossible to contain, right? And I'm talking from the point of view of an infantry officer. Listen, if you're an Australian infantry officer, people talk about war crimes in Afghanistan, and fair enough. But the thing is, like, if you talk about the average Western military officer, they would probably court-martial on the spot the Ukrainians they had to work with, because the values are so different, right? And this is an interesting aspect of this conflict. We're being told that Ukraine shares the European values, right? That's never been true. Zelensky is not a legitimate president. He canceled elections, right? I don't say whether or not that's valid. I'm just saying as a matter of fact, right? Ukraine is a deeply corrupt country, and that's not me being prejudiced against Ukraine. Not only is it a deeply corrupt country, it's a country that's been brutalized by this war, right? While the European militaries have been talking in esoteric terms about the sovereignty of nations. Meanwhile, Syria. But so this is an interesting aspect. Can NATO send its armies into Ukraine to take part in what is happening there without a real rejection of it by the soldiers themselves? And, we don't talk about Israel much as well, but there's a similar crisis happening in the IDF. There are so many Israeli soldiers now who are speaking out about the conduct of the military policy there. You don't need to listen to pro-Palestinian protesters to make the case of war crimes against Israel now. All you have to do is listen to the thousands of IDF soldiers who are revolted by what is going on. And so I think that, when we have a look at the conditions in the Ukrainian military, we have to ask, why is this continuing? Why is there no surrender? If we don't believe we can defeat Russia, why are we continuing to feed these young men? It's a very, very dark calculus. And I think that as time goes on, that's just going to get worse and worse. But okay, Wyatt or Bigari, but anyone except Lambo, because he has no animals.
So
we took the lines from Congo and 2 million dead.
So first thing first, some super chats. Yo, long live DPA General Vaun, and long live Flanders. Yeah. And yo, Bigari, will there be a SMO in Central Asia and Baltics and so on after Ukraine? But answer later, because I need to review who is the winner for the Speaker of the Year 2024. So I'm going to play the video. Basically, it's just going to be a DPA Awards, the intro, so that we can have some suspense, and then it will end, and then the result will come out. So let's do this. And the winner is Vaun again.
It's corruption. It's corruption.
Hell yeah. I want to thank all my competitors for a hard race. I know it was. A lot of people out there voted. I appreciate it. I'll just try to keep doing a good job, give you an honest take of what I think's going on. Not try to bullshit you. And I really appreciate Wyatt having this platform, because if there was no platform, we wouldn't be here every week talking and trying to figure out stuff, or just going over the war or whatever, big events going on. So, I'm honored to win again. That's kind of fucking cool. But like I said, I'll just try to always, give you an honest, opinion of what I think's going on, and try to be as realistic and offer realism as much as possible. Go DPA. Like, subscribe, and share. And seriously, y'all, if y'all want to know what the hell's going on, go check out Wyatt's sit reps and his frontline reports, and that should keep you up to date. And come on the open mic, and then you can hang out in the back with all of us and talk about all kinds of shit. You think it's good and fun on here? Go in the open mic speakers lounge and hang out. You know, you'll never know what you're going to find to talk about. It's a lot of weird crap, but sometimes it actually some good stuff too. But it's a good variety. And like I said, I appreciate all these guys here and all the people that aren't here, because they're the ones that make it interesting, because you get a perspective from basically regular guys from all over the world. You know, in some places where they're at, it's hot. Other places it's not. But, you know, if something happens, we usually have somebody here that can kind of give you an update or let you know what's going on, or give you the regular guy's perspective, not the CNN news or the pundits' perspective. But yeah, once again, thank you very much, y'all. That's fucking cool. Thanks. I don't know who's next. Bigari.
Thank you. But wait. I wonder if the face is a bit too handsome. You know, people I do not know who is he. Maybe I overdid it. You know,
hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Make him young again. Make Vaun younger.
With coping.
I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence of Russian interference, but I can feel it.
I feel China more.
So I just want to review the result a little bit. So the result is actually quite close. I don't know why is this so small. So anyway, it was actually quite close. Until somehow Bigari was having the lead in the DPA open mics live chat voting. Like he had the lead there, so it was pretty balanced. So somehow you know, Vaun started to get more and more votes, and then he actually overtook in the live chat in the open mic channel, and then that makes it like, you know, yeah, not even close now. It's like 40 votes difference, but it's actually much closer than I think last year.
The
yeah,
CIA.
so you know, Bigari gave Vaun a good run. And where's
I
Bigari?
call interference. I call interference.
Yeah. It's always Russia, you know, like always. So that's so it's a bit small.
I do want a special thanks to some people I know in the Russian Ministry of Defense. Thank you very much. Your support was greatly appreciated.
Yeah, congratulations, Vaun. So you guys can continue on the conversation.
They're just doing the kickbacks for you, sending them Abrams, you know.
Yeah, that's the least they could do. I think they got the better end of that deal.
Okay, if we can continue this conversation, I wanted to bring up the like what was Toby talking about. Like recently, like maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago, like one of the professors of like one of the biggest universities in Ukraine came out, and he said that NATO peacekeepers could be the solution to Ukraine demographic problem. You know why? Because if you send 60,000 men and then all Ukrainian women that lost their husbands and they don't have sex for a lot of time, they will just jump on those men and then they will give babies. This is the Ukrainian situation right now, by the way. Okay, Vojin.
Yeah, congratulations, Vaun. However, I didn't vote for you. You're a good winner. You are responsible for having good mood all the time, and you almost got disqualified from the competition, you know, because of missing one open mic this year. So you're a lucky winner, and good fight, guys. Good fight. So regarding the topic that Toby said, also regarding Toby, you probably lost that one vote to the finals because you have such a shitty microphone. Just buy another one, man. It's always buzzing. So regarding his comment, I don't think that the situation is so gruely like he thinks that it is. I think even except of those radicals in these right-wing groups or wherever, the fight is very brutal. But I think there is a lot of respect from what I can see in comments that I see on Telegram channel. Though there are derogatory, terms used for the other side, the people are looking, or these sides are looking at each other quite, like as if they're in a good fight, and NATO being there and court-martialing on the spot. That's a ridiculous thought. I think this would. I don't think this would happen because just remember, United States said 500,000 dead children in Iraq was worth the price. So I think it's not the morals issues that the Ukrainians are so bad and the Western soldiers would be so shocked. I think it's an illusion. Who's next? Bigari.
Me. But before
Ah.
Bigari go, there's a few super chats. I need to catch up on the super chat. So sorry. Okay, if Euros would forgive each other, we will have a very nice world. And Voss is angry. He said that Toby is robbed. He demands the vote to be recounted. Sorry, no, it's dictatorship over here. And DPA salute. And Iranian Putin is in the house, and he gifted 5 membership. So thank you, Iranian Putin. And actually, it's long time no see.
Thanks, Putin.
Yeah. And next is Bigari, actually.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on what Vodjan said about morals. Did you hear or read the latest statement from IDF about accepted casualties from population of Gaza? They stated officially, if they kill one member of Hamas and 50 civilians die, it's accepted for them. Well, this is about morals, man.
And by the way, Virgin, I would like to actually. So the person who said about the 500,000 kids dying is, this was due to the sanctions that were placed on Iraq before the final invasion. That was Madeleine Albright. That was the Secretary of State saying that 500,000 dead children was worth it. So, and that brings about the other question is, and I ask this unironically, I don't understand what European values are, because it's definitely not democracy, or none of that other stuff. That really confuses me. And when Zelensky claims that that Slovakia doesn't have European values, that is the funniest thing, man. I'm like, who is Zelensky? And I keep asking myself, and that's the part of this war I think a lot of people don't understand. Why is Zelensky so confident saying some of these most ridiculous things? Why is he so confident berating all these European nations like that? And I think it's something that's unspoken, which is, I think Ukrainian had been given a lot of promises, and him demanding money all the time and him demanding this or that, I think he may be entitled to it because somebody may have made those promises. Remember, one of his defense ministers, Alexei Reznikov, literally said in public and on television that the special military operation, he called it this war is, he said that, this is a NATO mission. He said that we will give our blood, but the West has to give us the equipment and the money. Like, these guys said it publicly. And I'm surprised that Russia doesn't use clips like that, as propaganda to show, see what I'm talking about. But yeah, it always surprises me how courageous Zelensky is when he says some of these things, that he can pick a fight with almost any European leader, any. Like this dude will start cussing at the Germans, even though the Germans are like the second biggest donor to the whole freaking war. I mean, it just surprises me.
Super chat.
Yeah,
Madeline,
so
yet another coherent and well-argued point by Toby. However, koalas are silly animals.
Let me just shortly wish you
I wanna
everybody good
congratulate
New
Vaun.
Year.
I want to congratulate Vaun for the person of
I have
the
to leave,
year.
guys.
the
Yuri,
speaker of
just
the year.
shortly. I have to leave. I have to wish you everybody good New Year and have fun. See you guys.
Happy New Year,
Happy New
Boyan.
Year, Vojin. Yeah, he's
Happy
gone.
New Year.
Yeah.
See
Vaun will
you.
be back in like another 10 minutes. He went off for a while. Yeah.
Yeah,
He went
I
to
wanna
do his
So
victory
you
lap.
know you should
Vaun,
congratulate him
and,
later when he's back.
we need more of
He went
the
to send
smooth
more Abrams
talking.
to the KGB. Vaun went to send more Abrams
Yeah.
to the KGB for their service.
Yeah.
So, Macchiati, I encourage you to take a look at the chat and see Mr. Emilio Estabez, who has the correct take about why Zelensky is so confident.
Let me try to
He's the
answer
chosen.
that. So we see that what he offered to Fico, he offered him 500 million of the Russian assets. So he seems like to believe that he's gonna get all the money from Russian reserves. It seems like that was promised to him, like all 300 billion. It seems like that's what promised to him, and now he's promising to other European people the kickbacks from that money. Like he's gonna be dealing with it. He's gonna control that money. It seems like that's the case, and he doesn't know that they cannot give him any of that money. They can never use that money. It will be just being recorded there forever, never been used. But they can always promise each other everything, right? So it seems like it's about that. It's also how much of money they get kickbacks from him, right? All the bribes, everything. There's so much kickbacks from Ukraine to Democratic Party. It seems like when Johnson gave in, also the Republican Party is getting some, but not that much. But also all the European officials are salivating over that the Russian assets, not understanding that they cannot be used. But they believe it, no matter how stupid they are. I think it's about promising for the personal enrichment to each other, and that's how he behaves. But he was actually a little bit modest when Trump won. He kind of switched, and now he became desperate. So he behaved like there's nothing left for him but to threaten. Previously, he could have just sweet talk everyone, but now he has to threaten. That's obviously how desperate he is. It's just a natural development of the getting cornered, right? Because Europe doesn't have that much weapons to give him, to provide him. They cannot get enough soldiers to be trained. I wanted to ask Bigari about. There's so much talk about reserves. Some Ukrainian brigades in reserves that are trained and equipped, getting ready for some another Ukrainian offensive. I'm just wondering if he knows and if he can tell us about it if he comes back, but I doubt it. I was wondering about that because there was so much talk, probably just copium, but maybe
I think a 2025 Ukrainian offensive could be interesting if and only if it has the support of French and British brigades, who, despite the rather tiny size of the French and British armies, they do have enough about them to at least make an offensive kind of interesting for a month or two if they were to get involved in Ukraine. On a purely operational level, I wonder if there's any sort of strike that they can do that would really make the Russians return to the negotiating table, right? The only possible thing I could imagine is, again, threatening Crimea, right? It seems like that would be where they would attack again. However, considering that we saw in 2023 the failure of that offensive and then they didn't even try it again in 24, I doubt that would happen.
There's a super chat on Rumble. Asking Toby to seek legal advice. Didn't even get on the vote. Yeah, I saw the Rumble claiming about Romanian Supreme Court, was involved.
Now Toby understands the open mic person of the year is for Americans only. Okay, it's like the World Series of baseball. All right, Toby knows that as an Australian, he is a vassal and he's not even eligible to win such.
No, Toby, you and I, class action lawsuit, because I also didn't get on there. What is this?
Okay, listen, let me be very, very clear about this, right? I voted for Vaun. I didn't want this, whatever you call it, like, the spotlight. Also, regarding the young lady who's saying bad things about koalas, like, the koala is a very noble animal. It sits in its tree. It eats the leaves that nobody else wants. It takes food from nobody. It doesn't speak out of turn. It respects the finger, Yura. We can all learn from koalas, right? We should be humble. Yeah, that's my message. I'd like to congratulate Vaun on defeating the enemy. He fought a good, clean fight. Right? I support his campaign to annex Australia as the 51st state. I think that would complete America. Because imagine, right? They get to upgrade the alligators to crocodiles. And I think that, like, who could face a united America and Australia? I think it's the future. I think it's our only hope. And I hope Elon would agree with this.
I think you just made the first best point I heard about the thing. I would like to upgrade our alligators to crocodiles, but otherwise, I think that the 51st state should be Greenland, if not Canada.
No, I think New Zealand will gonna annex Australia before US. They jealous of koalas, so
America would never have defeated the British without the French, right? So let's be really clear about this. It's like, every burgeoning nation of greatness, right, needs the support of the global center of democracy and warm puppies. And so I look forward to liberation from our American brothers and sisters and indeterminate genders. And listen, we can all hug a koala in the Anglosphere. The rest of you all continue with your fantasies about lions.
Can I say something real quick?
Bobby, cut your
something real quick.
Fucking too big. They never want to have it as a 51st state.
Yeah, it would be a good 51st state.
Big,
we might split it in 2 or 3 pieces.
I'm gonna give you some words of wisdom. Okay, just as the koala has the smallest brain in the mammalian kingdom, so does the whore dream of being someday married by her client.
What up, Nanya?
Yeah, very funny. Listen, I would also like to, as well as congratulating Vaun, I want to shout out Iranian Putin, who has been a real supporter of this channel, always very generous, giving folks memberships and the rest of it. Really appreciate his input, and everybody who contributes with their super chats and the chat. I actually read the chat. I think there's a lot of good comments in the chat as well. Some people don't want to come on the open mic for whatever reason, but there's always a lot of good comments on the chat. So, well done to the chat.
Speaking of the chat, we've got Kiran Tanor saying Takor, which is a very Canadian name, right? It sounds like it comes directly from Punjab. Canada has 3x your resources. We're sitting next door. China's literally running our government and hacks USA every day. Attack Canada, frog emoji. I agree. I think annex Canada, I should say. I think we should annex Canada. In fact, I think we should annex Canada before we annex Australia. However, Australia should be the 51st state. Canada can remain as territories without the vote. All right? That's the way to do it.
Elon Musk,
Makes sense. So I just want to say some super chat first. Coping did message just now. Thank you, Wyatt, fellow speakers and peeps who pressed like. Congrats, big bro Vaun. And he said that the rendering was gay. Yeah, and Happy New Year to all. And to Toby is right on the national creators. And Madeline said to paraphrase Mahatma Gandhi, European values, I think it will be a good idea.
Yeah.
Look at me how healthy I am.
You know, if you
It's a
ask
bad
Elon
idea.
Musk, I think
It's a dog shit idea.
Will,
European values are a horrible
India
idea.
first, you know.
Hey, well, since now that Elon is gonna import all of India to the U.S., I'm pretty sure Archimedes is gonna be the next president, and so you'll probably get your you'll probably get your 51st state status, Toby. Maybe it's not so far fetched as I once presumed.
Yeah, we could bring cricket. We could bring cricket to America and civilize the place entirely.
No, dude, this is the thing. We need Alaska. We need Alaska, and you guys aren't going to help us with that. So you guys have to be on the back burner. You're right about the crocodiles, and you know what? You make a strong argument about the koalas. You really do. You're changing my mind here, but I still think that Greenland and Canada, that's got to be the first.
If I can take a joke seriously, I'll say that it's actually, I think, a great idea to annex territories that are informally in the American empire. And I say that because for the same reason that I say European values are actually a shit idea. European values, right? These warm puppies, democracy and freedom, right? That all men are in a brotherhood and all equal to one another in this wonderful garden, right? Really, all women too. And of course, it's a fake idea because it doesn't actually work, right? In reality, the Europeans sort of pretend to follow these rules and but they still are brutal in their exaction of geopolitical aims in the Ukraine and Israel and other places. They still follow power politics. It's a shit idea, right? And it's dishonest. That's why it's a bad idea. The value of an idea is how honest it is, how true it is, how close it is to reality, right? European values are a fucking fake idea, and that's why they're a shit idea. And that's the same story as the American empire, right? RL, he really pisses me off. He's another great not American. He's a great open mic speaker. And he often says that America is the empire of lies. And you know what, man? That bastard, he doesn't know the first thing about cheese, but he's right about that. He really is. Because it is the empire of lies. We don't have a real empire, although it is real, right? We have fucking hundreds of bases around the world. Germany is occupied for the last 100 years almost with over 30,000 troops, even today. Same with Japan and Korea. We have an empire, but we're not honest about it. Australia, too, is very much a vassal state, right? Australia, despite trading immensely with China, is still continually becoming more and more connected to the American military. Look at the nuclear subs program, and there's, I'm sure, many other examples, right? But we have this fake empire where we have it in reality and we pretend like, oh, all of these are co-independent nations. Okay. I mean, it's bullshit. And it makes one contradiction will always flow through the whole system and fuck up everything up. We're so dishonest about it. We need to be honest. America is a great nation and America deserves to have an empire and treat our imperial subjects the way Russia treats its, right? The way that the Russian Empire used to, the way the German Empire used to, the way the British Empire used to, the Roman Empire, the Chinese, right, with the tributary states and all that. At least they were honest. The co-prosperity sphere of the Japanese. I mean, there's many, many examples. The islets of the Ottomans, right? At least they were official parts of the empire, even if they had some level of autonomy, you know? We do need to do this. I do really think we need to do this. The longer we go on like this, the more gay we're going to turn because we're just lying to ourselves. So annex Canada, annex Australia, annex Western Europe, annex NATO. And fuck it, annex Ukraine. Let's go.
As a
see, that's the
on
problem.
European values, I got to say that the talk about values starts when they disappear, when they become history. So Europe used to have values, and now they call in upon it. Used to have multiculturalism. It disappeared when they started talking about it, right? Also, American Dream was, well, didn't completely disappear, but talk about American Dream is when it was gone, pretty much gone. So this is when they call about values, you know, when it's getting diminished, right? That there was European values. How the multiculturalism of the Europe was one of the values. So many different cultures cooperating, working together, not in war anymore. That was a big surprise, of course.
That wasn't
dictated by the
European.
US. And
That wasn't European. That only happened after America and Russia
come on,
occupied
when you
militarily
speak
Europe.
out of turn, when you speak out of
I'm
turn,
not speaking
Toby,
out
just
of
like you
turn. I'm
last
interrupting
said,
you because you're
you
talking
remember
nonsense.
what you said
Euro.
last time? Remember what you said just 5 minutes ago? I know you
Remember,
don't,
Toby.
because you interrupt so much, so many times, but you complain about it when someone interrupts you. Your long
I have a
speeches.
cry, Euro.
So, but you
I'm just
interrupt
pointing
all
out
the time.
you're talking
So,
nonsense.
no. I'm telling something that you should understand, because you maybe lived in Europe, but you were looking from the side. So, yeah, but it used to be that, it's a surprise that Europe can live together without war. That was a surprise, right?
Yeah, when they're occupied by American
became
and
a-
Russian
Yes,
troops.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
what united
That's
Europe.
what I'm saying.
That's what
Yes.
stopped the Europeans
That's what I said.
fighting each other
That's what I
relentlessly.
said.
That's not European values.
That's what I
the
was saying.
domination of
Oh,
foreign
come on,
empires.
man. Can you stop interrupting and listen that I said the same? I was about saying how it was occupied by United States and Soviet Union, and that's why it didn't fight. That was the
So
surprise.
that's what your idea of European values. Yeah.
Oh, come
So,
on. Are you
I got to
idiot? Your
interrupt.
values are
Since you all are
koalas,
quarreling, so let me interrupt with super chats. So Voss say we want the votes to be cancelled. Team Toby. And then Aski was not happy about it. He said, cancel the votes, put a Romanian stun on us.
Yeah,
And then
Voz
JN
may not be being 100% sincere here, just putting
and,
it out there.
DPA,
the
DPA.
DPA is the only real empire, a tiny one. And then Madeline clarified, obviously my last comment was basically, whoosh, if only people read history.
Yeah,
And
we can talk about present history also.
And
Hey,
Dot,
Wyatt.
I
Wyatt,
finished this one. Dot say
were
that
saying
the
empire.
USA is an empire whose self-image can't tolerate admitting to itself that it's an empire. That explains many of its problems. And I actually
Absolutely.
agree. It does make a lot of sense.
Absolutely true. And Wyatt, we might be a small empire, but the sun never sets on our empire.
That's right. That's right.
God, that sounds so cool, right?
Yeah.
And the moon never sets on our empire either. We get both sun and moon.
And we
the
as the
sun will not
Europeans,
set in our empire.
and
Okay,
we as
I gotta let
Europeans,
the one in the
we as Europeans losing all our European values because you're ass-licking United States so much. Do you want to do that, Toby? Ass-licking United States and lose all your koala values? You want to do that?
Mr. Lambo,
We lost
please.
everything because
Keep it
United States,
PG-13,
because the
for fuck's
Germans
sake.
were so stupid.
Keep it at least rated
Oh,
R.
fuck you. He can say ass if he wants. All right. What kind of
Listen,
values are those?
Lambo, I'm going to
ones that don't
respond
get
to
you
this, right?
demonetized.
So
I'm going to respond to this. The idea, right, that a European can speak down to Americans about values, right? It's perverse, right? I'll tell you what we have in Australia. We have no Bill of Rights. We have no freedom of speech, right? We are taxed into the ground for the sake of multinational corporations. America is the light on the hill compared to the European values that the people in this country have inherited from Great Britain.
Okay, you'll fit.
Don't
You'll
even
fit.
talk to me about the supremacy of European values over America. America, for all its faults, right, it has a Bill of Rights. It has freedom of speech. At least the Americans can have a conversation. And if we're honest, right, all of us here come from all over the world, right? What do we value most? Free speech, right? So please don't tell me about the European values.
okay, so
She have the best healthcare.
Yeah, let's talk about
Mr.
American
Lambo,
values.
Mr.
Talk
Lambo,
to
did you
Iraqis,
say
talk
what you wanted to say?
Libyans about
Huh?
American
Did you
values,
finish what you were saying?
the
Yeah, sorry,
morality
man,
of America.
that I jumped in.
Oh,
Talk
okay.
to Vietnam.
So
Talk to anyone who believes in Cold War. Talk about the values. I mean, it's funny that it's not better, but you claiming superiority, but it's not better. It's the same thing. Europeans, Americans, the same thing. It's not better. Don't claim it's any better. What does it matter Bill of Rights when you don't respect it, when it's
So,
not respected?
Jordan, you're the one
Uh,
interrupting people
people
now.
are so self-censored
Respect
that,
the finger.
that there is no such thing. It doesn't exist.
Anyways,
Self-censoring.
I
anyways,
interrupted him before,
Gary,
so I
go ahead.
apologize.
Can you answer
yeah,
what
I had,
I
I had,
asked?
a- I had, a,
If you
I
hear
had a
me?
comment. I had a comment, or even a question which I think Dan from Russia, who is in Russia, would have answered better, because it's something I noticed about like pro-Russians, and at least Russians who whose comments get translated into English or who are online, which is like the average Russian doesn't seem to be as mad at the West as you'd think they should be. Like it's like they think as it's as if they're looking at this as if the whole war is a misunderstanding. They talk. I've seen even some of the guys who appear on most of these channels, and some of them have even fought on the front line on the Russian side. And when they talk, they say stuff like, "Oh, after the war, we will all get along." And I'm like, guys, this is not a misunderstanding. This war had been in the process for decades. There was talk about it. Like this guy called Zbigniew Brzezinski had written a book in '97 talking about fighting Russia with Ukraine and dividing Russia into multiple. Like, I don't know how anybody can. And I know sometimes they say, "Oh, it's the politicians, not the people." That distinction, especially in Western nations, is like almost non-existent, because the elites will always go for the supremacy of their own country. So I don't know when the will of the people was ever even in question. The idea that people have a choice, it's basically something made up. So at the end of the day, Russia sitting there as a sovereign state cannot be tolerated by Western countries. But everybody keeps thinking, oh, this is a game of chess, and Russians are saying that, oh, if it wasn't for the politicians, or some of them think, oh, if a different political party gets into power, all this will go away. It can't go away. These are huge geopolitical issues, and as the politicians in the US keep saying, well, we can't go after China if Russia is still there. So it's something surprising that they seem to be, let's say, mad at Tajikistan more than they'll be mad at the US. That shit is weird.
So I want to the super chat, Bigari, thank you for correcting your lighting. I think they prefer you in the dark so that your beard look longer. I think Bigari is next. I think.
Yeah, go Bigari.
Yeah, I just wanted, like, because I'm like lying in bed, I wanted to go to sleep, but ideals and values, so I had to come back, man. I had to come back. The whole Western society, the whole Western political system is based on a stolen valor. And it all goes back to like 10th century when Charlemagne was crowned as the emperor.
I thought you were going to go to World War II. Stolen valor. That makes sense. What are you talking about with Charlemagne stolen valor?
Yeah, because there was an emperor, acting emperor, and according to the papacy, there could be only one emperor at the time. And the emperor was in the Roman Empire, in the Constantinople. But the Pope crowned the Charlemagne as the emperor. When the other emperor was already around. And then the West stole the right to be the emperor from the acting emperor in the East, and the Charlemagne became the emperor. And then the Holy Roman Empire, blah, 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 blah. And then we go back to, we fast forward to 1776 and the Declaration of Independence and the creation of the franchise of democracy that we will sell to other countries. Because if you look at the Declaration of Independence, there is 50 people that signed that document. It's not like we the people as a nation. It's like we the people as the 50 people that signed the document. We control the democracy. And then they sold that idea to all other countries. And when other countries like voting, like we are democratic countries, blah, 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 and Americans are meddling in the democratic processes, quote unquote, processes in other countries, people are like, what the fuck? Why you Americans are meddling? Like, Americans are meddling in the
But you
franchise
like
that they sold,
democracy.
franchise that they sold to other people, and they don't follow the rules of the franchise. So they are correcting the rules. So, like, we need to go back to like why I was saying to about Charlemagne. Yes, because he was given the power to rule by the Pope, by the God. Same was going on with like every monarchy. We are given the power to rule by the God, but United States decided that we don't want that. We will create another like cause to
Authority.
be in power,
Another legitimacy.
and we will create that we are getting the power from the people. So that's the big problem, because every other country don't have like the system that are legitimate to give them power of. They are all copying American system. And then when Americans are going into their own country and meddling with that system, they are like, why are you doing that? But they are copying the system and like getting mad at the Americans that they are trying to like meddle with the franchise object. The only way to be independent, truly independent, is to create their own rule to power. Like, go back to the fucking monarchy to get power from God. That's the only way.
Amen, brother. Amen. Fuck yeah.
So you don't hold Magna Carta at all.
Or realismo. Whatever, Gabriel. Sorry. I don't know who's
No,
next.
yeah. Go on. I just wanted to support Bigari in his truthful rant.
Yeah, what are you getting at with that question, Counting
I
Keith,
can do it.
about Magna Carta?
Well, that was the limitation on the right to, or the divine right to rule, right?
Well, yeah, the people came in and they made him sign the document. So
Yeah, and historically,
Well, it wasn't
that's
the
why he
people.
ended up with the, well,
It was the aristocrats. It was a council. I guess they were the people compared to the king.
yeah,
But it wasn't.
the peasant revolt.
Certainly
Right?
wasn't the peasants.
Yeah.
Well, what's the
Just
peasant
like
revolt?
The other
Yeah,
oligarchs.
the fucking War of Independence of United States. Do you think that every people that like every person that lived in the like territory of the colonies wanted to be independent? No, it was a bunch of like oligarchs that
aristocrats.
wanted to separate from Britain. Like, that's all. Like, people never, and it's the biggest lie that is
Hey,
fucking
Gabriel, we
sold
can hear
in
you
the history
scratching
of the people.
the plates.
That people
No,
have the
I knew
say.
him.
Okay, now I'm going to sleep.
Well,
Good night.
Thank you very much,
Hey,
Bigari.
Bigari, I wanted to ask
Bigari.
you, Bigari,
Yeah.
I wanted
Okay.
to ask you, about any reserve brigades in Ukraine. Are there
There
are there
are
any?
around 400 people in the backlines that are not serving because they are paid off. This is like, you can count like TCC, border guards, and people in the like.
So none.
There are a lot of people who not go to the front because they are valuable in like reserves, as to say. People is not the problem in Ukraine. People that are expendable are the problem, because that's another question. Because if you are a police state dictatorship, you need the force to control the people.
Yep.
Seems logical. That's why you have TCC police that is in around like 500,000 people in those organizations, and they are not fighting. They are capable to fight, but they are designed to control the population. That's all. That's why
Yeah, and they
you
will
will
not be
see
able to fight
the
if need be. Yeah, but I wanted to mention about the stolen valor. You were right about part how Pope stole the valor of right to rule. Take care, man.
have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a good Happy New Year, everyone.
Stay safe.
Happy
Same
New
to
Year.
you, Bigari, and congratulations to Bigari for running as a runner-up. No, it's
Runner-up,
a
yeah.
very strong competition.
Yeah,
And,
I thought we
just
had
want to know-
a very good top 3 this year, honestly, in the
Yeah,
speaker of the year.
well deserved. Gabriel and Vaun, and of course
Yeah.
Bigari. So
Yeah, so I just want to address the super chat. Voss say DPA Army wants Toby as chief of general staff. And then Magna Carta is for the weak English monarchs. And
Well, it's
Madeline,
this is a very good
Madeline
point.
say that Bigari made a good point. Charlemagne is the rebranding of the Roman Empire. The War of Independence in the colonies was the rebranding of the British Empire. The martial kleptocracy for 2,500 years, the only empire left.
Yeah,
And,
I'm not sure if I buy this.
Yeah, well, it's true that Charlemagne was the crowned as holy emperor, but his
Solomon was
right
too.
was
Yeah.
to crown other vassal states, to crown other people, whom he decides, let's say from other countries or other regions, he can decide who's gonna rule their countries.
Yeah.
As long as it's listened to him. That was his emperor power, right? But concerning the United States, it's already transformed. That wasn't about that. It was about destroying the debt forgiveness. When the king dies, that his debts are forgiven, cancelled. So democracy is the way to never cancel the debt, right? Country continues, so you don't have to cancel debt because there's no debt of the king. So that's why there will be never return to the kingships and royalty again, because this is superior way to control other countries. And who knows how the banking works, which is the first one was the British banks. They knew how banks works. So that's how they control the world until the United States came up and took it from them, right? By forcing them, by blackmailing them, and
But
so
I think
on.
the United States took that aspect of the global empire from Britain in the late 1800s, right? And indeed in the early 20th century, I would even argue, especially if you look at Churchill. In between the world wars? Yeah, sure. Early 20th century.
That was the biggest.
But it wasn't. That's not what happened in 76, right? 1776. At that moment in 1776, it was more so a rebellion. I mean, they call it the American Revolution. I mean, there was the French Revolution. It wasn't an American Revolution. It was but it wasn't. CH said earlier it was an American reaction. I think that's also underselling it. I think largely it was a rebellion, right? It's a simple geographical question that on the one side you've got one set of elites that want to run their country, and on the other side they're being run by another set of elites, right? And so it was a rebellion, a classic geographical rebellion, and as we've seen hundreds of throughout history. And then only later did it go and reabsorb the British Empire. And I think by that point it was a different British Empire. There was a conception of the British Empire kind of coming to an end with the loss of the American colonies. In fact, there was a statesman who had a quote that now Britain is going to become just one more island off the coast of Europe, like Malta.
Well, I try to keep it really
North
short.
American Empire. Well, I know. I'm just riffing on it. But all I'm saying is I think that it was a little bit later that the Americans took over the British Empire. Not the first time.
Super chat.
Not in
I want to finish the
1776.
super chat first. So we need a DPA person of the Southern Hemisphere, and the JN nominates Gabriel. Yeah, maybe next year we have the continental ones. I'm not sure.
Why are you? Gabriel is from Mexico. That's in the Northern Hemisphere.
No, he's not. He's from freaking Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina is part of Mexico.
Yeah, but
And,
you can your geographic impediment can call it Southern Mexico if you want. Okay, Southern Hemisphere Mexico. Hey,
Vaun have one more. So is Archimedes, please talk to us about Elon and Vivek. Yeah, I finally caught.
Oh man, yeah, that's a big topic. Do we want to get into Elon and Vivek?
Yeah. To what you're saying, the British Empire actually exploded after it lost its North American colony. I mean, its USA colony. By the time it lost the colony, it was still in a bitter struggle for supremacy with France, and there was not a clear winner until the French Revolution and until Napoleon. Actually, after Napoleon, British was established as the empire. Before that, it was just another power squabbling amongst the European powers. So keep that in mind. And also, a weird thing that happened with the after the Civil War in North America, but especially after the First World War, is that more than USA replacing Britain as a empire, it's almost like Britain co-opted the USA against its will, against its constitution and its foundational principles, to make it sort of a tool for influence in the world stage. You can argue
to
that point.
attack Philippines in 19th century?
No, to join World War I.
Co-opted it, or to
I'll
attack.
give you one example of the way this happened.
No, it didn't co-opt. It's by British losing the navy, slowly losing the navy. That was the central point of its empire, the navy. Such a strong,
but there was a
numerous
phase,
navy, and it kept diminishing, while the US was building it much faster. So
but there was a phase when the British were abetting. They were aiding and abetting the US. Even when the British had the dominant navy, right? They had the so-called special relationship with the United States, right? Where during the 1800s. Yeah, and that was really the teeth behind the Monroe Doctrine, right? Was that the United States actually allied with the British following the War of 1812 where they were the naval hegemon of the Western Hemisphere. And I think you could argue that had a lot to do with the events in South America, following the collapse of the Spanish Empire, right? The British were completely dominant over the waters of of the Pacific and the Atlantic,
And India.
Oh yeah. And United States and Britain were absolutely instrumental to all these revolts in the Spanish Southern Empire, and not only that, but they got they monopolized the entire market after that, and then they spurred all sorts of wars in South America to ensure their interests and to suppress any possibility of rising as a continental power.
Including I believe 3 separate wars between the United States or 2 wars with the United States and Spain, and 1 with the Mexicans, where we took over Florida, we took over parts of after the Louisiana Purchase, I believe, and then we took over Texas and the southwestern U.S. from Mexico. All that happened in the 1800s. That was Anglo-America taking over quite a lot from the Spanish Latin American world, right? So in a sense, yeah, it was to take over the Philippines, right? And the Philippines, don't undersell the Philippines. That was America's debut as an Asian power, right? Which is one of the most significant points of the world geopolitics today. That's the Philippines, right? And so the U.S. and Britain in the 1900s, they really, I think, did work together to dominate the world. And then, eventually the center of power shifted across the Atlantic. If you guys don't know, there's something called the Rhodes Scholarship, right? A very, very prestigious scholarship given to the best and brightest of the American and British. And the way it was set up is that it would be, for each American, there would be 1 person from the British Empire, right? And it was a pan-Atlantic sort of institution. And it's a very important institution, actually. There's many other examples of this that were built up. For example, Winston Churchill, I believe, was half American, right? Or maybe he was married to an American, one or the other. the British were in bed literally with the Americans for almost ever since we had our little lovers' quarrel in 1776, right?
Yeah, so it's kind of ironic to call it like a takeover from the United States, because it was pretty voluntary on the British side, and it never disarticulated its own foundational systems, especially the banking system of Britain. And I'd say that it actually took over the USA. The British banking system took over, at least in its format, in its system of control over the population. And like back to this whole Charlemagne thing, and it's remarkable how underscored the difference between like the monarchic or the kingship, not to say monarchic because the monarchy is a different thing, especially since the absolutist monarchism of the late Renaissance. But it's really weird how people like it's so people are so unaware of like the level of rights that people had under the kingship. Kings were a super decentralized social system, and people actually had the right to their own survival, to the means for their survival, like, which is land. Basically, you had the commons, and the fact that democracy changed your right to land for like the capacity to vote is just ridiculous. And people think it's some sort of progress in like social rights. But yeah, go on, whoever wants to.
Yeah. Yeah, just on the Rhodes thing, it's Rhodes, Cecil John Rhodes is where the scholarship comes from, and it's part of his last will and testament. And he was a person that basically sparked off the Second World War in South Africa. So it's you being paid with stolen money from South Africa for those scholarships.
Interesting. So that's where the Rhodes Scholarship came from.
Mhm.
I just want to
Cecil Rhodes,
address
yeah.
Super Chat.
Yeah, he was buried in Zimbabwe, by the way.
Was buried in Zimbabwe,
just
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Rhodesia,
Jesus
as
is
it was called
definitely
then,
from
right?
Zimbabwe.
Rhodes, yeah, Rhodes, yeah.
Yeah, so Naked Jesus is definitely from Zimbabwe as well, so just nice. And
Yeah.
and JN tell us to check out the movie The Madness of King George.
I'll do that. I'll take a look at it.
And for those just now was congratulating Vaun. Vaun is here now. Just now he was away for a while.
Yeah,
Hey,
congratulations, Vaun.
Thank you, Archimedes. Hey, do we want to talk about the Ukraine front at all?
I do.
I mean, just a few specific spots or anything? I mean, at least the hot spots for a minute, or?
Well, you guys are gonna have to take the lead on that.
If you wanna throw something in on that, please go ahead. I mean, it's been pretty constant like trajectory of collapse, but interesting things are definitely happen, so please throw it in by all means.
Well, I was just looking at like Villa Silikova, whatever. And then
Velika Novosilka.
yeah, then you
The
got
new city.
Kirakove. I mean, both those places. I mean, they're on the verge of collapse. That one, Velika Savoka. I mean, that salient. There's no way there's anybody still. Yeah, there's nobody still in there. And then to me, I kind of feel like Euro does to a point. It's like they're not going to go up behind across. They can just stay south and kind of just angle either a little bit north and keep heading west, or more west, or I mean, there's already a southern part of that, so that's not really relevant. But I mean, I think they're going to just keep going around these bigger cities. I don't really see them getting tangled up in these cities, trying to fight their way in when you can get around some of these roads, especially in that southern area. Everything from like Pawcross down, toward down along towards the southern front, towards Zaporizhzhia. I mean, that whole area is just ripe for collapse and pickup. It's just the Russians just got to hit the right spots at the right time, and I think it's just going to go. And you lose these two cities, you can already see the two pockets that are going to go. They keep going around the backside of Pokrovsk. You can see how they're already threading that road. That other highway got cut. I mean, there's just a lot of places that can really go shit up for them real fast.
What do you guys think about a possible Russian advance in the Zaporizhia sector, right? Because now that we have this, if they take Pokrovsk, it starts to look like that entire section of the front, on the left of Pokrovsk, but also on the right of Pokrovsk, from the Ukrainian perspective, is also now somewhat cut off.
I kind of feel like they could start one up there anytime, anywhere along there, especially in the areas where they've been fighting for a while, maybe prepping it, like around Robotny and Ozirnik.
Ochereznik.
Yeah. And then,
No,
no,
Okarotine. What is it called?
It's north of Robotny. But it's up there it's kind of going towards that area. Yeah, Orikhiv. Yeah,
Orikhiv.
That kind of area. That area's been kind of getting worked over for a while. Maybe they could punch up through there, or they don't even have to do anything. All they got to do is push up and act like they're doing something, and the Ukrainians will have to go there. So when they go there, it'll open up something else somewhere else. I mean, think about it. They're grinding away in Shavish Yar, but they've pretty much got most of the high ground. I think maybe they'll push through that here in the next couple of weeks. And once that's gone, I mean, that might free up some Ukrainians, but that's going to cause problems. Or what if they get around Pokrovsk faster? That might force them to drop back from Shavish Yar area just to try to hold that. I mean, there's just so many places that they're vulnerable in that whole region. Kursk is interesting, Kupiansk, whatever. But I mean, this whole area down here is just, to me, it's just ripe, especially when you start factoring all the stuff that like Bigari was saying, and then about troop morale, and then the other stories you see, and then there's just so many death by 1,000 cuts down here. I just think it's going to be just a totally action spot for the next month.
Well, yeah,
so if I may,
I'd say
the big
go.
Velika Novoselivka actually translates as big new village, or you can say big New York, right? That's Velika Novoselivka. It's 2 words. It's kind of important resistant point. And once it falls, it's gonna be a good base for the deploying troops from there for further
because you
attacks.
already got up behind the
Pretty
backside.
big village, pretty big town, right? Big New York. They already started going north between Pokrovsk and Kamenskoye, I think, in Vozdvizhenka. In Vozdvizhenka, they already started attacking and advancing. That's east of Pokrovsk. On the road between Pokrovsk and Kamenskoye. So they started, they want to cut between Pokrovsk, this big road, on Pokrovsk and, that's Minograd. Okay, Minograd. And Vozdvizhenka is on the edge. Behind, even further east, there. That's Vozdvizhenka. Here on the in between. That's place and the connecting road. They want to cut this road. So that's important, but that's going to happen probably after Chasiv Yar falls. That's important to cut off supplies between the eastern front line, but also they're gonna attack more to west of Pokrovsk. They aiming for the big coal mine west of Pokrovsk. They gonna go for that coal mine because it's an important part of the steel manufacturing for cooking coal, right? There's a big, and a huge train station in Udachne. So Udachne is the place where they're gonna go. Yeah, that's Udachne there. So that's where they're aiming for. Before they do anything with Pokrovsk, that's what they want to do first, right? And then to have some fire control over the road that connects Pokrovsk and Dnepropetrovsk. well, that's a road and a railroad is going to be cut, but there's a northern road that connects Pokrovsk, also important for that goes to up. Yeah, that's the at least they want to have fire control over that road before they do anything with Pokrovsk. So I think they're going to keep going to the west. From there, from Udachne, there's also a lot of mines, important mines for Kolomoisky and Akhmetov. Main source of their money comes from those mines because it provides for the steel manufacturing, and they're financing and cooperating with Zelensky. His player. They're all Jews, right? They all work together, and that's why another part why Zelensky has power to blackmail and threaten Europeans is Jewish solidarity, how to say, cooperation, and they work together against every other government and offer them bribes, right? So that's another part, I think, why Zelensky can behave like this, such a belligerent behavior towards the Western
His
countries.
sponsor, towards his supporters.
Well, yeah, he gets support of the Jewish community, most definitely.
No, but he's unbelievably belligerent towards his supporters, towards his main supporters, like trashing on Trump, trashing on Germany, trashing on Slovakia that gives them electricity, and Hungary. It's like it's unbelievable. But yeah, like on the, I think an interesting thing to keep in mind when looking at the battlefield is that it's hard to fathom the level of surveillance and reconnaissance that there is over the field, and so like the approximation to a certain area is already a level of fire control. It's a massive level. So like when you see a place like the Velika Novosilka that's all surrounded, like semi-encircled, that's a level of massive collapse already. That place is lost. You have to write it off, because that's an that's a total control over what goes in and goes out. And in a place like Pokrovsk, you have like this simple approximation.
But the same applies the other way around, right? To the Ukrainian control over the front lines of the Russian territories, right? Those places are also heavily surveilled by the Ukrainians, right? So it's, just because the Russians' influence and fire might extend a few kilometers ahead of where the front line is, it doesn't mean that they just control it, right? Because the Ukrainians also control the first few, in the same sense, they have fire capacity over the first few kilometers of the Russian front line, right? So those areas are not safe necessarily.
No,
not just
the
controlled
point,
by
my
the
point
Russians.
is that the distance to a certain logistical line is a percentage of depletion of whatever transits that line. Okay, and yeah, that goes both ways, but it goes both ways insofar as you have firepower, like insofar as your firepower and logistic lines. So your proximity to a certain logistic line is the percentage of erosion that you can make on those lines, and that in relation to your to the amount of ordnance that you can deploy or dispose of. And so that's going to be the draining power of each side towards each other. And by the trajectory of the overall battlefield, battle lines, we can see clearly where the preponderance of ordnance is, right? And so that's the strangulation. And so like we no longer need to see an encirclement to have a place encircled. All you need is proximity. And the more approximate you are to a place is the more total control you have over that area. And so Pokrovsk right now, for example, it's encircled. Just that you don't need to actually reach out to all those lines to control them, because you have surveillance and firepower.
Pokrovsk is encircled on December 29th, 2024. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's not encircled.
Actually,
This
can
is
we hear
called
from Wyatt?
So I just want to say super chats. Just now Vaun was just laying back like a real OG. And then another comment by JN. Yo, so it looks like the HTS guy is okay with Russia.
Of course he
and,
is.
He
has no
all made the
choice.
deal. I think everyone has made deals already, before they threw over, Assad. And United States and Russia are secret BFFs, which I do suspect could be the case. Like they just cooperate together to kill off the Europeans. So yeah.
Well, I just want to say something about that.
No, hush. I have my finger up.
Fuck off. Koala.
No, look, on this point about encirclement and everything else, I'm going to say something here that came out of a conversation between Vaun and I and some other folks. So some of these ideas are his as well. We have to. We can't look at just individual battles and individual encirclements and draw too much from them, because you've got to look at the whole front line and the whole war as one strategic offensive. And what the Russians are doing in the parlance of infantry training is they are maintaining the initiative, right? It's like if you study infantry tactics in the military, you'll learn about the importance of maintaining the initiative, right? Because the basic theory is if you have the initiative and the other guy is always reacting to what you do, they never have the resources or the capability of putting their own strategy into effect. And if we have a look at the broader picture of the front line, Russia is pushing everywhere, and where they find a weakness, they push further. And what does that do? It compels the Ukrainians to move their troops, and particularly their good troops, to plug the line. And then what does Russia do? Does Russia commit everything they've got to that one big battle? No. They dig in, hold the line, they use their superior artillery, and then they move somewhere else and they push somewhere else. And when we have a look at, what happened in Kursk, and even before that, the summer offensive, the way to understand those, in my view, this is Ukraine trying to regain the initiative. This is Ukraine trying to do something to take control of the battlefield. And what did Russia do in Kursk? They let them come in, they dug in their defenses, and it just became one more spot on the front line that Ukraine has to manage. And so the Russian strategy, they're not all in on any one of these places like Pokrovsk or Novosibirsk or any of these places. They are just going to keep putting pressure all across the line, because it retains the initiative and it prevents Ukraine doing very much and having to move your soldiers around all the time across a huge front line of thousands of kilometers.
And it extends the front line as well. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
It's hugely debilitating. And so like we shouldn't focus too much on like one battle or one pocket and imagine that the Russians are all in on that, whether it's Chasiv Yar or Pokrovsk or anywhere else. It's a collective enterprise, and they will just keep putting that pressure on. And the analogy is they're going for a choke. They've got Ukraine in a chokehold, and they're choking Ukraine out. They're not trying to land a knockout blow, right? They're not sitting back waiting for this knockout punch. They're just choking Ukraine out. But anyway, Vaun, I sort of like referred to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, like a lot of like with what Toby's saying too. I mean, the Russians have the ability to pick up and start wherever they want at this point. And they literally, it's constant pressure across the entire front. And then when something opens, then they blossom into it. And when the blossom stops, they either hold there and then they obviously shift to somewhere else. But they've got enough man and material that pressure is constant. So you do have multiple places like Pokrovsk, Chavis Yar starting to develop, maybe something around Seversk and then Kupiansk. And then you've got, Kursk being the opposite. But the thing about Kursk is, at this point, the Russians have complete air domination over that. They have complete artillery domination over that, drone domination, surveillance, plus men on the ground. I mean, basically, it's just the killing field. And it's been stated that Every single day, they can hit whatever Ukrainian troops they find with whatever they want, whenever they want, without any interference, because that's how thoroughly the Russians control that area. And that's just one small area. Now, that's not the whole battlefront, but you can assume that when they focus on an area that's being productive, that they'll put those kind of resources into effect. But when those, and then like somebody was saying earlier, I think it was Bigari, there's 2 cities that may fall soon, or decent sized settlements. Once those are gone, those guys are freed up to be moved somewhere else. They might rotate back for a rest and refit, but then who knows where they'll end up next? And it could just be the next place that produces fruit that day. They go probe somewhere and all of a sudden they find out, like we've seen multiple times and we've all talked about. All of a sudden there's a place in the line where there was a company 1 month. Now there's nobody, and there's nobody there for the next 5 kilometers. And the next thing you know, Wyatt's going to be mapping this finger going up a fucking road, and what the hell? And it's going to start getting more and more like that, especially in the South. I think the South is why, that may seem like there's a lot of stuff being focused there, but I think it's not so much that. It's just that's the most productive area right now because it's so wide open and it's been so devastated and prepared and shaped that it's just the most productive place for the Russians to take territory right now and kill the Ukrainian army off. I mean, they're doing well in other places too, but think about it. Up north, it's a slow grind. They're not going to go anywhere really. Nobody wants to go through all those forests and villages and stuff around Kharkov. But down south, you surround the village, you pop a few defensive fortifications, and then you're good. Like Wyatt shows every day, you're good for maybe a half a kilometer, 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers. Pull up, check in, spread out, rinse and repeat. I mean, it's pretty, I'm sure you got to worry about drones and getting hit and all that kind of stuff, but I would imagine it's a lot less stressful for the Russian infantry guys moving around down there than it is for the Ukrainians. I mean, there's obviously risk, it's dangerous, but I mean, I would imagine every day there's less and less drones, less and less mortars, less and less return fire, just less and less of everything. Because the Ukrainians are running out. I'll shut up a sec. So they got to focus somewhere.
So why did Donetsk front actually advance so much while the other areas just barely budging? Like in Kharkiv around Volchansk, you can see
like Volodar, right?
They took the area just because of the surprise attack. So once the Ukrainians recuperated, there was no more movement. But Donetsk area keeps going. It's because it's who's fighting there, whom Donetsk area matters to, is Donetsk militia. They're still kind of, not independent, but they can push their own officers to advance more, right? So it was individual brigades, individual battalions that were very successful. They kept on going, kept trying. I see their break-in advance is by specific battalion organization and thinking their own ingenuity in how to break the line. Like we see that one brigade was kept attacking Vuhledar. It didn't succeed. But then you come with other better organization, and a specific battalion goes in and achieves it because the large operation wasn't successful. So it was Donbas militia that was more aggressive than Russian military per se.
But
so it was the Donbas militia brigades that
wait. You can not finishing. I want to do super chat first. Any May Toby, which is I actually Google Translate is called agree with Toby. Any May, and then also the US and Russia is going to wreck EU 100% easy win. EU Russia is alliance is the thing.
Come on, the open mic, JN. Talk about US Russia alliance.
He's been a long time already. It's next is Lambo actually.
Yeah.
No.
So Yuri, the thing about the Donbas militia is that it was light infantry. They didn't have tanks and artillery and things like that. So
they got it now.
but they're not the militia anymore. They're basically part of the Russian army now, right?
Yeah.
So
now they got all the artillery and much more resources by incorporating within Russian military. So now they organized, the Russian military supported giving additional battalions with technical resources. So that's why, but they have the experience of fighting. That's why they were so persistent. They wanted to prevent, shelling of Donbas, Donetsk. That's why they pushed against Avdiivka, and now the only place that Ukrainians can hit is Horlivka, which is a big city above Donetsk, and now they're alarmed about it. They raised an alarm. Donbas militia.
Okay, it's time for Mr. Lambo.
Yeah. So that's why
I can't believe what you said. I can't believe you said that.
Please don't. Just leave that. Please, can we let that retarded
just to cut me
guy
off. Anything just to cut me off. That's why.
Oh,
that's why.
Listen, your argument went from the Donetsk militia took Avdiivka because they're so motivated to they're now part of the Russian army, which is why they took it. But anyway, Lambo, please.
Yeah, but they have some influence, don't they? I mean, at every level, right? I'm sure that they're involved at every level. And there's people that are from Donetsk.
It wasn't the Fab bombs from the Russian Air Force that made the difference in Avdiivka. It was the spirit.
It was the spirit. They were the heroes. They were the heroes of their homelands, of Donetsk. Yeah, they were the heroes.
I wanted I wanted to actually refer to the Fab bombs when Avdiivka was the best example. Once they started to Fab, it was game over directly. Bam, done.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but let me make
and now we're seeing that. And now we're seeing that in every where the Russians really want to start to push, where they put their efforts in the first. And I think we're going to see that more also in 2025. So you combine your Fab bombing,
HTS in the house.
That would be valid
I've got a question
if
for
they
you,
fabbed only Avdiivka, but they fabbed all around.
Or did I need to wait? Or I don't
No.
know.
I've got a question for you. What do you think of all these Toyotas that the Russians are using now? All the light vehicles.
It's a vehicle. It can shoot. It's good. It's cheap. It's cheap. Don't care. Vehicles. Numbers wins. It's easier. You use bike also for go faster for A to B, so it's easier. And we were saying with the biggest workers, we can say one of the biggest workers of the war from 2024 certainly, or the Sukhoi 34 pilots. These are fabbing around the clock. This year they started to use thousands.
That's not my question. My question is, why is Russia using all these light vehicles now?
Because it's cheap. It's cheap. It's easy to replace. It's easy to build. It's fucking fast. That is what I was saying before about the planes also. If you can build cheap and fast, you're good.
And why not? And why not? And why not?
No,
just
but the other thing, hang on, to answer County's question really
you're
quickly.
pro paraglider, so you know.
No, really.
Yeah, listen, County, there's something we have to keep in mind. Russia needs to hush euro. The thing is, Russia also have to keep all of their weapons ready for a serious war, right?
And they're buying what they like, what they can.
Of course,
their idea is
self-initiative. You need to replace stuff.
Russian logistics don't provide replacements all the time. You get you receive a particular number of the armor or technicals, and find out. You got to work with it. So once you lose all the transportations, Kamas, trucks, and everything, they go buy Bukhanka on their own, right?
See that as the plan
buys it on their own. So that's why they have such a huge salaries, so they can collect it and buy what they want. So the Russia is also not so good in providing absolute replacement for the lost resources.
Yeah, look, I can get on the motorbikes, right? I mean, I can understand that, right?
They did it in the Second World War also. They start to use these bikes. The Germans did that first with the side bikes on it. It's just an easy way of transportation. If, like George say, you're losing some trucks, you need fast a plan B to resupply, to have your supplies continuing, so you can switch over to vans or to little things. It's just the things that you need to have always. You have your plan A, you take your plan B. But if I can continue about the front line, the Fabs is a game changer. I'm going to continue to say the fucking Fab is a game changer. Now we have a new toy. And actually, the Ukrainians actually start to use it also, the fiber optic drones, because you just can't jam it. And you have a spool of 5 or 10 kilometers long. So if you start to Fab, you are advancing your troops where you can clean. Clean, you're doing with artillery. Very important. You can call the Fab glide bombs the flying artillery. It's perfectly the good pronunciation. You can use it. You use it as term. It's not bombing. It's artillery dropping that you are doing. So your commander is going to say, we need to take that block. And we saw the video of that. We're going to just drop one Fab 3000. They do it like that. In the middle of the apartment block, and they blow out everything. Do you really think Ukrainians are going to be stupid enough to go back to that block after the Fab strike? Actually, they do. But it's fucking crazy. So it's the Fabs or the thing. If you see the regions where you are pushing, that they are fabbing, they're going to do something in the future, normally. Or they try to weaken something. Jeffco was a bad example. They were trying to take it. And then suddenly you saw this, no, Vaun, fuck you. No, stop it. Stop it. Vaun, stop. I try to speak. No, please, no. I don't want to. I don't want to. I am not in good today. And I'm not in a good mood at all.
The fucking Grinch over here. Look.
No, but I try to speak and I'm just not allowed to speak. So please stop.
Yeah, because you got destroyed by Fabs and logic. And please don't interrupt Euro, please.
These fiber optic drones, they're using that like little by little. But once they're going to get more and more, they're going to use it like in the same way like they did with the normal drones, swarming them. Imagine swarming with fiber optic cables. It's fucking
don't interrupt Euro, please. Stop interrupting Euro.
No, but I am losing my mind because I can't remember also what I really want to say. So it's fucking me up completely.
Maybe take a break and compose yourself and come back later. Maybe.
No, I just want to continue because if you fuck around with me, I'm going to fuck with you. I have patience,
No, I'm being
you don't know who you're fucking with.
And Jen also have one more super chat. Syria will break up. But I thought
I want to hear the roar of the Flemish lion.
It's already broken up. Syria is already broken up, so I don't know.
That's what I'm gonna say. Will it unite or not? But it's okay. It's okay, Miss Lambo. Do I speak?
I don't give a shit anymore, really. I really don't give a shit anymore.
I told you to break. I told you guys we would break Lambo on this OM. I called it.
Toby,
you don't blame me. I'm going to commit revenge, Toby. I'm also
about the lion thing.
Don't worry about that one.
The worst part about the line thing is hang on a second, hold on, Nick. The worst thing about the line thing is we can't even export lines to Europe anymore. It's banned.
Belgium went to Congo, my friend.
Yeah?
We took Congo over in the past. We went to Africa, Belgium. We did not
Super chat, where the Ukrainian army break up? If yes, when?
No, it will not break up. It will shatter.
It will shatter.
It'll deflate,
At some point, it's
sputter out.
Breaking
I would think at some point it's going to break, but that could be anytime. Oh yeah, shatter, same thing. I mean,
better.
But it could be in the next day or two or next week. But realistically, I would think maybe sometime this spring, summer. Because honestly, I just don't really see how they could go past that with the kind of pressure that's being put on. And the amount of pressure that's going to be there then, and how many less guys and equipment are going to be around by June. I mean, I think if they hold out by the summer, I'd be surprised. But, I mean, that's all dependent, too. I'm not even thinking about Trump's talking and dealing and what could happen there. But, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, if there was no Trump, 6 more months.
Nika, can you tell what's up with Hezbollah giving back the
How can you change topics
Syrian
so fast?
army
No.
soldiers.
Yeah,
And
it wasn't.
also there's a report of Russians giving away their soldiers, the Syrian
Not
soldiers.
officer, not
Hey, I just want
soldier.
to just on Yura's thing real quick. I heard something too. They said the HTS wants Russia to stay. So is Russia staying? Are they not staying? Are they still thinking about it?
First of all, it's not Hezbollah, it's Lebanon. The government who's giving not
Lebanon,
soldier
Lebanon.
but officers. It's like 70 officers. It's not soldier. This is one. There is like in the neighbor countries don't want to cooperate. For now, this is this is what happening. The surrounding country, Iraq, Lebanon, Jordania, of course, Turkey want to cooperate with the new government because if Syria is stable, because what happened in Iraq is because of Syria wasn't stable enough. If Syria is stable and there is a government who can stabilize Syria, all the region would be stable. All the like Lebanon and Iraq would be stable. There will be no flood of terrorists and crazy people. So
We just need magically democracy in Syria, and then we'll solve all the problems in Iraq, Lebanon, and Jordan.
Listen,
Come on,
listen,
man, this is
listen,
ridiculous.
Listen, the democracy is a fucked up word that used everywhere. I'm
So
telling
what?
you.
We just need stability in Syria, as though Syria would fix everything. Syria is not going to be stable. That's a joke. It's ridiculous. Syria is going to be divided, partitioned between the different four parts. And if it is taken over by HTS, it's being taken over by a multinational Al Qaeda type of group. It's being taken over by international Islam, right? So by definition, it's not going to be an island of stability, right? It'll return to the days of being some kind of node of in the United Arab Republic as it was before.
That's no. What I've seen.
Very destabilizing.
First of all, it's not like the other examples of the Arab revolutions, because first of all, it cannot follow the Egyptian example because there is no strong army now. There is no strong opposite army. It cannot follow the Tunisian example because they are going hard on the people that can, because in Tunisia, for example, we didn't like punish practically anyone. So we let everyone free in Kumbaya. Those people get the power back and fucked us up all. So it's a unique example. So plus they have some experience in ruling because they ruled a part of Syria in Idlib.
HTS.
Yeah, HTS.
Yeah.
They ruled that at least.
You mean Al Nusra, right?
Yeah, HTS.
Yeah, you mean Al Qaeda, right? I mean, come on, man. This is not going to. They're going to be the lapdogs of the CIA, just as they've always
Israel
been.
is more than that.
And the Mossad.
They were stable. They were stable as a government, as a population. So what?
Israel was stable.
You can be. Now it's not stable. But
you want Syria to be like Israel? That's what you're saying?
No.
To be stable like Israel?
No, of course not.
Wow.
I'm telling you, you can be a terrorist, you can be a murderer, and have stability.
Oh,
that's what I mean.
What's happening?
Like Taliban.
Yes.
Serious question for Nico. Like, how much difference is there between Turkey and HTS?
Difference? What? As what?
Well, how independent is HTS from Turkey? Can HTS be seen as an extension of Turkish power?
No small country is 100% independent.
Yeah, but are they independent at all, or is HTS just a mechanism for expanding the Turkish caliphate?
Do you think that
CIA
Turkey wanted?
No, I don't know. It's a genuine question. I'm asking.
Yes, CIA, Toby. HTS, CIA. How can you possibly be a guy that had $10 million award on his head, and you capture him, and suddenly they say, "Are we going to leave that on the ground? You need to pay nothing. Try to not pay a parking bill, Nika. Try in Canada to not pay a parking bill."
Yeah, but Turkey is
$40.
So
do you think there's nothing strange happening there?
What I'm saying, no country. I'm just trying to explain what I'm seeing with the data
it's going to be more fucked up.
I hope there is like some images of stability. The government is trying to stabilize They have, for example, recently they had some wanted lists. They didn't like do what Assad did, bomb the whole area and fucked up all the population. They went with those lists to the leaders of that community and asked them to give them, because they have like protection and stuff to take them back. And those who refused, the people who refused to come forward, those who were like dealt with harshly. But a lot of communities, for example, Druze and Shia, gave those wanted person, because they are the one who suffers too because of them. They are trying to collect the weapons from the ex-Syrian army. There's a lot of procedures to if you are in the army and you can like present yourself. They give you a document. They will take your information. They'll give you a document, and you can proceed with your life. If there's, there's like the bureaus. They open from morning to night, and they are full because there's a lot of soldiers who didn't do anything. They were like forced to go to the army, and don't have anything to do with what had happened. And the others, they are fleeing, or they are trying to stir up some religious or ethnic problems. For now, it's stable. The situation is controllable, but of course, there is always a chance to get fucked up, and countries can meddle and make everything go.
Yo, Christian, so on.
Don't fuck with me with the Christian stuff. Christians in Israel are getting fucked, and no one is talking. We're talking about Christians when it suits us. No one talking about Christians in Israel. Where is the Christians in Israel?
Twitter.
Nika.
Twitter, they
give me a fuck. Plus Christians.
Nika.
It's propaganda everywhere.
Hey, Nika, take it easy, okay? That it's like the thing is, the line that people see it going, you see it like they're comparing al-Nusra or that, like ignoring Israel. The thing is that what people are saying is that al-Nusra or HTS, they're the same thing as Israel. So they're complaining about the Christians in Israel and the Christians in Syria, because like what we see from over here is that the entire Arab world is being, the entire Middle East or West Asia is being purged of Christians in Israel, in Lebanon, in Syria. It's a continuous process, you know. We're not saying, oh, these are the bad guys, but not Israel. We're saying that these guys are Israel. They are Israel, and they're purging the religious diversity from the Middle East and turning it into the stereotype, you know, of Durka.
What I'm seeing from the media and from X and so what? Yeah, it's a real
Israel is a real country under HTS.
HTS is the same country as Israel.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
The only there's no comparison. There's no comparison.
HTS is fucking terrorists. We're going to compare it with genocide people. It's just even worse. Terrorists is even worse. Come on. I don't blame these. I don't blame these soldiers that fleeing the country, because they just know they're going to be shot dead, like we saw a lot of footage of them being just executed. You soldier, bang, dead, bye-bye. Oh, cool.
So Utis 4321 say Europe is subject of the American empire. Ukraine is an imperial project of high importance. Zelensky can say what he wants to the slave for now. Oh my god. Like Utis is like watching like 2 hours ago stuff. He's like 2 hours slow.
Okay, can I?
Because
one more thing. Madeline said, "Thanks for my kind words." She's popping out to have a smoke with homeless chat. The context is that her husband is actually at a hospital. She's actually with the husband at a hospital bed. She's putting a headphone to listen to us. So yeah, that's the context.
I will just finish with the Christians. Just one thing: a lot of Arab countries.
I bet you would.
A lot of countries. Whatever. People were fleeing Syria before that. So I'm not seeing Syrian fleeing for now. I see a lot of Syrian coming back. This is one thing. A lot. If you don't see that, I can provide some videos, some data about this.
There's a journalist that I shared, right? No, on the DPA Telegram. So who actually went to talk to all these mafias and in Haiti, and then he jumped straight into Syria and he just got in. He's like, what the fuck? And he showed the situation. The border is really choked with Syrians returning to Syria. So
because
that
you're
is
not,
true.
especially with poor countries, because I understand if you are in a very, very good situation in a modern in a Western country, you will wait more and you will make sure the situation is stable to get back. But about the Syrian stuff, that's not true. A lot of Arabic governments, they're not afraid of Christians. They're afraid of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamist movements. So they are choking more than Muslims than Christians. They are fine with Christians. They are fine with atheists. They're fine with the LGBT people. They're fine with everyone, but not Muslim or Islamist people. And this is in Islamic countries because they are the threat to their power. It's not the Christians. Bashar, not Bashar, Morsi, Morsi, oh my God, Sisi. Believe me, Sisi is not cracking down on Christians. He's cracking down on Islamic Brotherhood, on anything related to Islam or Muslims.
Nika, we know
that empire is the way to go. And
we're talking about.
I want to add
please go ahead.
The same video that I saw, the guy, the crazy guy that went into Syria, he interviewed those Syrians, like who came out to the squares and everything. And literally people are saying that they literally cannot just come out to the streets, freely and talk freely. And it is a totally very different portrayal from Twitter. Don't even talk about mainstream media. Like on Twitter, you don't really even see it because a lot of people aren't Syrians. They are not in Syria. Everybody is just repeating narrative from YouTube and whatnot. So and when he went in and interviewed the Syrians, it's like, whoa, it's mind blowing. It's interesting. Sorry, Nika.
Plus, majority here they are living in free countries. There is no like a harsh oppression. I lived in a harsh oppression. I know what's like before and how it will be. It can be like overwhelming and chaotic at first when you can do everything, and this give a kind of non-stability to the country, to the people, because everyone think that freedom is what they believe they are, and it's messed up situation. But we need some time. Any revolution, any movement, any popular movement needs some time to stabilize. You see what happened, for example, we see some violence, of course, in any revolution. Everyone's singing about the French Revolution and happy about the French Revolution. See what massacres happened in the French Revolution. How many heads were rolling down in the French Revolution? No one is talking about that. But if we see violence in other revolution, Arabs and Muslims, we would be mad and stuff. This is something. No, it's normal to happen. I condemn it. I don't want any violence, but violence will happen in any uproar, in any revolution. There is a lot of hatred. If, for example, if someone raped my mother or my sister or fucked up my father, I will fucking kill him. I will torture him. No doubt. I think majority here will do the same. So don't give me some shit why they are hitting people, why those are very well known, especially in the X, very, very well known murders in videos. I saw what I did in videos. They raped people. There's a person who was fucked up and beat up, and people were angry why he's beat up. I saw his video. He's cutting hands of children and cuts the heads of children. I will do more than they did to him, man. So we need to do it in a context. We don't need like go with what we want, because some people wanted Assad to stay and they need to explain it and rationalize it and stuff. Anyway, I will not talk
So
more.
Jason is going to drop a beautiful super chat. Did that wrong, and I
To be
agree
fair,
with him.
Assad government was bad, but there's no point in endless reprisal.
Everyone say that until that happened to them.
Wait for
I
it.
beg I challenge everyone.
That
who
one.
will tell me-
That one.
Well,
Read it.
Well, I heard it
Read
all.
it. Fucking
So
read
because
it.
others
You'll
did it somewhere,
understand it.
it's okay. It sounds normal to you. This is terror.
It's not terror. It's very unchristian, but you know, I'm
It's
not being funny
unchristian
there.
terror.
It is. It is. This idea of endless reprisals and the other person's atrocities justify mine. I mean, listen to Israel just now. If you point out the horrors that Israel is doing, they point to October 7, as if you're saying October 7 never happened. What they don't seem to understand is that I can condemn the people who did October 7 and what they're doing in Gaza. These are not mutually exclusive. And Nico, when you say that you're going to do worse than cut the hands off children because he cut the hands off children, don't expect a pass from me or any other civilized
I will worse
person.
to him. I did.
Yeah,
I said I
I
will
don't care who
worse
you
to
do
him.
it to, Nico. You
I
don't
do. I will
justify your own atrocities by
No, you
pointing to
don't.
someone else's
No.
atrocities, unless you have this very unchristian mindset of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But in any case, one thing I wanted to talk about here, leaving that to one side, I read some very interesting commentary out of Iraq, and the thing is, it may shed light on why a lot of people doubt the stability of the Syrian project, because Iraq has got a very Shia-dominated government, which is close to Iran, but they are also economically tied to the US, and they're neighboring the Gulf states. So let's talk about the power players in the Islamic world. So you have Erdogan and the Sunnis from the Sufi tradition who are embodied by the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Then you have the Gulf states who are more interested in Salafist ideology. You know, the Saudis who built their big clock on the ruins of an Ottoman fort, right, destroying Islamic heritage in order to supplant their own idea of Islam. And then you have the Shia world, right, with power concentrated in Iran. Now, all of those players have got a very long history of fanning the fires of sectarian hatred in order to motivate their own militias. That's not going to go away overnight. Listen, I hope it does. I really do. I really hope that the Sunni from Turkey, the Salafist from the Gulf states, and the Shia, I hope they all lay down their long-standing hatreds and sing Kumbaya, right? Of course, here's the irony. If that happens, well, good luck to Israel, because they'll then be surrounded by like 200 million unified Arabs with a population of 10 million people, right? And so I would even be cynical enough to argue that the Zionists won't allow all of these Muslim actors to lie down the line with the lamb. And so if we see sectarian violence in Syria, it's hardly going to fall out of the sky, right? First, all of those people have a history of justifying atrocities by pointing to everybody else's atrocities. Secondly, they've all got economic interests to pursue and domestic political agendas to pursue. And thirdly, it's not in anybody in the West's interest who supports Israel to see 200 million Muslims unify surrounding Israel. So this is why I am not hopeful we're going to see warm puppies and peace in Syria. But I could be wrong, and I pray that I am.
I didn't say it was easy. It is fucking hard.
But
I know.
Bradley, you're next.
Yeah.
The
So
Near
I
East
really
needs to chew out.
I'm a little bit shocked. I think I'm hoping I'm misunderstanding this, that our resident let's say Islamophile, I don't know where you are, Nika, is trying to justify the Israeli and terrorist proxy of Turkey takeover of one of the last actually independent countries in the Middle East. Are you really trying to say that whatever HTS is going to impose upon the population of the Syrians is worse?
Can I answer?
Well, this is what I'd love to know. I'm asking you.
What if Turkey is just misunderstood?
Do you think there is?
They are really the good guys? No.
Do you think Syria was free? Do you think Syria
I think
was
that
free?
no country in the Middle East that has the ability to be strong is going to be a free, loving, freedom democracy. Like Israel is not a freedom loving democracy. There is no freedom loving democracies in the Middle East. And if you think, if you think that the United States came into Syria and they were like, yeah, we're taking over this shit, where the Israelis and the Turks make a deal to backstab Assad. You think that's going to be good for the Palestinians? You think that's going to be good for sovereignty in the nation? Of course not. That's going to be, you're going to basically have more Qatars. You're like saying, oh, well, the Gulf states are all about the money. Well, yeah, you think that those Gulf states that are, I agree with you to a large extent, are there for their self-interest. You think that they're, we wouldn't love to put our boys in power that would also be all about the self-interest and then have to answer to us. What do you think? Saudi Arabia is free? I don't think Saudi Arabia is free. So this thing where you're like, yeah, you know what? It's all right to overthrow somebody I don't like because they did something bad. That's everybody in that region. There's only two ways of going about it. Either you're strong and you like hold it by the nape and you don't let go until you can maybe build something, or you are weak and what happens to Syria happens to you. Your people are sold out. Look what they're doing. The very first things that HTS are saying, they're saying, number one, well, Israel is not our enemy, but Iran is our enemy. And then what else are they saying? They're saying that we are open for business. We are ready to sell Syria's resources, Syria's soul, the lifeblood of the last kind of like independent actual country besides maybe Iran, to sell it out to Israel, sell it out to whoever it is, as long as it's your boys that are in power. It's not going to be the Shias, it's going to be the Sunnis. That's ridiculous. Like, if you can't, this is kind of why I'm sick of the whole thing with the Middle East and with Palestine too. If you guys can't get your shit together, if your worst enemy is your neighbor that has a slightly different religious idea than you do, then you're a lost cause. You have to be able to agree that, yeah, that guy's an Alawite, or that guy's an atheist, or that guy's a Sunni, or that guy's a Shia, and I don't like him, but it's better than spreading the legs of my country open so that it can be raped by Israel. That's what you're justifying. That's what it sounds like to me. What's your response?
Okay, you mentioned a lot of points. First of all,
no, he mentioned one. He only mentioned one.
Okay, first of all, I'm not saying a strong person is not good. In any country, a strong leadership is good. But I don't like a leadership, for example, the same as Sisi or Assad. I want a strong leadership like Putin, who will fight for his country, even it's not a democracy, or so what. There's difference. If you are not building for the future, if you are destroying your country from inside by corruption, by you see what, for example, I think you know what Sisi is doing now to Egypt. It's not the strong only to be strong and held it together, but it's like rotting from inside. You will make it
Sisi's our boy.
Inside. Yeah. I know. I can argue that Assad was their boy too.
No,
he didn't shot one shot.
Assad must go is an English slogan.
Nika, Sisi,
just one,
and wait, real quick, just to clarify, Sisi, just like Assad or Saddam Hussein, or maybe even Raisi, they are all their boys. The problem is this: that when they step out of line, everyone is their boys. But when they step out of line, they get the axe. Okay, so every one of these leaders, the King of Jordan, Sisi, Assad was there. Like, when they step out of line, they get the axe. And so, like, the United States has everyone in checkmate, and when they step out of line, they put someone that is more their boy. They replace them by someone that is more on their side, that is more willing to be corrupt. So, like, every time you overthrow one of your leaders because he's bad and corrupt and their boy, they put someone worse. Because it's them that are overthrowing them through you, so that they can punish them for disobeying.
But you cannot ask a population to accept a corrupt leadership, because it might have future corrupt leadership.
Every
What does the population say? What is the population going to do, Nika? What is the population going to do? Going to go to these guys of HCS and going to say, you are not the right to be leader. You know what HCS is going to do to the population? Bang, bullet in your head. Shut up. You need to listen to me. Now he is in beautiful clothes. A few months before, he had his niqab, he has his big beard, he has his rapes around him. It was a fucking terrorist. It's an all fucking game. It's like they are, Bradley and the other ones are saying here, it's like you're just choosing now somebody is actually worse. And they're just hoping going to shut up and only going to find a reason to punish that guy also, to punish in the future HCS. Leave what I say. These guys are all ex-terrorists, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, that blew up airports, that put planes inside of buildings. Can be some different story also.
Well,
but you know what I mean?
This is the thing, though. I think, Mr. Lambo, you're hitting on exactly what my point is, which is, okay,
yes,
Assad is bad. All right. Well, what are you going to replace him with? Are you going to replace him with a rape of your country? Is that better? Is that going? Well, maybe, yeah. Now we get the leg up on the Shiites. Okay, you guys are a lost cause then. Why do I need to lend my voice to try to help in the liberation and the sovereign aspirations of your guys' countries when somebody like you is going to come along and say, yeah, well, you know what, that guy was the wrong sect of my religion. And you know what, I've had a lot of these debates with people on Twitter, and you know what I've heard people say, like, well, Assad's secret police would do things like tell people to say that Assad is your god. Okay, that's your argument because somebody that doesn't agree with your religion. I'm an atheist. I think you guys are all ridiculous.
No. It was a way to humiliation. It's just one act. Listen. It's not because they are doing this. It's the way they humiliate the people. They were beating the guy. I saw the video. One of the videos. They were beating them. They were fucking them up, and they were just humiliating them. It was used to humiliate. It's not used as a worship. I don't give a fuck if my leader is a Christian or a Muslim or Alawite, but if he is a righteous leader, he tried to build the country, tried to do a good foundation, and try to eliminate the corruption. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I didn't mention his background or his beliefs. I didn't mention that at all. It doesn't, for me.
Do you think it matters though?
It matters, of course it matters. But for
because
me,
I'll tell you something.
Country,
in the West, in Australia, people are starting to decide that it absolutely does matter, right? Because we are seeing all of these Jews and all of these Muslims go at each other's throats relentlessly, justifying all kinds of horrors because of the bad things that were done to them, right? And the Christian world is starting to ask the question, do we really need this kind of thing in our society?
The Christians are the one who encouraged Israel to do this. The Christians who encouraged the Jews to be
Nika, in all seriousness, have a look at the Christian world, right? Do Christians carry on the way they do in the Middle East? Is there relentless sectarian
don't be blaming Christians for the way Jews act. They don't need no fucking encouragement.
I will blame them.
Yo, there's no right and wrong. There's only power. Power
Who's
is in the
supporting Israel?
DPA.
Who's supporting
And
Israel?
it's LOI's it's the French force. No, because the LOIs was set up to rule by the French.
No,
it
was
and
after
the homeless don't
French.
really like good stuff. So
it was after the French. The Alawites were legitimized after the French, because even for people who don't know, even Shia say the Alawites are not like a Muslim. They renounce them because they have.
Who cares? You guys have a weird, random, holy book of random bullshit.
I'm just. Yeah, that's your
okay,
opinion.
That's my opinion. You know what my
opinion
opinion
is?
is? My opinion is that it doesn't freaking matter what your weird ass, dumb ass religion says. Power is power, and power is somebody that can come in and say, "Oh, you know what? I know how to divide the society up. I'm just going to take somebody like Nika, and I'm going to say, yeah, but you know what? It's better. I have to make a deal with the devil in order for me to gain power. Well, guess what? You live in a region then with everybody else that says the same,
Can
makes
Wyatt
the same
read
exact
the
calculation.
super chats?
So I need
Come on.
to shut up.
Can Wyatt,
One
Nika,
second.
can Wyatt read super
Yeah,
chats, please?
there's a big super chat, although it's very irrelevant to the conversation. Madeline said that she have been informed that the 6 bottle of Glenfiddich space side single malt that she handed out earlier to the homeless folks tastes worse than methylated spirits. I have no idea what is that. And there is no pleasing some people. The New Year Eve, they are getting bloody sandwiches.
Yeah, you're not
which is
thankful for
probably
what
a
they're
better idea
getting.
than alcohol. I
They
guess.
just need drugs. Give them drugs.
I feel like we're attacking Nika, and I really want to get. I want to nail Nika down on this
is
point.
really the people like the type of alcohol that used to drink. That's the best one. It doesn't matter how expensive it is.
I want to nail Nika down.
What you used to drink, that's what you like. The beer that you drink every day, that's the best beer, no matter what.
Yes,
that's
Bradley, and you know what they like to drink in the Middle East? They like to drink the blood of their brothers.
I wanted to answer the super chat. It's a force of habit. So
here's the thing.
If the
Nika,
people
everybody else,
that's what's important.
Nika,
so,
everybody else is making the same calculation.
She should ask.
The same person is.
Bradley, you guys keep attacking Nika. He's trying to give some points.
Yes, I'm trying to nail him down on one point.
Allow him to explain some points. How much I understand that all these inter-religious, it's a Western explanation to us. It's not reality. I know it personally from the Balkan wars. It's a bullshit story. That's how they want us to think that they are the jungle. You know, the tribal population, tribal behavior. It's a jungle.
That's not something I'm disagreeing with.
You understand?
You're taking the conversation off in a different direction.
The only thing you guys need to know is the Sukhoi 34 is the only truth. Sukhoi 34 is the only truth.
Yes.
Everything else you guys say are not true.
Yeah, so
only Sukhoi 34.
I want to nail him down on this one thing. I'm trying to not distract from the conversation. I'm trying to nail him down on this one point because I have
yes,
my
you're
whole
talking
rant.
about interreligious
that's
classes. That's all you talk about.
Okay,
that's all you guys point towards.
Yura,
that's all you guys.
If that's what you think I'm talking about,
you're
misunderstanding my point.
Talk about.
If you think that's what I'm saying,
that's your
Mr.
point.
Lambo, stop interrupting.
Seriously?
Guys,
that's not my point. That's not my point.
Yes,
I'm trying to nail Nika down on a point here. It doesn't matter what the religion is. I don't care if you guys are all atheists or if you guys are all
let me
Buddhists.
try to
I'm trying to nail him down.
How much I understand from him, from Nika.
Okay, fine.
How much I understand from Nika.
Speak for Nika, sure. Speak for Nika.
No. How much? I'm asking him. How much I understand.
I'm asking him, and you won't let me ask him. You keep interrupting me.
Oh,
so
you keep explaining and. You keep explaining.
Fucking ass already. I mean, seriously. I mean, ask the fucking question. Don't say nothing else. Just ask the fucking question.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Dude,
Nika. So
Bradley,
that's my question. My question is, if everybody in the region is making the same calculation, the same cynical power play of I'm going to make a deal with the devil, I'm going to make a deal with the Americans, I'm going to make a deal with the Israelis, I'm going to make a deal with the Saudis. Everybody is making that deal. How can you have any kinds of regional stability? That's where the corruption comes from. What's your response? Oh, you're muted.
I clicked the wrong button. To believe that there would be like every in this situation now, every region is not stable because of the fight between everyone with everyone. So even forget about the Middle East. You think the Europe is stable and no problems? You see what happened to Ukraine. You see what happened to China. Every region is messed up. This is one thing. It's not a Middle East thing. The Middle East is like the focal point to every struggle, every challenge. Because what happened to Russia, to China, to USA, it has some reverberation to the region, if you want it or not. This is one thing. Secondly, you are asking me to accept mediocrity because there is a possibility of something worse. If it was true, no, there is no sovereignty. Forget about it. You think Assad was sovereign in his decision?
More sovereign than Syria is now.
There is no sovereignty For example, if another country attacked you relentlessly, and you can attack him back, but you don't. That's not sovereignty. This is just giving your ass to the enemy. This is one thing. So Assad wasn't sovereign. He was ruled as everyone else. But because he was corrupt, I cannot try to improve this situation, because there could be a worse situation. I think there is no worse situation than this. He's spreading corruption. He's spreading.
No, you're just trading one corruption for another corruption.
No. I'm hoping for a better one, for a better government, for a better situation by doing this. For example, if everyone accepted that, there will be no French Revolution, there will be no American Revolution. There will be nothing.
It's his part.
You will have British. British in America.
It's his part. It's his part of the world. He's allowed to have his own vision and agenda.
How I understand you, Nika. Assad was a weak president, weak leader. He wasn't the authoritarian dictator. His brother was. He was a general of one brigade or something like that. So there's different groups that are corrupted and stealing from the people, blackmailing, raping, torturing, and everything. It wasn't official governmental policy. It was individual corrupted that had the power to abuse it, right? So we see the reports of many checkpoints in past years, like military checkpoints. They will be asking for the bribes to let people through, right? So it was just like reports on Iraqi corruption of military. So those that have power, they would do on their own whatever they want. They would like take the soldiers to build them their houses, to build something for them, and then to sell it, right? So it's a big corruption problem. There's no official policy of a government to do that. That's how I see it. That's what you were saying. So this is a reprisal against those people that we used to be in power, that might have power, because within their community they can recuperate their power and continue that corruption and also abuse of the power and do whatever they want. So it's like there's no state administration that works specific policy and organize people. That's how I understand you. So, but that's internal to the population. That's not something that can be just repaired on its own by new government, by Sharia law or anything. I don't think that can be worked out anyway. Like we can see that secular government in Turkey is not that corrupt. It's corrupt, but not that much, like on every level. But also secular government of Assad, secular government of Saddam Hussein, they're kind of allowing more corruption underneath them. They're not so dictatorial to their to the army that keeps them in power. Is that how was the situation, Nika?
Super chat.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lambo and Vaun were holding
Super chat.
Yeah, I don't know that art
is real. That Austrian art student was right by us E66. Lambo.
Yeah, just a stupid question, Nika. In the beginning, when ACS and Assad was, they were deliberated by, so Syria was liberated by because Assad left. The journal or news channel went to, I think it was Brussels or Antwerp, where you had a lot of Syrian refugees living here in Belgium, and they were partying on the streets, very happy, eating cookies, giving each other drinks, and the journalists started to interview them. Yeah, we are happy, this asshole is gone, blah, 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 blah. Finally, freedom for our country. And then we had our journalists that asked the question like, would you return? And we were like, I don't know, because Belgium is like, or Europe are going to say, you're not going to use my country only, but like Europe or the rest is like not that bad, and we are living here pretty good, you know. But maybe we are going to able to be returning with that. I'm like, no, guy, you're never going to return. You know who's there. Not going to. You party for the fake, you know. So my question to you, Nika, is, would you return?
If I had, for example, do you think anyone who emigrated
Right now, I mean this year.
Where? To where?
Later, Syria, go back.
I'm not Syrian, man. I'm Tunisian.
No, but imagine you're Syrian.
No. I will not return.
Fuck would go back right now. I mean, that's a dumbass question.
For me, listen. There is like two categories of refugees in Syrian refugees. There is Syrian refugees who are like in deep shit, who were like following the HTS when liberating the city because they were living in fucking tents. They were living in fucking poor conditions. There is a second kind of refugees who are living in poor countries, who were struggling, who were like in Lebanon, in Egypt, in other poor country. So they will return immediately. And there is a third category who were living in Western countries. I think those, it depends, because there is a lot of things that can happen. For example, you have children. You are working there. It's a messed up situation. A lot of people will love to come back, but I think they will wait so they can be sure the situation is stable to come back to that, because they fled because they were afraid for their lives, for their children's lives and future. So I think it's a human natural thing to do. I don't know, but this is how I see the whole situation of the refugees. Vaun, sorry, Vaun. I will just add one thing about Assad, and then give you for example, Assad have multiple situations where he could like correct the situation. When HTS were backed up in that small area, he had like the most dominant power. He have the most part of land. If he was a good politician, if he were like a good dictator, he would like said, okay, we'll accept you back, we'll stop this, and we'll try to see, and even to try to start a discussion. He was refusing even a discussion with those. That's the issue. That's the issue. No smart leader will do that. You are in a strong position. You have like every possibility to improve the situation, the Syrian situation, to unite the country, to start afresh. But he refused, even until the last moment. He refused to have that even the possibility of a discussion. I don't think that's a smart leader, even a smart dictator. Vaun.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. Oh, would you go back? Yeah, I mean, anyone would go back once it was stable and not blowing up and burning and dudes running around shooting machine guns off and Israelis dropping bombs on shit or whoever is flying over doing whatever. And I mean, the other thing too, I mean, it's their country. They're allowed to experiment and try the next guy and see if that works. I mean, we don't have to like it, but the fact of the matter is, if we don't like it, well, that's our fucking problem, because we're the ones that basically enabled it. Let me finish. We enabled Israel and ourselves. These are our people that went in there and supposedly created this new, more dangerous situation. I mean, as far as making deals with the devil, fuck, I vote for Mitch McConnell. You know why? Because I got 3 fucking Supreme Court justices.
America voted
but that
for
motherfucker's
Biden,
the devil. But he
America
gave me what
voted
I
for
want.
Biden.
So I mean, you know, these HTS guys might be fucking devils, but they might be the devils that work. And that's all half these people want anyway. They don't give a shit. They just don't want to get their head chopped off. They want to go to work and fucking not be bothered. So maybe this guy's better. Maybe he's not. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. It just happened, and half these assholes will probably the foreigners need to be kicked out, obviously. You know, and HTS is going to have to do that. But I mean, everybody knows it's Al Qaeda, but why does everybody care? I mean, we fucking paid for Al Qaeda and Al Nusra and all these other fuckers anyway. So, what, you know, and it's just like earlier last year or in this year, you know, Wagner's, you know, a PMC. Then Wagner goes to Africa. Then all of a sudden I read a headline, Al Qaeda fighters battle Wagner terrorists. Literally, like 2 or 3 weeks before that, there was a story about Al Qaeda terrorists attacking some, NATO or French or Americans in Africa. So, I mean, the whole idea that these guys are any worse or better, I mean, they're paid and bought for by the West. So, I mean, if they're shit, then it speaks to what we deem as quality material to send out into the world. But I mean, deal making with devils, that's done everywhere. I mean, and they're allowed to try and they're allowed to make their own deals. I mean, if it works for them, great. If it don't, I guess it'll just be like the status quo.
Okay,
Vaun,
I want to
Vaun
jump
inspired
on
me.
what Nico,
I'm
was
sorry.
there a super chat?
I just want to respond quickly. Vaun said, inspired me to realize that a million people died in Ukraine because people hated Trump and voted in Biden. That is like quite perverted. If you really think about it, it's rather perverted. Bradley.
Yeah, so I kind of just pick up where I was grilling Nika. So he was saying that, no, this isn't specific to that region, but I think that it is specific to that region. I think that the cynical power play that is realpolitik is understood by them. I think that Arabs are not stupid. I think that there's just a lot of people in that region that are making the same calculation. I need to make this deal with the devil, and then I can do what's right. But guess what? Your neighbor is making the same calculation. Let's just take a look at what happened in Ukraine. Many Ukrainians were fooled by our sales job of, you can come into NATO and you can come into the EU. But not all of them, not in the Donbas, not in Odessa, not in Lugansk, right? We literally started censoring the internet because Europeans are apparently more aware of how power actually works and what game is being played with them. So, I mean, you think that everybody in Crimea loves Vladimir Putin? Of course not. They just understand that we'd rather have somebody I don't like who's
Putin
my neighbor
than Zelensky.
Yeah, I'd rather have somebody that I don't like who's my neighbor than somebody who I don't like who is a poodle of the West, or is a poodle of the guys that are trying to literally ruin my country. And you know what? The guys in Ukraine were saying the same thing. The guys that bought into it, like the C-14 people, they were saying Ukraine is a strong country, and once we can become free, then we'll show everybody. We'll show the Americans and we'll show the Russians, right? We're going to be one of the best countries in the world, one of the most powerful countries in the world. And you know what? Those people, the entire time that they were saying that, they were being funded by who? By us, right? Because we don't care what you want. As you're making these statements about your great future that you're going to have once you're in power, meanwhile, we've already sold off your oil reserves. We've already sold off the rights to your pipeline. We've already sold off half of your land that you can use to grow anything. So this thing where it's like, well, yeah, this guy is corrupt. First of all, everybody in that region is corrupt. And nobody even comes close to corruption in America. Our corruption makes your corruption look like patty cakes. But you know what? America's a strong country. We are a strong country because, you know what, even though I don't like, maybe I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but if he's going to be my president, if everything goes to plan, he's going to be my president, I'm going to be standing behind him. It's going to be like, I understand that in order for the nation to be strong, that means that I don't get everything that I want. And this thing where I don't like my neighbor, so you know what, I'm going to be dominant over him, and I can't get that leg up on him right now, but I can later. My neighbor in that region, it just seems to me like that neighbor is making that same exact calculation, which is why you probably have to do ethnic cleansing after you do this kind of crap. So yeah, I mean, Palestine, lost cause. Like, screw you guys. You guys can't even get together because you don't like that guy. Because what, you think he's corrupt? You think Assad wanted that kind of corruption? I think that Assad was more of a victim of the massive corruption in the Syrian society than anybody else. Because look at what happened to his army. Those generals sold out Aleppo. Those generals sold out their positions and just told their soldiers to retreat. Yeah, because you know what, they were making $40 a month there, and here they can make $40,000 a month. You know what we did in Iraq? In Iraq, we took all of the main generals that sold out Iraq, and we gave them $1 million homes in any Western country that they wanted. Completely forget about any crimes that you did. It's not about the corruption. It's about
Bradley, you're making my case. You're making my case. You see what his leadership did to his army, his own army.
Yeah, we're not doing the finger thing. Are you guys going to have a conversation?
Oh, sorry, Toby.
Sorry, Toby.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So listen, I don't know everything about. I don't know everything about Islam, and so I wonder if there can be a secular Islam that can't be bought for $2 to go kill their brother. It may be that there is, right? But Nika said earlier that like everywhere's the same essentially, right? The West is the same. I take real issue with that, right? Like I have a look at the Middle East and I have a look at the Anglo world. You know, as much as the Anglo world may criticize other parts of the Anglo world, good luck getting us to turn on each other for $2, right? That doesn't happen historically. And you know, the thing about Ukraine is Ukraine basically turned on Slavic people for a couple of dollars for a chocolate bar, right? And this is a poverty of that region. And Bradley, you might want to take note. Atheism was the dominant religion in Ukraine, right? They fell from Christianity, and look what they became, right? So now I don't want to say Christianity is superior to Islam. Like I said, I don't know about Islam, and it could be that there is a brand of Islam that preaches tolerance, right? That doesn't annihilate anyone who's not strictly like them in this rabid bloodlust. But I can tell you that when I have a look at the Muslims who immigrate to Australia, where I live, right, they are out in the street yelling and screaming about the Jews, right, and their hatred of the injustice. They are very, very passionate. They are not having reasonable discussions. Now, on the flip side, same with the Jews, right? Both sides are justifying their horrors, right? And that's why I describe it as particularly unchristian. It's not that I'm a Christian supremacist. I'm just saying in the country that I grew up in, right, we didn't have that kind of nonsense. We didn't have the sectarian violence between the different sects. So, Nika, I take issue with you claiming that the whole world is the same, right? And unless Islam can find a way to behave peacefully, right, with other people, not only is the Middle East never going to reach any kind of decency, but there's going to be a confrontation in the West as well. Like, make no mistake, right? That is coming. If Islam does not drop this idea of relentless violence because you're different to us, then the Christian world is going to chimp out. And when the Christian world chimps out, right, it's not pretty. And just quietly, I don't think that the solution is atheism either. We've seen that experiment in Ukraine.
I think you're joking. No. I was one thing. I was.
No, that's okay. I'll pass over to Gabriel. He's been waiting. Nika, we've heard what you have to say on this.
Can I say something? Like, because I see what you're saying, Toby, and on one hand, it's true. Like, there is definitely a superior form of organization in the Western world that has allowed it to dominate the entire world. Okay, and that is on account of their unity, like their cultural unity. They were going at their throats for like 600 years on sectarian grounds, and they somehow sorted it out in the 20th century and managed to get together at the level, at the extent in which it was necessary for them to take over the world. Okay, and on one hand, like what you say about this sectarian violence between the Muslims, you can say the same thing. Like, they had their periods of sectarian violence, they organized into a massive cohesion that allowed them to control their part of the world, and they almost took over the Christian world, by the way. They were about to topple it, reaching France, which was the heart of the Christian world. And then the Christian world got its shit together and started to organize better and fight back. And those were the Crusades. And so right now, you have this organized collective West that is able to to control the world, but it's falling apart, you know. So it's not so mighty and superior, you know. It's just a fluke of the time. Now who knows what happens next, but right now, if the trajectory continues, it's falling apart in the worst degeneracy possible, both on the like moral cohabitation side of a civilization, but also on the horrors that it's inflicting upon the world. And so, like the Islamic sectarian conflict that we see today is, for the most part, a CIA psyops of the Cold War, and they have created this new wave of Islam. You know, they printed the textbooks in Yale or something, and they send them off to Pakistan, where they started training a whole bunch of sects, and then they spread them throughout, like financed and well armed. They spread them throughout the Middle East, and they have them going at all the other, and all the tolerant governments and sects of Islam that live in the Middle East today are being exterminated by these jihadis, these that were indoctrinated by the CIA, the mujahideen that were trained to fight the Soviet Union. So, like, we see this weird situation right now in which, and with this I'm going to end, in which the Islamic world is at the brink of some form of unification, and it's being bitterly fought, eroded from within by these like influenced or forces. And on the same time, you see the Christian world is falling apart at a grotesque and catastrophic level, except for Russia. So let's see how that plays out. Go on, whoever wanted to go next.
Christians are also very violent. What the hell is Toby talk?
I think Toby is joking or making a bad tasted joke. He
No,
said
no, I
Muslim. No. Listen, let me. You both spoke.
Let him explain himself later. But no, Madeline super chatted. Having read the following in their entirety: Talmud, Torah, King James Bible, Catholic edition, RSV, Quran. The Quran is by far the most tolerant.
I will not take about religious stuff. That's a longer story. You guys are fucking with me or what? Type the most violent wars in history. You will find World War I, World War II, Mongol invasion, the Three Kingdoms, Taipei Rebellion, Manchu conquest of China, conquest of Timur, Lush Rebellion, 30 Years War, Spanish conquest of Mexico,
all the
Russian
Chinese
Civil War.
Wars. It's
all European and Chinese, man. The most violent war that happened between Christians, man. It's World War II.
Come on, man. You forgot about Nika. I'm not gonna let you forgot about you forgot about Leonidas in the 300.
And the books I read the books of the Adventures of Tintin, and they happened a lot of things in the world. If you look at the books of the Adventures of Tintin,
let me explain.
They got
are
triggered.
you fucking with me?
Nika, this is DPA.
What are you fucking saying, Toby? Christians are not violent? World War II, man.
No. The human being is violent. The human being is violent. It's everywhere. Everybody kills each other and every.
No, don't cut me, please.
Let him finish.
Do you want to answer to the question?
I'm just commenting on what you are saying.
Okay.
I'm just commenting on what you're saying. World War I and II, one of the most violent wars in history. I'm not talking in this period, in history, man. And you are talking about Christians and Muslim are violent. And what the fuck are you talking about?
No.
American dropped two nuclear bombs on civilians and whatever. And you are talking about the top 10 most brutal wars in history.
The Ottomans were also involved in World War I, by the way.
Yeah, they were a side.
And don't forget about the Inquisition.
Yeah, you know what? You forgot about them Muslim Nazis.
Talk about the Turkish combat, the Turkish wars.
Don't talk about violence.
Okay. People away. I think they are maybe. They are blind about their own religion. So
they're blinded by want to respond to that bias. Point.
You just love us too much, riots.
No, man. When I speak, everyone tried to speak, man. I was silent. What the fuck, man?
No, I
like
think
6
you made the
hours
point.
and
Everyone
32
is
minutes
cutting me.
silence.
Right?
Oh my god.
I get your point,
Continue.
Nico.
I will not speak. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I get your point, which is that in the name of Christianity, there has been a profound
Oh,
amount
in the name of Christianity, in the name of
Yeah,
Islam,
of
people
course.
cut heads too.
Of
In the
course.
name of Islam, people cut heads too.
Nika,
But
Nika,
you
settle
guys
down,
have more.
settle down, Nika. You're getting
No,
animated.
but
Listen,
no.
when I said
my
what I
God.
said, I was very explicit. I said I don't know everything about Islam, and there may be a very tolerant interpretation of the Quran, right, that leads to peace. And I'm not going, and I was very careful to say that, right, because as it happens, I am inclined to believe that the things that I have read in the Quran lead to good living, right? And that the violence that I see that people do in the name of Islam, I don't see in the Quran, right? Now, you might want to have a look at the New Testament, because the New Testament is a story about a man who gets tortured to death by the organized religion to which he belongs. That's the key story of the New Testament, right? You could interpret the story of Jesus as being organized religion is a hypocritical struggle for money, and it will destroy you if you speak the truth, right? So don't get me wrong. I am not saying that the manifestations of global politics and power that do things in the name of Islam are Islam, right? I don't believe that. I'll say it again. I have not read anything in the Quran that justifies the brutality of man against man. I've heard a lot of people quote it and misquote it out of context, right, to try and make this argument and to try and slander the religion as a whole. But I haven't read that. Now, maybe I'm missing it, right? So I don't claim to be any great expert on the Quran, right? And the Muslims that I have met live very well. And it's not the Muslims that freak me out. It's the atheists that freak me out, right? So listen, I'm not making excuses for governments that call themselves Christian. I'm not even making excuses for churches that call themselves Christian, right? Only an individual who follows the teachings of Christ has any claim to call themselves Christian, and only a Muslim who actually follows the teachings of the Quran without any domination from any sect, in my view, has any justification calling themselves a Muslim. And I'll say it again. I have not read anything in the Quran, and I have not met any good Muslims that justify the hatred of Islam as a faith, right? I actually see a lot of potential to have peace between good Muslims and good Christians. I don't think there's any potential for peace between organized Christians and organized Muslims, right? So I hope that clarifies my position. I am not saying that that Christianity is better than the Muslim faith. All I was saying was the Muslim world at the moment is at everybody's throat, right? And that shit needs to stop, because otherwise they will be exploited by the money and the power. And I pray that happens. I don't pray that Islam goes away. I actually pray for the future of all Muslims, that they find the peace and humanity that is surely contained within their faith. Because I'm not ignorant. I know that Muslims consider Jesus a prophet, right? And I know that Ishmael and Isaac were brothers, right? I know these things. I am aware of the scripture and the exegesis. So I perhaps I was misunderstood, right? I'm not flying the flag for the Anglican Church or the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church, right? What I'm flying the flag for is tolerance and the love of man, right? So I hope that
I will
clears
just
that.
have a correction for everyone, just for every person who's listening to me, because people don't know the Arab world and the Arab countries. No Arab country right now is acting or governed by a Muslim leader. They're all there by force. They're all there backed by Western powers. No one is in cahoot with the Muslim politically Muslim parties or wherever. A large of those leaders are oppressing moderate Islam because it's dangerous to their rules. Because no Arab country right now, and I repeat it, no Arab country right now is backed by its country or backed by religion or whatever. The majority of them are leading a war against moderate Islam because that doesn't suit them. That doesn't suit their model of governance.
Is Iran considered ruled by religion? No, not
they claim that. They claim that. You can claim whatever you want, but the reality, you cannot oblige a person, a woman, to wear a headscarf, and you claim you are leading by Islam. This is, for example, cannot compute for us. You cannot claim that you are ruling by Islam and you are forcing people to dress in a certain way. Okay, there is like some limit, but you cannot like force women to wear headscarves, and you claim that you are in a Muslim, an Islamic entity. This is impossible. It cannot happen. It didn't even happen in the Prophet.
There is massive. That means there's a massive gap between understanding of what Islam or all these rules and whatnot versus the reality. Because in my part of the world, like the Muslim naturally they just want to cover.
People choose to do it. Please, people are fine with choosing to do it. If you are choosing to do it, If you are choosing not to cover your head or not pray or not read the Quran,
because some of the leaders will start to criticize. Because some of the leaders will start to criticize, so girls for revealing their auras, the revealing the hair and whatnot. So
listen, for me, for example, I know what you are referring to that picture. He have the right. He even said about that the Syrian. He said, I didn't oblige her to take a picture with me, but if you want to take a picture of me, I have my rules.
Oh, no, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to Malaysia, actually.
Give you an example.
But I did know what picture you're talking about.
So, for example, he didn't say, no, you need to wear a headscarf and go and wear a headscarf.
But please wear if you want to take.
If you want to take a picture with me, my right is to. I want you to. If you choose not to, you are fine.
It's your option, right? It's like he have no obligation to be a Santa Claus to take photo with
it's
anyone.
Up to you. It's up to you to do it or not. Yeah.
Okay. And also the Americans didn't do nothing. So
no, you weren't.
I just want to say something because you were referring also with all the things that happened in the past here and in Europe and all the wars we had and all that stuff. You need to understand one thing. We are still cleaning the shells from the First World War. We're still busy with that here in Belgium and in other countries here where the war happened. So we're still feeling some things about that. We're still seeing bunkers and all that shit. But you need to understand, all these things that happened is not, like you said, is not because of religions and things. It's because of the extremes of religion. Everything that is extreme, is it left, right, central, socialist, I don't give a fuck. It's an extreme, it's equal fucking dangerous. Extreme is dangerous. Hitler was an extreme socialist, far right, Extreme, the word is dangerous. Extreme Muslims, Al-Qaeda, IS, these are dangerous. Normal Muslims, these are not dangerous. I have friends that are Jews. I have friends that are Muslims. But all these extremes are dangerous. A woman that is walking completely covered with the Muslim husband, the guy is an extreme Muslim. And here in the European country, she doesn't choose for that. To cover her hair, to cover her region, okay. But wearing burqa, no. These guys are extremists. These guys are crazy. That's something that people need to understand. Never blame religion for something. It's not because Al-Qaeda explode themselves. You need to blame the fucking whole Muslims.
Is wearing bikini extremists? Is wearing bikini extremists?
It's extremely sexy.
Yeah, actually, yes.
It's extremely sexy.
But they are the hand puppet. They are the hand puppet of the United States, so they can permit themselves to do everything they want because they're always going to be covered by the United States. That's a major difference, also. They're always going to be covered by the United States.
They're moderate Israelis. They're moderate Jews. Absolutely,
yeah,
they
I know.
If you can't find a Jew who's a compassionate person who speaks, with the love of other human beings, you're not trying very hard. Right, and if you put all Jews into one basket and hate them as a group, then you have fallen down in the same way as any Jew who hates all Muslims has fallen down, or who hates all Christians. This is a difficult issue because people are tribal and people will co-opt good things in order to masquerade and camouflage their own greed. And it's a challenge in all faiths. It is a challenge in all faiths to turn the principles of the faith inward.
We're beating a dead horse here. I'm not talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to continue where I left off with Nika because it keeps getting interrupted. I'm not talking about Islam's body count versus Christianity's body count. You can even make the argument that most of the deaths that happened during World War II had to do with atheist ideologies, like in China and the Soviet Union, communist countries that were atheist countries. There were a lot more deaths, right? That's not the issue. I'm talking about how in the 21st century, Arabs can't get their shit together. The Ottomans can, the Persians can. It's the Arabs that can't get their shit together. I don't like 99% of America's so-called leadership, but I'd rather have 100 Hunter Bidens than sell out California for all the wealth in the world, trillions of dollars, 1,072 virgins. I'd rather disagree with these morons in a civilized way, right? I don't know, maybe civilized, not the right. I'd rather complain loudly. I'm not going to take up violence, and I would never condone the taking up of violence to depose my enemies. That's not a thing that I think that's not ever under any circumstances acceptable. And if you don't understand that you are being played for fools, yeah, everybody thinks they're smart and they're going to make a deal with the devil, and then when they get into power, they're going to do the right thing. But you know what? It's the problem is not specifically that you could say, oh well, you know what? How many Soviets died during World War II, and how many, I don't know, Muslims died during World War II? Islam's body count is lesser. Then you're being a fool, because the issue isn't the body count of something that happened 100 years ago. The issue is right now, you guys are being played for fools. Right now, they're taking your shit. They're stealing your shit. Thank you. Thank you for all your stuff. You think that we care about gay rights in Syria? You think we give a flying fuck about whether or not feminism there's a feminist, third wave feminist ideology that has the freedom to express themselves in the streets in Syria? Of course we don't. What we care about is serious stuff. We want what did Donald Trump say? We got the oil. We got the oil. That's what we want. We want your oil. And you know what you want? You want to have, you want to be the guy that's in power. Well, you're a sucker. This did not work on the Ukrainians. Unlike what you're saying, oh, look at all this stuff. It's just as bad as in Ukraine. No, the Ukrainians are fighting for their sovereignty. The Ukrainians do not want to give up their lithium reserves to the Europeans. But you know what's going to happen to any kinds of valuable mineral reserves in Syria? It's not going to go to the Syrian people. Oh, I guess you won. It didn't go to Assad's regime. Congratulations. Now let's see what's going to happen.
So just a super chat. Madeline, the Quran states that the Jesus is the greatest prophet, second only to Muhammad. His teaching must be honored. In Islam, a woman should appear modestly. That story says exactly the same as Judaism. That's what the wigs are.
Yeah. Just 1 second for Bradley before Ninka is going to react. I'm just going to do it in the place of Ninka. Mic drop. My dudes. Very good one. Last one. You mic drop.
And if you all got bored of this topic, we can talk about all the planes dropping down from the sky. Like, for no reason.
Hey, Bradley.
I think Nika wants to answer. Nika and I are having our own separate conversation. I'm already on question 3 of like 5 questions with him, and we just keep getting interrupted. Go ahead, Nika.
Bradley, let me make a comment on something that you said, like, because you're right. The reason that
you fucking interview.
Go ahead.
The reason you prefer to like disagree verbally and not take violence is exactly the reason why you guys have like the worst dictatorship and the worst tyranny and the most reckless and violent despots in the entire world. Like even in the Arab world,
the Middle East, we're stealing the Middle East shit. Sure.
No, you're right, but like the fact that you can't take up violence against your leadership is the reason why your leadership is what it is, you know? And even in the Middle East, even though they're getting all ripped off, they still have that fundamental exercise of right of violence and lashing out, you know, and maybe it's actually better than the comforts and security of the Western man.
That's a
I don't know.
that's
Maybe
moderately
objectively it is,
retarded
but in the
take.
meantime, we're stealing their shit. Go ahead, Nika.
It's like a pride of it. It's like you are picking this from someone, stealing things, and be happy that you are stealing things anyway. This is a flow of
No, it's
civilizations.
disgusting. Go ahead.
I know. This is a flow of civilizations. We are in a weak state. Our leaders are puppets of the West. We know that. That's why we're trying to do a thing or two about them. That's why people are unhappy and trying to do shit. And you are saying, no, you need to accept that because something worse can happen. That's what happened in Syria. That's what happened in Tunisia. That's what's happening in Egypt. That's what happened in a lot of places. People are trying to do a change, to stop with that fucking corruption, to that fucking system that enslave every population and leave the West meddling with us. Because what's happening now is the West meddling with us, because no leader here were like elected and were chosen to lead us. It's all backed up by West because they don't have any legitimacy. No elections, no blood, whatever, nothing. They don't have any legitimacy. That's why they need a foreign power to back them up, and they can give them whatever they want until they stay in power. And this is how civilizations work. Ottoman Empire before did this to the West, did this to the European. They were meddling to the European politics. They were fighting with their choosing parts and fighting with us. This is how civilizations work. There is ups and downs. There's weak states and strong states. Now we are weak, I know. That's why people trying to change things up. And you are saying, no, we don't need to change nothing. Because
No,
the
I
West
did not
is...
say that.
No,
what you guys need to
that's
change
what
is you guys need
literally...
to stop stabbing
Guys,
each other in the back.
please, like you can have a private conversation on Bradley's podcast if you want, but listen, I just want to say something here, and that is the chat. There's been a few good comments in the chat. I very much appreciate the last chat that was up about that acknowledged the fact that Jesus is a prophet in Islam, right? That alone,
a great one.
as well as right, exactly, right. That alone gives me a lot of hope, right, and fills my heart with joy when I talk to Muslims. The thing is, there's comments in the chats about the no true Scotsman fallacy, and I don't know if you guys are aware of what this is, but basically, you know, people say, "Oh,
no
Scotsmen are wonderful."
Yeah.
But the argument is all Scotsmen are wonderful, and then somebody points out like a bad Scotsman, and it's like, oh, he's not a true Scotsman, and then someone points out another bad Scotsman, and they say, well, he's not a true Scotsman either, right? So this is the no true Scotsman fallacy. All Scotsmen are wonderful, and anyone who's not wonderful is not a true Scotsman, right? Here's the thing. With Christianity and with Islam, we have to distinguish between whether or not we're talking about the individual or the group, right? Because faith is a personal salvation. Faith is a personal choice. Everybody chooses their own faith. They may choose no faith and become an atheist, right? But it's a very, very personal, individual thing. And that's why I highlighted the central story of the New Testament. The central story of the New Testament is one guy who is tortured and murdered by his own church, by the group, right? The story of Christianity is the story of the individual being sacrificed on the altar of the group, primarily because he kicked the moneylenders out of the temple, right? But he threatened the business racket, right? And so this is why I say it's like faith is for the individual, not for the group. So I'm not arguing for like all Scotsmen, right? When I'm talking about faith. Now, I will say one more thing about the atheists and Bradley. It's like, where do you think the furries come from, right? This is the peril, Bradley. If you stare into the abyss of godlessness, right, sooner or later you're going to be wearing those furry ears, you're going to be running around like a quadra bear on all fours and barking like crazy, right? So for goodness sake, you know, if you can't love Jesus, then find your salvation in Islam, because if you follow Bradley, it's diabolical furry rainbow damnation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I disagree with you, but I don't want to argue about that because we have a much more important argument about something that's actually going to cause millions of deaths going on in the Middle East right now. You know, the Syria issue is deeply intertwined with other issues in the region, like Iran and Israel's power play between each other over who's going to get, or whether or not Palestine is ever going to be a state. By the way, Palestine, say goodbye. You know, and it's for the reason that people like Nika say, you know, well, you want me to accept something that's subpar, and it's like, no, it's about stealing your shit. We wanted to steal Kazakhstan's shit. How well did that go? We wanted to steal Ukraine's shit. How well did that go? We wanted to steal Syria's shit. How well is that going? It's going quite well. And so while you're saying, well, what am I supposed to do? Accept Assad's secret police, which humiliates somebody? Yeah, you know what? You have to suffer for a long time. Look at China. What did China do? China built, you know, cheap plastic dollar store toys, destroyed their environment. We're not allowed to have multiple children per family, had to work crazy hours, and people committed suicide. Why did they have to suffer through that for decades and decades and decades? So that now they can be strong. Now they can be powerful. What do you think? A lot of Chinese people that are hardcore communists are saying this is a fake communist government, right? China is not real communism. They're upset about that. You know what? Guess what? China is strong. And, you know, you guys will never be strong if this is the bullshit that you guys pull, which is what I'm saying. Like, I was a big, like, I used to lend my voice heavily to Palestine, the liberation of Palestine. Not again. I'm not going to do that. Screw you guys. You know what? I hope that Israel takes most of Syria and Israel never gives anything back. And then at least there will be a little bit of peace in the region because the Israelis can get their shit together better than the Arabs can, better than you guys.
That's a good joke, man. You think Israel getting more land is more peace? You don't?
Yeah, I do. I think it's better than Hayat al-Sham getting the land. 100%.
Because all that land, you see, all that people will be either killed or displaced.
Oh yeah, that's not going to be happening with Hayat al-Sham.
No, it's not happening.
It's happening now. Look at the social media.
It's not happening now.
It's happening right now.
I don't look to social media because
that's your problem.
I'm not looking only to. You are looking to one part of social media that emphasize your ideas. I'm looking to the both parts. I see the horrors in both parts. I see people coming in. I see people fleeing out. But
you have to
see the bigger picture
for a long time to crawl out from under the rock.
We are. That's what happened. 14 years of war. 14 years of war to get rid of that bastard. That's what happened. You think 14 years of war, of bombing and torturing is not the war?
What do you think? You didn't know about the Caesar sanctions? You didn't know about us stealing Syria's breadbasket? You didn't know about us stealing Syria's oil? You didn't know about that? How are you supposed to get on your feet?
We need to shut up and let the West keep stealing.
No, so you need to shut up and not give it to the West. That's what you need to do. You need to shut the fuck up, but you need to also not sell out your neighbor. You're going to sell out your neighbor to my senator. That's what you're doing. You're selling out your neighbor, your brother, to a big somebody because you think it's what everybody in that. That's what I'm saying. Everybody in that region is making the region.
You don't understand the region. You don't understand what's happening. People, you think population in the Arab world have even a say in what's happening?
You think population in China had a say to what happened for decades and decades?
Yeah, but they didn't. You don't have Chinese leadership who are just. It's
the reality is none of
you have to suffer for a long time. You don't get an easy win. 100 years of suffering.
None of you guys, plus most of the populations have any say on anything. They just go with the flow of the tide of history. The only people who make decisions are the people who want to play the Game of Thrones. You see, like this new guy, this Al-Jalani guy. He played the Game of Thrones. He didn't die and he survived, and now he's the king of Syria. Or part of Syria.
All he had to do is sell out to Israel.
It doesn't matter if he gain power. People get to move in. It still works out. Generally fine. Then Russia, see the game. Say, not bad. Okay, we will work with him. Better than Assad. Lesser trouble. No need to fight so much. So to me, that's why this argument about the faith and the what the people want. For me personally, I don't think it makes much difference because these regions are not democracies.
Wyatt,
So
but Wyatt. For example, if your government is trying to go against the country's benefit, you will try to move it. You will try to change it.
You will try to
understand?
sell it to America.
Wyatt,
Yes.
that's what I say.
Wyatt.
That's why if you are in a democracy, you know, the people still can vote, still matters,
Yeah,
unless the election is rubbish.
That's what I'm saying. In Arab world,
Yeah,
we don't have that. We don't. We have election with 99%. Man, what are you talking about? There is no choice. There is nothing you can do unless you do it by yourself. You will stay and wait. It will be more corruption. It will be his son and his son's son who will get ruled. They will keep selling your shit, your wealth, and you will keep getting poor. Wake up, man! Wake up! You want me to stay in silence? His grandson,
for 100 years. I want you to suffer.
His grandson will keep selling
suffer
this
until you
country.
actually finally grow out from under the rock. Suffer until you are
You can
strong.
never grow out.
Pull like China. Do what China did.
So actually,
China
I think in most
Now they're
countries,
strong.
in most countries, it's the same. I mean, even if you look at United States, is the same. You know, people have been resigning to fate for a long time about, you know, with the two parties. You know, a lot of people don't vote because they don't believe that it makes any difference because they view the Democrats and the Republicans are largely the same. And then you have Donald Trump, who was also, you know, under this system, decided that he wanted to change things, and he basically threw himself into the Game of Thrones and fought for it, and he suffered through it. You know, he lost a lot of stuff, you know, lost a lot of credibility, friends, reputations, and whatnot. And then finally, he regained it over time, managed to survive and not die. And then he started to be able to put into the position to change things. Of course, he is the success story. Most people die in the process, you know, especially in other countries, you know. So that's why, you know, if we continue this black hole, we will go nowhere. So I would suggest that we change the topic, like, you know, because I think both make, like, you know, both of you make sense. No, your two are just talking from two different perspectives. Both are true. So
I thought it was a great conversation. We should clip
it's a great
the whole
conversation.
conversation and put it into its own clip.
I need to go to work, man. I need to go to work. I work by night.
All right.
So I need to go.
Love you. I didn't mean to really pressure you. It just drives me insane.
To
God
transfer the point of view of the Arab worlds, because you cannot, in a lot of country, if you even go in this venue and try to talk what's happening, you will get executed, you will get raped, your family will get fucked up. So a lot of Arabs cannot even say what they think or what they want for their countries. That's why I won't try sometimes to even for something I don't believe what's happening or some points, but I try to just transfer that point of view. So you need to understand there's no few points, quick points. There's no government in the Muslim world, in the Arab at least world, who work for the benefit of its people. All of them are appointed by West and supported by West because they don't have any legitimacy. If you stay quiet, as Bradley want you to say, his son will still sell your resources. It will go like this. This is what happened literally in Tunisia and in other countries.
Nika, one of the
thanks, man.
Thanks, man. Yeah, one of the reasons why there's so much conflict in the Arab world is because it's probably one of the last sovereign places in the world. You know, the measure in which it is being defiled and attacked is the measure of its sovereignty, and that's something that we can see around the world. Most of the time, the level of hardship is like directly correlated. Not always, but most of the time it's directly correlated with the level of autonomy of a region and the isolation from the global financial system. That's something to keep in mind when you like and yeah, like people could want to overthrow Putin for the same reasons that you're saying, like, oh, there's corruption, he's selling off to the West, you know. And there is a difference between sort of just giving up and trying to flip the table, and, you know, like rounding the bandwagons uh, around the leader, you know, like protecting your own leadership and your own sort of your own sovereigns, even if they're bad. But I totally agree with the fighting spirit, and I think that's probably the hallmark of the freedom of a people. Like, how willing are they to fight? That's probably the hallmark of their freedom. But also, you have to have discernment and recognize when you should round around your own tyrant and your own corrupt minister, and when you should just try to overthrow him, because that's the nature of the world in which we are right now. The world is it's a global ecosystem, highly predatory ecosystem, and many times the empire's best weapon is to utilize this utopia, this utopic vision of how your perfect leader should be, so that you will be discontent and try to overthrow him. That's how the British took over Europe and most of the world. Basically, they just grabbed a part of the population and fanned the flame and started to put them against their own leaders. That's how they overthrew the Ottoman Empire. That's how they destroyed Russia from the Russian Empire from within. And that's how they're doing with Ukraine against Russia. So it's good to have a fighting spirit, but their trick is definitely a pattern. And I'm pretty sure that if you observe it carefully, you would realize like which side you should be supporting as for the interests of your own people. The fighting spirit is perfect. The only problem is where that fighting spirit is directed towards. Is it really against your enemies, or is it against the enemies of your enemies, you know? And that's what's happening right now in Middle East. So I understand what you're saying. I think it's valiant and it's very chivalrous, but you have to recognize that eventually you'll have to recognize that you're aiming your guns at the wrong target.
Agreed.
So,
Thanks,
so I
Nika. It
will
was
just,
great.
I'll just finish.
Nika, do you have anything else to add, Nika?
Yeah, just I want to remind people, like 2 days ago, there is rockets from North Gaza to Israel were firing. After 1 year and starvation and bombing, there is still a fighting spirit inside North Gaza, not even the South, North Gaza. So people are still fighting. People are still fighting, even it's like impossible odds, but people are fighting and they are killing soldiers in the north, where like it's the most brutal. I wanted like to quote some. I wasn't. I was gonna quote some Israeli soldier was what they were doing. It's in a new news in Israeli news. They had a report. Is actual Israeli people were saying were describing the horror that they were doing, how they are killing people just because they crossed an imaginary line in the sand, and it's a horrifying thing. I will just give it to Wyatt. Maybe he will just comment on it or something. It is in an article, Israeli article with actual soldiers.
We've seen the horrors.
Yeah,
but
it is
Let
horrific.
me add to what you're saying.
So I'm doing closing. I'm doing closing. I'm going.
Okay.
So this is one thing I wanted to refer, and hopefully, if the Middle East will be stable, everyone will benefit, even the West. But the ones who will control the West and the Middle East don't want that. The people who are controlling even the West and the Middle East don't want that, because they are benefiting in this situation more, and using the card of immigration and illegal immigrant to their benefit to control the Western population too. This is why I want to say, have a great discussion, guys.
Thank
I want
you,
to add
Nika.
that because we had a slight conversation in the private chat, so I just want to share. Like this kind of conversation is very difficult conversation. Most normal people outside they can't discuss this thing at all. Not at this level of the moderate Muslim views is very underreported, underexpressed. Most moderate Muslims don't even know how to talk. Like they don't know how to express their opinion because they're just normal people, They don't know how to argue back or whatnot. So it's great that we have Nika around and have all these difficult conversations that I believe a lot of moderate Muslims really want to share, want to talk. They want to share everything, but it's very difficult for them. It's like they don't want to get into this religious argument where maybe they don't know enough, they don't know the geopolitics enough, and it's very difficult conversations for them. And I think that like we have all these, we are all friends here, and then we are able to have very difficult conversations. We can argue, but we still stay friends. I think this helps. I don't even think that those Islamic influencers or Muslim influencers are doing this at all. Like I feel like when I listen, I feel like they do more to inflame the tension and the anger than to actually share proper perspective of how the Muslims really feel and think. And I think like what Nika shared today is I think I would say the first time I hear from that kind of perspective, where I don't really hear from anyone else. Like where the really peaceful Muslims, what they really think, is. So I very appreciate it. And I definitely the people who grilled Nika is great as well, because really we keep on digging to make sure that we really get into the crust of the issues, not just the very macro like excuses, put it that way. It's like excuses. So that's why it's important to have all these conversations. And even though it's like it seems like we are going around a little bit seems to be like a black hole, but it's a great conversation. So and there's actually a few major crazy shit happened over the week. Is the airplanes dropping down. They have the Korean airplane that got a bird strike or something, and then it crashed, and I think almost everyone died. I think the last report I saw was that only 2% survived. And then you have the Azerbaijan,
something like that.
And the Azerbaijan airline that was shot down over Chechnya, and most likely it's actually shot down. The words from Putin is a bit cryptic. I think they actually admits that somewhat, cryptically admit that they actually shot it down by mistake because the Ukrainians were launching drone strikes on Chechnya at the same time. So yeah, and 2% was allegedly, being arrested for failing their job, air traffic control, something like that. And there was another plane that was also, so many planes. It's like all dropping down. It's also freaking scary. So I thought, you guys might want to comment on that.
Yeah, dude. I'm not going to my vacation. Fuck that. I'm not going to be flying anywhere. My parent was like, let's go to Hawaii. I'm like, you guys can go to Hawaii, but please don't. I'm not going.
No, you don't need to think that planes are still safer than a car or than even walking around or taking a ride on the bicycle. You have millions times more chance to die on your skateboard than in a plane.
Look, Lambo, that's true, but not today. Not today.
Okay,
not when there's like.
So the first images I saw about the South Korean one, it crashed against the wall at the end of landing.
When there's 3 planes falling in a day or in 2 days, it's a bad moment to fly. I can tell you that.
Yeah. So what I am seeing of the images, no flaps were down, no landing gear. So he was doing a belly landing. I think all his hydraulics were down of the South Korean ones. And he landed like almost at the end of the landing strip and just hit the fucking wall. I saw myself. So, and here in Belgium, in Ostend, we have airports, and that airport they use for emergency landings. I saw in the past in real life a belly landing of a cargo. It was a cargo plane with no landing gears. And what they do, they have time. They put all foam over the landing strip to avoid to have fires. You just need to look on Google Ostend emergency landing. Going to see that we had Illusions that did emergency landings in Ostend. And it's actually in a very civilized area, actually. But that is not to close Brussels airport. That's why they're doing that. And there's one of the longest landing strips in Belgium, and that's the one here in Ostend. It's like a half-hour drive for me. So it had hydraulic failures. He did a belly landing. It can work. It's designed to. You can belly land. This is in the safety measure. He was still full of fuel, kerosene. Normally, you need to circle around. I think they didn't have another options anymore than land. But they hit a fucking wall on the end of the landing strip. He landed definitely too far away on the landing strip. So it was combinations of errors that led to the disaster. And amazingly, 2 people survived. What happened over the Casp with Arbization Airlines? Yeah. Putin admitted it. There wasn't a drone attack. Okay. What I don't understand, if you are in an emergency, you always have the right to land at the closest airport. Always. You can even say to the controller tower, fuck you, I need to land right now. What did they do?
The pilot rejected
200 fucking kilometers or miles over the Caspian Sea to land further away. It had maybe malfunctions, losing hydraulic functions. It could maybe still land it. You don't going to blame the pilots for that. As maybe, yes, you can blame the pilots for that. Because in their basic training, you can even refuse a control tower. Maybe it was so dangerous. Already been shut down. You already been hit. They're like, you're not landing. It's not safe enough. We don't know. We're going to see the black boxes, the recordings about that. But they could save the plane better. It was the tragedy for them. What I'm thinking at the end, he has no control anymore. He lost all the hydraulics, everything. And he just... it was a disaster for the passengers, and for that on also everybody in the back of the plane survived. That's a tip for somebody that likes to take a lot of planes. If you're in the back of the plane, you have most chance to survive. Not always guaranteed, of course, but the back of the plane is famous to be the most secure place in a plane. Just to give you that advice. So everybody is going to take a place in the plane in the back from now. But and then don't forget also that I said it last week also from the US Gettysburg that shot down the F-18. Houthis. Actually, they shot 2 missiles. So actually, they shot at the second F-18 also that luckily didn't hit the plane. That is a new one that I heard also. Yeah, it's a sad moment for the aviation, but it's also holidays, so a lot of people need to travel. So you're going to have more planes in the sky. But don't forget, the percentage of accidents this plane is like the lowest of all. It's even safer than taking a train. So yeah. Toby or Vaun, I don't know who was first.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm just going to be real quick. I read something about this that I thought was kind of interesting. It was from a pilot who actually flies that model aircraft. I think it was the 737 Boeing in South Korea. He said that he reasoned it like this. He said that plane actually has manual overrides on the hydraulics for the wheels, right?
Normally, yes.
So, right. So, and the other thing is, as Lambo said, the landing like that, miscalculating the distance between the start and the back wall. So basically what he said is this is really, really bad training with the pilots. He identified like 3 or 4 things which should not have been done. And what's interesting was his conclusion was bring on drones. Like he said that, we've now reached the level of technology where you're better off with a drone flying the aircraft than a pilot, because pilot error is starting to become like a common thing. He said that's because there's such financial pressure on airlines that they are basically... This and DEI, I don't know how true that is, but this is like Bradley's furry friends and everything getting preferential treatment instead of real pilots. So he's saying that like with the problems affecting airlines, you're now better off with a drone flying your aircraft. I can attest to that. I used to work for a company that sold jets, and they actually had to take into account that the automation was landing aircraft so accurately that it was digging divots in the runway. So they actually had to like build in some randomization because they're that precise. And I certainly, I would much rather the aircraft I fly be flown by a computer and an algorithm than by some fursuit wearing atheist from the States. But yeah. Vaun.
I think there's lack of training also for these pilots. They're flying too much automatized compared to the years before.
Yeah, Yeah, I want to do a closing. First of all, I want to thank everybody who voted for me and gave me my back-to-back championship. I promise to be a good open mic speaker, and like I said, I'll always try to be honest, give you my realistic perspective, my own opinion. You know, I'm not going to try and bullshit you or lie. You know, if I see something, I'll try to look at it and give you my honest opinion or assumption or whatever. If I'm wrong, feel free to always call me out. I'll be happy to revisit anything. As far as the DPA goes, like I said, I'm very grateful to Wyatt, because if Wyatt didn't start doing this like 2.5 years ago, plus more, I mean, I'm just saying when I started, basically right after the war started, I wouldn't be hanging out here with all these guys, and you can see we get pretty good conversations. We got an excellent mix of people, especially if you've been around for a while. We got over 100 and some odd people that probably been on the open mic. And really, everybody, if you're out there and you've been watching for a while, I know you got opinions, so come on, even if it's just for 5 minutes. And like I said, the real benefit is going to the open mic private chat, because you can have all kinds of conversations with all kinds of people, especially people, if you like certain personalities you don't see a lot on the open mic. Chances are they're hanging out really in the speakers lounge, because it's just more fun there. It's a lot more raw. Don't be afraid of free speech, because it's pretty raw in there. But yeah, and like I said, I mean, I like military stuff. I was in the military. I don't consider myself an expert, but I'd always try to be a straight shooter. And that's one reason why I like DPA and Wyatt, because I feel like the information he's putting out is pretty much realistic. It's what's pretty much going on, or the best you can tell what's going on. And it's probably the best representation of the war in general. So, I mean, he's one source, but I consider him a pretty solid major source. And then you have, other people you can add to it. But for right now, I mean, there's nobody else you can beat as far as I'm concerned for mapping and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm just glad he's here, and I'm glad DPA is here. As far as Ukraine goes, I expect the Russians to keep pushing hard. And obviously, I think they'll try to push Kursk out before the end of January. I think they'll try to get as much as they can get done before Trump gets in. I think it's whatever they can get is what they're going to get. And, maybe there'll be another Orishnik launch or something like that. I won't see everybody till then. So happy New Year. Y'all take it easy. I'm going to keep listening, but I'm going to the back.
Vaun. Look, do you have any hopes for 2025? No, so because since I think we are 7.5 hours, so might as well everybody can do closing. But one of the things I hope that we can address in our closing is our hopes for 2025, because 2024 is a crazy year. So Vaun, start first, and then we can do the closing.
Give me a second.
Oh yeah, he need to show the face with the underwear with the chocolate patch. Yeah, I think yeah, that is a very disgusting profile pic. So anyway, Lambo, okay, shall we do closing so that we have a very long conversation? But in the closing, do also add on. You can say anything you want, of course, as usual. But add on maybe at the end. What you hope for 2025? And Mr. Lambo, you can go first. Poor Lambo today, so hard to talk.
I can blame myself. At the first days I went out yesterday, and I went home. I think it was 7 a.m. and my bed at 8 a.m. It was a very hard one. But I am a guy that is like, I love the respect, norms, and values, and I love to respect each other. To give, I like to talk. I'm going to talk longer than another person, different way, like everybody does. It's not my first language, all that shit. I just want to be respected, and after a moment, I have it. Last week, I already had difficulties with it. I play with Toby. Don't worry about that. I know him. He's a very pleasant guy. He's very, and I love hearing his talking. Also for Vaun, because you're here, I congratulate you also for the open mic speaker of the year. White is fan, I guess. That's a good one. Yeah, congrats for that. You deserve it. I think you were here every time almost, maybe for 90% of the time you were here. So you deserve it. You're always a good value for the mappings to talk about situation in Ukraine. So I preferred somebody else this year, like me, for instance. But I know it's impossible. I am not so. I have haters, and everybody has some haters. But yeah, I don't care.
We love you, Lambo.
Yeah, I know. I love you too. But yeah, I know. I just love to be positive, and the shit. It's a thing. I'm passionate about my talking about the thing I like to talk about. I'm like also the war nerd that likes talk about technology, about planes, and all that stuff. But there is something that took me very hard, and that can conclude 2024 or actually all wars. And there's a song from MIA, Maya. I don't know if you know her. She's famous from the songs like Paper Planes and Bad Girls, like I Wanna Do Ting Ting Ting. It's an Indian-ish girl for Sri Lanka. Maya, MIA, Endpoint A. She's very famous. And she's actually been cancelled very hard for the moment the last years. You know that. There's just Google Paper Planes and you can say, oh, and Bad Girls, one of the best clips ever made. She's like on the cars, drifting Arabic cars. You know these guys that do stupid things with these Mercedes and drifting around.
I'm gonna die of pop poisoning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die of pop poisoning.
No, it's not pop. It's not more R&B-ish, but she's really good. She's really good. MIA, and she did a new song.
Google,
she dropped
Mia,
the song.
Mia Khalifa appeared. Freaking hell.
No. MIA, not Mia Khalifa.
That's your algorithm.
She dropped the 24th of December her new song Marigold. And marigold is actually a flower, but it has a symbolism from strength, powers, and all that stuff. And I'm going to just read the first refrain of her lyrics, and the clip is very good also. Just Google MIA Marigold on YouTube. I'm going to find the song. It's amazing.
I'm definitely going to have to do that.
Closing. Thank you. It's a very good song, and there's also a part of a bomber that's dropping a bomb, like with the revolver-ish drop thing, and it's very well made. A good clip, and it's touched. The lyrics are very deep and an easy way, actually. So when times are difficult, we are going to need a miracle. When things are critical, we are going to need a miracle. The world is in trouble. Cover it in marigolds. Cities and rubble, we all need a miracle. It concludes all these wars that's happening now also. It's a very deep song. It's a beautiful song. It's a deep clip. And I like artists that using good lyrics, that have a meaning, that tells a story. They're not going to say, I want to fuck you left and right, and that's it, like Cardi B stuff and all that other bullshit. I am a listener in music. I'm a really listener in music. And she touched me. And she had also a very big, difficult past. If you're going to, you check her name, MIA, so with every time a dot in between, so M.A.I.A. She did very big interviews with very big YouTubers last, because she was very hard cancelled by the music culture, by Jay-Z, because she was under the label of Jay-Z in the past with Beyonce. She's opened her mouth for the moment. She was very hard cancelled. It was very, very, very difficult for her. And now she's opening her mouth. So it's a very big history behind that woman. She's 49 years old and she's looking 30. Amazing. Very well preserved. But yeah, it's a lyric that and it's concluding about Ukraine, about everything, and Ukraine is in a very bad shape. 24th of December, Russia gave fireworks to Ukraine by also giving their cutting the lights of also for a lot of citizens. I just predicting the Oreshnik 1st January, 31 to 1st. I think Putin is going to send them a New Year present. I am pretty sure, and 90%, there's going to be a new missile attack at New Year's Eve. And in my nerdy way, I'm hoping an Oreshnik, and with a lot of cameras filming it accidentally. But I'm thinking that Oreshnik is going to strike, or a big missile attack, cruise missile attack at New Year's Eve. because Russia is not killing a lot of civilians, but he wants to demoralize them. That's how war is working. 2025, I just hope that peace is going to be a big talk and instead of war. I hope Trump is going to do that. I hope Ukraine war is going to end in 2024. I hope peace for Syria, but I am very afraid of that we're going to still hear a lot of it. Palestine, I hope is going to stop. We'll see. I think Europe is going to have some difficulties because Trump, and I think I'm going to prepare myself to that. I hope Europe is not going to do stupid with him. I'm pretty sure. I still have these images of him walking down the Notre Dame Cathedral and everybody salivating and looking with the big eyes to Trump like, wow, the guy is big. The guy is powerful. I hope his team is going to do well also and everybody is going to be picked. I really hope. I am a Tulsi Gabbard fan. I am a Vivek fan. I like Musk. I hate Tesla, but I like Musk. One of the super chats today was about that he has a brain of a goldfish. I really want to have a brain of a goldfish. I'm being the richest person in the world. You know how stupid people can comment? Saying that Musk is stupid, but still he's the richest guy in the world. He did something right, I think, in his life to be able to be that powerful and that rich and money time, you know? I have maybe that guy that commented are going to maybe say he has better brain than Musk, but he's still poor compared to Musk. So I hope toxicity and comments and toxicity and the social media are going to stop also, because that's a very big problem. Propaganda and people being toxic on social media. Facebook has been destroyed by toxic people, always complaining. Just shut up. Keep your comment for yourself and speak positive. That's very important. Since COVID, since 2020, everybody became so toxic. And that is very difficult. For me, it's difficult. I am an administrator of a Facebook group. I'm not going to give the name. We have 43,000 members. I am sick of it. The guys are disgusting. Now, I can say that he reading comments on his channel and he's going to have a lot of toxic comments.
I managed Facebook groups before as well, so I know.
Yeah. So having being head administrator openly, so everybody knows me. 43,000 people knows me. It's in the car world. That's why my name is Mr. Lambo also. It's disgusting. It's very difficult. No, I don't even discuss anymore. I just block them. Fuck off. You're dirty. Fuck off. And we are speaking about the most stupid things. It's a sad world. People complaining. They need to stop. Speak positive. That's it. Peace, yellow, flowers, flower power. Have fun, guys. Enjoy the life. Stop complaining on social media. Stop wasting your time on it. That's very important. So I just hope, like I say every year to myself, I hope 2025 or the next year is going to be better than the previous year and more positiveness. I respect each other, use norms and values, be educated, very important. And we are losing that. If I'm going out to Antwerp, I have my favorite bar called The Kids. It's actually a blues rock bar, it's a more metal bar actually. It's written blues and it's not even rock. If you're already looking wrong at somebody, you already can get into a fight. The people don't even allow you to look a little bit strange, like, oh, you have an ugly face. I don't have the right to say that anymore. You have an ugly face. Fuck off. Just get on with your life, you know. No, positiveness. And that's why I'm also referring the text of MIA. She has very good lyrics and she's very good. And listen to her music. She's good. Or Wu-Tang Clan also is very cool. No, just enjoy. Listen positiveness, not listen Taylor Swift that doesn't even have life experience and writing songs about her breakup with her boyfriend. How bad for her. And that woman is winning 11 Grammys in one day. What the fuck is happening with the world? You know what I mean? And people that really write songs with good lyrics, they're winning nothing. It's amazing. So yeah, I had a good year with the DPAs. I love you all. I love to speak and chat with you all and the Telegram group and people. We need new speakers. We don't have a lot of speakers for the moment, or speakers that come back. I love to have the old speakers also coming back. Everybody is calling after Dracu. I love to see Dracu back. He came one time this year. Another guys, RL is asked a lot. He's busy with his family, I think. So everybody has a right to speak very on his way. And we had these big discussions today also. I also did a little bit the Angry Bird, okay, happening. I can have a less day compared to others. I can be better irritated. There's entertainment. It's all entertainment. And I love the people speaking very well and giving Gabriel, Toby, Bradley are good guys. Counting Teeth. I never saw. It's the first time I have you on the during the open mic right now, but we already heard each other and speak Zuid-Afrikaans. Zuid-Afrikaans spreken met elkaar. So we can also sing songs from the Antwoord together. So yeah. It's good to have you on the chat also. And Wyatt, you're amazing. I love you. I'm promoting you. I have actually a friend. It's like a colleague worker. So he's also a crane operator like me. He's installing very big windmills in Holland. And he is also an enthusiast guy like me and interested in war. And I hope he's going to come. We have one European guy extra, one Dutch guy extra, not the Belgian, a Dutch one from Holland. He's a very mature guy. Maybe in handsomeness he's going to destroy our little Swiss boy, but no, it's I love you all. Apologize if I did a little bit toxic today, but no, 2025 need to be more positive around the world. I just
love you too, Mr. Lambo. It's always great to have you. Don't
thank you,
demonetize
Mr.
the
Lambo.
stream though. Come on.
Sorry for that also. Maybe my fault, I think.
It's okay. So
All
I
right.
just want to address a few super chats before Bradley go ahead. Just now Madeline actually posted this while you guys are discussing. I forgot about. I didn't see it actually. Is any country democratic? Do any of you guys get to vote on how budgets is spent? If answer yes, please give examples so it can be Google. I think only Switzerland get to do something like this. So yeah, I think none of us actually have that. So and yeah, why it's fine. I guess. And this comes by Utis. I think he's still watching like 2 hours ago. So Bradley, you have never lived through a social collapse and have to organize small group of people to survive. You don't know what you would do. Yeah. So
I have not lived through a social collapse.
So
Fortunately, okay. Well, so start with hopes for 2025. I hope that the Ukraine war comes to a close, that the DPA World War III stream doesn't go live, and that the DPA open mic gains like a minimum of 100 new consistent viewers. We're like stuck at around like the high 200s. Come on, guys. What if we were stuck at around the mid 300s? That'd be nice. I also hope that I win Speaker of the Year in 2025. But okay, what to close with? I'll rehash my point about the Middle East. Guys, come on. Sure, I'm not from the region. I've never been there. But I also want to see a strong, safe, and most importantly, free Arab world. And your neighbor shouldn't be your enemy. You should be able to unite with your neighbor for the collective good of both your guys' children. I also have a lot to say about Toby's assertions regarding religion and atheism. Maybe that would be fun to have a debate, maybe on our own podcast, mine and Nunya's Hell in a Handbasket.
Hey, invite me, dude. I'd love to come.
See, it'd be awesome. Just flesh out some of this conversation more, because there's definitely a lot there. It was great to have Gabriel in on the last episode. We were able to dissect some of the philosophical backdrop of the new Cold War. So if you like DPA Open Mic, definitely give it a watch. And I'll just finish off with congratulations to Vaun for a well-deserved DPA Speaker of the Year. I think we had solid runners-up. Bigari and Gabriel also could have easily well-deserved the Speaker of the Year. And like Wyatt said, we're all friends here, and heated disagreements tend to be very productive. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and thanks for all of our super chatters. We had some really heavy hitters this time around, so wow. Best wishes and happy new year to everyone, especially our tireless commander Wyatt. So here's to 2025. Peace.
And
That's great,
counting
Brett.
teeth.
Thank you.
So, is it me?
Yeah, let Toby go.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Happy New Year, everybody, and I
Wait.
hope you
Oh, I thought it was counting thief. Then actually, if drop, then become Toby next. So, yeah, sorry, counting thief. You have
It's
to
fine.
wait.
No, it's fine. But Toby can tell me what the cricket score is. Yeah.
I haven't been watching because I think we threw it away.
Did you? Boom,
Probably.
Oh, yeah, you had a good spell yesterday, Boom.
Yeah, not good enough. I have no faith. But okay, so yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you very much, Wyatt, for this platform. I think it's unique. Not because everybody's so brilliant, but just because we have, often we'll have 6 speakers from 6 continents. Nobody here promotes themselves as any kind of expert, and yet we have quite interesting conversations, I have to say. Sometimes we go very deep, even Gabriel. And so that's kind of unique to me. It's very rare that you get people from all over the world meeting together in a reasonably harmonious fashion. And like I say, nobody's an expert, so it's all fairly modest. We tolerate each other. We tolerate Lambo, tolerate Euro. I think it's worth doing, even if there's not a huge amount of following. If it doesn't take off, I don't think money is the measure of all people, and so that's why I do thank Wyatt. He puts in a lot of time for this, and to me, it's an interesting idea more than it is like a grift for money, which I appreciate a lot and I respect. I also really enjoy the company of all the guys on the open mic. I think it's a test of character to come onto the open mic and to see if you can take a bit of heat and if you can laugh at it or if you're going to cry. Even Andrew shows us his character from time to time, and it's not all bad. How you doing, Andrew? Merry Christmas. Nice shirt, fella. And I'm not going to waffle on like Lambo. I have some dignity. So I will leave it there. And congratulations to Vaun, USA. I voted for Vaun. Winning team. See you guys.
Bye, Toby.
Thank you, Toby. Next is should be counting thief. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank
Andrew
you very
should be
much,
the last.
Wyatt, for the opportunity and all of that. Gonna second Toby on this. It's quite interesting to have all these different opinions from everywhere in the world. Sorry I got a little bit late. Would have liked to have spoken more about Africa because everybody had an opinion. It was quite funny, But yeah. And
when no one is from Africa.
Yeah.
Most of us is not from Africa.
Exactly. Anyway, yeah, but thank you very much and congratulations to Vaun. Yeah.
That's all. Any wish for 2025?
A new wish. I suppose I'd like to see a bit of world peace for a change. It's been a hectic last, I would say, 10 years in the world. That's about it. Yeah.
So cute.
Hey, I can just give my thoughts for 2025 real quick since I left tonight. Honestly, I expect the Ukraine war to end sometime in 2025, probably later in the summer or fall, whether that's through negotiations or a flat out defeat. I kind of lean more towards defeat, but we'll see what happens. Beyond that, I can't really make any predictions because, Trump coming in is such a wild card. Who knows what's going to happen? I would expect the Russians to maintain their pressure on Ukraine across the battlefield, and where there's positive developments that they can move forward, take territory, or kill a bunch of Ukrainians, they will. So I imagine we'll see continued breakouts, small takes, surprises. But other than that, I can't really predict anything other than I don't think the war can make it past 2025. But everyone have a happy new year, and I'm going to keep listening, but I'm going to listen on the other channel. Y'all have a good one. Thanks.
Thanks, Vaun. Happy New Year. And
Thanks,
yeah,
Vaun.
we are just 2 days from the New Year, so it's quite crazy actually. Time flies. Gabriel, closing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was really interesting, really fun discussion, very heterogeneous. And yeah, good to argue on stuff. It's far more interesting like that. And that's kind of ominous because it sort of ties into the 2025. I mean, like, as much as I could wish for world peace and the well-being of the most amount of creatures possible, and I despise destruction, like needless destruction and waste. But I have to admit that it's been pretty interesting to see all the disarray. I think the previous order and tranquility of the world was fake and harmful, and we're not seeing a change. Precisely what we're seeing is the logical result of the status of things in the world. And therefore, I'm kind of stoked on the conflict, you know, like on the way things are moving in the world and in history. I hope the transition of order is the most harmoniously possible, like with the least amount of suffering and death. But I also understand that it's impossible to achieve change without suffering. And so I do look forward to change, you know, because I see that the current trajectory of things in the world, and with current trajectory, I mean like the previous world order, it was a dead end, you know. It's either a catastrophic collapse or a slow demise into oblivion. And so, yeah, like I think that the conflict in Ukraine might have possibilities of wrapping up during next year, at least on the military side of things. But I don't see the conflict dying out anytime soon. It seems like it's only getting stronger. So maybe a conflict closes, but then it would be a super unstable situation. Like the world would be in a very delicate balance. And on one side, yeah, like one positive thing is that Trump at least was elected on a platform of peace, of calming conflicts. And even though I doubt that's the real intention, and I doubt it's even achievable, who knows? Maybe he's actually trying to do that, and he finds the way of maneuvering the massive behemoth of like the shallow state, not the deep state, the shallow state, because it's not really deep. Actually, it's petty squabbles and incompetence, along with corruption and massive infrastructure made by people that were better than them. Maybe he's able to maneuver that to calm at least that side of conflicts, but I don't know up to what level he can actually stop the inertia of the conflict, like all the bellicosity in all of the Western world, the wild card of Israel, the wild card of Great Britain, France, the catastrophe that's happening in Europe right now. Maybe it's beyond even the intentions, supposing the intentions are there. So there might be some sort of reprieve, an eye in the middle of the storm, but the storm is still there, and we're gonna have to live through it. And yeah, I'm looking forward for it. I'm in on it. Like, let them come. So yeah, and yeah, I hope we can all do our part in our own particular conflicts. Remember that the brand of slavery is misery, and as long as you can fight, you are free. So now we are free.
Bravo, Gabriel.
That's it. Have a good one. See you next year.
See ya, man.
Thank you, Gabriel. Happy New Year. And Andrew, long time no see.
No,
Long
you
time
are
no
in
see,
here
indeed.
just nice for
Good to see
closing.
you, Andrew.
Thank
And
you.
also, so in your closing, also do share your hopes for 2025.
Yes, of course. I would just like
Me
to
too,
start.
Andrew.
Hello, brother.
Bravissimo.
I wanted to justify my absence due to the fact my microphone has not been working on my headphones. I'm not using this one actually. I have had to connect my microphone with my webcam's microphone to actually be able to fucking talk.
But it sounds
But
super good, no?
it sounds good. Oh, I'm surprised actually.
He's
It
playing
sounds very
Maverick
good.
with his glasses.
I am surprised because it's my webcam's microphone. I wanted to say just one thing. I wanted to congratulate Vaun for his victory. I must admit, it is an amazing thing that a person of color could achieve this position twice in a row. I believe, where Kamala walked so that Vaun could fly. That is the truth. That is the truth, brothers. Now, I hope this 2025 we'll see peace. We'll see harmony between peoples. Unfortunately, that is not what we will see. We will see more wars, I suspect, unfortunately. We will see more death. We'll see more suffering. We will see more pain. We will see shit probably going down everywhere. I'm usually part of the nothing ever happens, club, but apparently things are happening now. And that's kind of scary, to be honest. Maybe there will be good things. Who knows? Maybe there will be bad things. But I believe that we as humanity, we need to stick together against the oppressors and tyrants, and we all know who they are. The top 1%. That's my personal opinion, though. But I think no, not you, Wyatt. You're the top 2%, not the top 1. But yeah, we need to stick together because there will be hard times and it'll be a rocky ride. I'll assure you. That's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
No problem.
Thank you, Lambo. Thank you, Andrew.
Bye-bye.
Have a happy New Year.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye,
It's my
guys.
turn to do my closing. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 109. A look back at the year of 2024 and the DPA Speaker of the Year final voting. This year is a bit more interesting because we have a live voting. We have no freaking idea who is going to win, and I have no idea as well. No, I didn't know if Vaun would actually win or not. So he does take the lead when he enters into this final voting due to strong voting for him in the Telegram group, in the Telegram page voting. But no, then Bigari have a very strong support. But then after that, Vaun caught up and decimated the competition with 40 over votes. So congratulations to Vaun for winning again the DPA Open Mic Speaker of the Year for 2024. It's very, very it's just a testament to how likable he is. Everybody likes him. Yeah, and I think a few of the points about him is interesting. It's like he indeed doesn't really quarrel with people. It never occurred to me that is the case as well. So so that's actually interesting. And then Bigari is like the opposite. He do rant at people. Well, whereas Gabriel actually don't argue a lot as well. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting mix. Virgin was the fourth. He didn't he don't come up very, very often, but he always when he come in, he'll give very wise words. And he kicked out the Australian. Toby got kicked out by 1 vote from the final voting, which is funny. But if they tie, if they got 1 more vote, they tie, then I'm gonna have a problem because I do not know what to do because I can only put 4 candidates for the final votes. So that's that. And so the DPA awards probably is going to be later. Now it's in the morning. You can see the sunlight behind me. So it's going to be at night in Singapore time for the 30th of December. So it's going to be like an afternoon and morning for the Americans for the 30th of December for the DPA awards final counting. I haven't thought of how I'm going to do it. So let's see how that goes. And on the 31st, the last day, the New Year Eve, I'll probably do a live stream or yeah, it could be New Year Day as well. I'm not sure. No, because New Year Eve, for my New Year Eve is other people's not yet even New Year Eve. So I'll see how this goes. I'll do a live stream, maybe do a review of the 2024, just some monologues, talk to people and answer some questions, probably that. And yeah, it's a super great DPA open mic. I think the energy is there, and super grateful to so many super chatters. This is I think the stream that have the most massive super chat earnings ever, I guess. So thank you so much for all the support from all the different people. All the regulars, all the regular super chatters are here as well. And for those that are watching on the main channel, do subscribe. If you like the DPA Open Mic, you enjoy yourself, do subscribe over the Open Mic channel. We do this every week, every weekend. And also, great discussions over in the live chats as well. And I also do chat, and I enjoy everything. Today's super open mic is superb, and we talk a lot of very interesting topics. Like we talk about China and the Middle East, a lot of the topics that sometimes we don't talk about nowadays because of all the crazy shit that happen on a weekly basis. And my sympathies and hearts goes to the people who pass away or have family members pass away. In all these air crashes this past few days is crazy. Like there's 2 crashes, and there's one more. There's a propeller plane, also passenger plane, but no one died. The one of the propeller caught on fire, and then they managed to land, and no one actually died. So that was crazy. They have the footage, and then the engine on outside the window is like totally burning like hell. It's like nuts, man. So anyway, so that's something that is quite crazy, for someone that thinking of flying next year. So let's see how this goes. And yeah, so I'll be doing the Ukraine war mapping later after this, and hopefully do up the report. And also thank you everyone for the support for the entire 2024 for the DPA open mic. And thank you for everyone that have come on DPA open mic to discuss, to people super chat, super sticker, who watches and join the live chat. Even if you guys don't watch live, you watch later. I appreciate all your support, because we have like thousands of views every week. So that it clearly shows that there are people who didn't attend the live chat or the live viewing, but they do watch later. So you are also part of the community. So thank you for watching. And yeah, so for my wish for 2025, it's very similar. I wish that most of the wars will end. There will be more justice. There will be more peace, more communications between the different countries, because whatever we have today is a bit nuts. Like people don't talk to each other, and it's crazy that the country leaders are willing to sacrifice their own country's prosperity and stability to prop up a war far away, and which has honestly nothing to do with them, and the aggressor doesn't seem to be like really out for blood. And of course, if people don't talk, they don't converse, and they feel like the solution is violence, then a lot of people is going to die. And a lot of suffering is going to happen. Unfortunately, for certain part of the world, that is going to be a reality for now. Like in the Middle East, at least things seems to be better for now a little bit. Like this new rebel group surprisingly is really bringing most of the Syrians back. And so I'm not sure that, but there's also footages of them persecuting probably former Syrian army people and regime people. I'm not sure. So things are still pretty unclear. Don't get too engrossed with this Syrian situation yet. I mean, don't get emotionally brainwashed, because all this the information war is now very fierce for Syria. So just be mindful. The things that we are seeing is because someone wants us to see it. So just be mindful about that. And I hope everyone have a great New Year. In case you didn't see the live stream or watch any more DPA videos until 2025, I wish you a happy New Year. yeah, but I think by this point of the open mic, most people are not watching anymore. But it's okay. So Happy New Year, and so for those that never hear me say Merry Christmas, have a merry belated Christmas, and yeah, that's it. So congratulations again to Vaun. Let me see, how do I Vaun? Yeah, she's so handsome. Like, this Vaun is so handsome. Yeah, this is, that's the beauty of the AI that can help me to put this face on another person. Yeah, very, very giga chat. So again, that's it. Okay, so I gotta drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers, share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers, share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, like lovers, share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. So let us gather from far and near to share, to challenge, to hear.